Chapter 1, Coming. Chapter 1 is coming. The system is activated and the game starts. Dreaming? Who is speaking? Bewildered, Ed wanted to turn over and cover his head with a pillow, but in the next moment, a sharp pain penetrated his consciousness. Hiss. It hurts. The head hurts. Did I fall off the bed in the middle of the night, or the one that touched the back of my head first? Ed opened his eyes suddenly. The familiar ceiling was gone, replaced by a completely unfamiliar sight. Am I still dreaming? There was a throbbing pain from behind his head, which made Ed irritable. His eyebrows were furrowed. He bulged up and looked around. The dim yellow light barely illuminates the whole room. The stone-built wall. On the right-hand side are two huge square windows. A slightly salty and humid breeze slowly blows from the window, and the outside of the window is pitch black. Where is this? What time is it now? I will probably be late for work tomorrow, right? Ed subconsciously reached out to touch the phone, and suddenly his body stiffened. Is gone, the phone is gone. Suddenly his head hurts again, and a huge flow of information gushes out from the depths of his mind. After a while, Ed finally figured out the ins and outs. The Great Sea Route, the world government, the Red Earth continent. I crossed to One Piece. Ed looked up at the ceiling with a dull expression. No work tomorrow, my full attendance. Go to TEMO's Perfect Attendance Award. Crossed. Ed shook his head gently, and the information in the memory seemed to be missing. He didn't know the specific experience of the original body, but only remembered some superficial common sense of the world. Such as time, place, person. Hiwan calendar year 1495, an unnamed secret island under the command of the world government, Adrian. The original body was a war orphan adopted by the world government. There are many missing memories in the past. Apart from a little basic common sense, there are only some miserable childhood life, hard training moments and so on. About 13 or 14 years old, with fair skin, black hair and dark eyes, and looks vaguely similar to the self in the previous life, which is the average appearance level of the original readers. It's not bad, at least it hasn't become an inhuman species. Well, by the way, what sound did I seem to hear just now? A line of semi-illusory Blu-ray text suddenly jumped out in front of her eyes. Do you want to open the game? System. Ed was delighted inwardly. Turn it on, check personal information first. A translucent blue light curtain suddenly unfolded in front of the empty site. While it was quite sci-fi, it did not affect the site at all. Name, Adrian, Ed. Race, human. Template, NPC, countdown to open beta version 1.0, 3 years. Grade 1. Experience, 0. Main profession, civilian LV1, 0/50. Associate profession, none. Personal attributes, Strength 3, Agility 7, Endurance 4, Intelligence 6, Charm 5, Luck 1. Note, the standard attribute of an adult male in One Piece world is 5 points, and the luck is 1 point. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. HP, 20%, brain injury, hunger, severe weakness. Physical strength, 46%, weakness reduction. Strength value, not open. Specialty, none. Skills, none. Legend degree, 0. Equipment, none. System panel, it seems that this is my golden finger. Just as Ed or Adrian studied personal information carefully, he quickly discovered something unusual. NPC template? Countdown to version 1.0 public beta? Adrian frowned and suddenly discovered several important factors. 1. He has a high probability not to travel to One Piece world, but game One Piece world, but it is not clear whether other people will also be digitized. 2nd, I have become an NPC and have a system panel. This is very good news. It can grow as quickly as a player without worrying about the so-called racial shackles and power bottlenecks. But correspondingly, NPCs are not players. In the real world, everyone has only one life. 3. The time corresponding to the countdown to the public beta is 3 years later, which is 1498 in the Hiwan calendar. What will happen in that year, any pirate fan will not be clear. The pirate king Gore D. Roger was executed by the Navy and shouted One Piece before his death, officially kicking off the era of the pirate. It now appears that the group of fourth natural disasters that appeared along with the Great Pirate Era. The player, the original plot. Adrian fell into thinking. At this moment, several vague thoughts flashed through his mind, but due to the current situation, he could only stay in the thinking stage. There are still 3 years before the public beta. Before the players arrive, there are still 3 years to prepare for development. This is the only good news that makes Adrian feel happy. For the destructive power of players, Adrian knows better than anyone in this world, the fourth natural disaster, synonymous with chaos and madness. Kong Dang! At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and a few weird guys walked in from the outside. Due to the weak light, they couldn't see their looks clearly, but they could feel it from the twisted and strange outline. These guys absolutely no ordinary human beings. How is this kid's condition? The long-haired woman in the lead asked the people next to her. The shrill and hoarse voice sounded extremely uncomfortable. It looks like he has passed the dangerous period. I thought he was not saved. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat replied. He looked at Adrian, his eyes looking up and down with obvious surprise. Adrian endured the dryness of his throat, and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" "Hey?" There is a problem with his memory. The long-haired woman was surprised. "It's normal," the middle-aged doctor walked over to check Adrian's condition. After all, he hit the brain, or the fragile part of the back of his head. It is a good result that he didn't become a fool. "Forget it, it's fine if you don't die." The long-haired woman no longer struggles, she walks quickly to Adrian and looks at him condescendingly. "Boy, I am a member of CP9, a secret spy agency directly under the world government. Grandma Shan is currently in charge of the training missions of you little ghosts on this small island." Taking this opportunity, Adrian saw clearly what a woman looks like. At the age of 30 or 40, she has light pink waist-length hair and is dressed in a black lady's suit. His mature and hot body seems to burst out of the clothes. What is impressive is that her temperament is very cold, like a dangerous beauty snake who chooses to eat. After expressing his respect for a while, Adrian immediately fell into thought. Snuggle Yamako, isn't this the mother of the hilarious kabuki player Lion Snuggle who appeared in the City of Seven Waters? How did this logo look when you were young? By the way, this one seems to be a super killer. I lived safely until Luffy went out to sea. Recalling the appearance of Snuggling Shan's old man, Adrian couldn't help but feel a chill. There is a saying, the attitude of the old thief Oda to the old woman is really too bad. But then again, such a beautiful woman, it's a pity that she has a long mouth. Snuggling Mountain Grandma didn't know Adrian's inner activities, and continued to use her sharp and hoarse voice to say, "You failed in the previous beast training. I originally thought that this would reduce a useless burden. I didn't expect you to overcome it. Now I will give you 3 days to recover, and then resume training in 3 days. 3 days? Or CP9 level training? I'm just a first level mat newcomer." Adrian, who has slowed down the gods, smiled to himself. The current living environment is really very bad. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 2, The Unexpected Surprise. After the others left, the room fell into a quiet state again. Adrian sits upright, leaning against the head of the bed, quietly thinking about his future plans, and by the way, he delves into the attribute information on the system panel. There is nothing to say about race and NPC templates, and Adrian is quite satisfied with both. Occupations are divided into main occupations and sub-occupations. According to the system prompts, each person's main occupation cannot be changed after it is determined, while the sub-occupations are diverse and basically have no requirements. Adrian currently has only one occupation, and that is civilian. It is reasonable to say that he should have another agent profession. After all, he has been trained as an agent for so long, but I don't know why he didn't. But then again, even if there is an agent profession, Adrian is not going to make it his main profession. The main storyline of the world of One Piece is the battle between the Navy and the pirates, interspersed with a series of dark content such as the Dragon People, the World Government, the Revolutionary Army, the Independent Kingdom, etc., which is a stage for monsters and capable people. Civilian, this profession is not worthy of attention, it can only be regarded as a status symbol at best. Adrian moved it to the sub-professional column without hesitation, and the main occupation is temporarily vacant. Secondly, it is about character attributes. 6 dimensions of strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, charm, and luck. Related introductions can be found in any online game text, or even system attribute texts, which belong to the water text that will be subconsciously skipped by the readers, so I don't need to write a word here. Can only say, superficial meaning, understand everything. From the data point of view, Adrian's current more prominent attribute is intelligence, which comes from passing through. Next is agility, although it is only 2 points higher than ordinary people, it is quite good. Strength and endurance, as the body has not fully developed yet, although it has undergone certain training, it still has not reached the average level of adults, and there is still much room for improvement in the future. Charm and lucky, no accidents, enough is enough. Health and physical strength are both described in percentage terms. Adrian quickly accepted this. In his perception, these 2 items are not completely digitized. After all, in a completely real world, the operation of I will hit you and force a drop of blood looks strange. As for the vitality value that has not been turned on, Adrian guessed that it may be related to domineering. But for Adrian now, it is too far to master the domineering, at least in the short term, there is no need to consider it. Specialty, skills, legend, and equipment are all white boards, which is understandable. Finally, I need to focus on level and experience. According to the system prompts, the total level of the character's main occupation is equivalent to the total level of the character. The upper limit of the level is 120. Every 20 levels is a bottleneck. You need to complete advanced tasks to continue to upgrade. The upper limit of the subclass level is 10, which can improve the character's attributes, but has no effect on the character level. According to Adrian's understanding, the total level of 1 to 20 is approximately equivalent to activities within the 4 Cs, level 21 to 40 is between the 4 Cs, level 41 to 60 is the Great Root Paradise stage, level 61 to 80 is the second half of the New World level, 81 to 100 is the level of alternate generals, ordinary Kaiwahe, 3 plagues, general stars, etc. 100 to 120 is the level of generals, 4 emperors, and the legend of the sea. It is important to remind that level does not mean everything. You must know that even if the Bandit King is less than level 20, he may have killed 56 emperors of the sea with more than 100 levels. Ahem. In the relevant expressions of the system data, the professions in One Piece are of all kinds and weird, like samurai, ninja, bandit, gangster, ordinary office worker. Although there is no distinction between professions, there are indeed professions that are not suitable for master professions. There is no doubt that Adrian's most desired main occupation is Navy. Is there a more comfortable career in this world than Navy? Stable wages, legal killing of thieves, clear channels for rising, the most excessive thing is freedom of will. Lazy justice, ambiguous justice, listen, is this the justice that a qualified Navy should have? Admiral is great. Damn, I really envy the more I think about it. However, if you want to obtain main profession, Navy, the necessary prerequisite is enlisted in the army, just as the requirement to obtain main profession, pirate, is set sail. To be reasonable, in this world, the two main occupation methods are too simple to be simpler, but for the current Adrian, the degree of difficulty is no different from a nightmare. 3 days later, he will participate in CP9's internal training, but Adrian is under the authority of the world government, and there is almost no possibility of successfully joining the Navy within 3 days. As for setting sail next to a heavily guarded island of agents, and claiming to be a pirate, let's consider other ways to find death and participate in formal training 3 days later. In addition to upgrade, Adrian has no other choice. Relying on the current level and attributes to participate in the training, Adrian estimated that he would explain to the training ground on the spot. Upgrading is a must. The problem is, how to gain experience. It's obviously not advisable to fight monsters. Even if there are enough monsters on this training island for Adrian to choose, but he is only at level 1 and has no experience in combat. The chance of triggering the task is not great. The Snuggle Mountain has mentioned before that what Adrian needs to do now is to recover his body and then participate in training. If you want to receive a task, that is after completing all the training. Trouble, what should I do? Adrian touched the back of his head. There seemed to be waves of phantom pain. Occupation and experience are obviously two simple things, but currently he has no clue. Why can't you give me a simpler map? Adrian's brain is hot. Early the next morning, the clear light of dawn circulates in the sky, and the temperature in the early morning is cool and refreshing. After a simple breakfast, Adrian, who has improved a lot, began to wander around the training base to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. CP, Cypherpol, is a secret spy agency directly under the government of the world. It is responsible for multiple tasks such as security defense, military attacks, and political system work. Most of its internal members are orphans adopted from the Four Seas and Great Sea routes. Along the way, Adrian has gained a lot of observation. The predecessor in the training base belongs to the type of little transparent, and there are no good friends. If it were not for this emergency, not many people would know him. Of course, Adrian now only has the reputation of a survivor, which is slightly more attractive than before. I believe that calm will be restored in a while. Walking around, Adrian came to the library of the training base. He wanted to try his luck here to see if his guess would work. West Sea Marine Biology Illustrated Book, Basic Navigation Theory, Navigation World History, Principles of Meteorology. The largest number in the library is the knowledge about navigation, followed by the endless strange species on the sea. Adrian pulled out a basic navigation theory from the bookshelf. This is a basic knowledge book about navigation. This is a great enlightenment secret book for the new navigator who has never been in contact with the sea. Adrian patiently read the first chapter of the book carefully. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the system panel. Through reading, you have completed a basic navigation knowledge study, basic navigation skills learning progress 3%. Sure enough. Pirate Online game, a new version of the ship that has not been played before. The new book period is updated twice a day at noon and afternoon. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Swordsman Apprentice. Chapter 3 Swordsman Apprentice. Adrian's eyes light up, his guess is correct. You who own the system panel can undoubtedly gain skills by reading. And basic navigation skills is the basic prerequisite skill of the profession navigator. Since navigation can be learned through reading, there is no reason why other skills cannot. Adrian first put the basic nautical theory back on the bookshelf, then walked aside quickly, came to the book area where the knowledge of swordsmanship was recorded, randomly pulled out a basic swordsmanship book, and began to read it carefully. Time passed quietly, and only the rustle of books was left in the library. Through reading, you completed a self-study of basic swordsmanship knowledge. In view of your intelligence level, basic swordsmanship learning progress is 7%. Basic swordsmanship learning progress 14%, 28%, 49%. Suddenly a new prompt appeared on the panel with a ding-dong sound. Basic swordsmanship. The progress is 100%, you have successfully acquired the basic knowledge of swordsman, and the swordsman career will be unlocked. You get a new job, swordsman apprentice, vigor is on. The vigor value gets a certain increase, strength +1, agility +1, gain 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. You comprehend new skills. Basic swordsmanship training, elementary swordsmanship affinity. At the same time a large amount of knowledge emerged in his mind, a stream of heat occurred out of thin air and traveled all over the body. I don't know if it was an illusion, Adrian felt that the injuries on his head were much better. Obtain the swordsman apprentice career, +2 free attribute points and 1 skill point, which can be used to improve skill levels and learn skills quickly, and Adrian is in a good mood. While it's too early, Adrian took back the book Basic Navigation Theory just now, realized the new skill Basic Navigation Skills, and unlocked the new subclass Navigator. By the way, you get a new job, Navigator. Your vigor will be improved, intelligence +1, charm +1, 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. At the same time, the personal panel also reported corresponding changes. Name, Adrian, ed. Race, human. Template, NPC, countdown to open beta version 1.0, 3 years. Grade 1. Experience, 0. Main profession, swordsman apprentice LV1, 0/200. Deputy occupation, civilian LV1, 0/50. Navigator LV1, 0/100. Personal attributes, Strength 4, Agility 8, Endurance 4, Intelligence 7, Charisma 6, Lucky 1. Note, the standard attribute of an adult male in One Piece world is 5 points, and the luck is 1 point. Free attribute points, 4. Skill points, 2. HP, 60%, head injury. Physical strength value, 100%. Strength value, 100%. Specialty, none. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship Training LV1, 0/400, Self-Conduct Basic Training to increase the proficiency of swordsmanship. Elementary Swordsmanship Affinity LV1, 0/1000, increase the understanding of swordsmanship, and slightly increase the power of swordsmanship. Basic Navigation Skills LV1, 0/50, increase familiarity with the sea and improve mobility on the sea. Legend Degree, 0. Equipment, none. After leaving the library, Adrian randomly found a practice wooden knife from the training ground and returned home alone. Basic swordsmanship training has given Adrian a large amount of swordsmanship training knowledge. Even if he has no previous swordsmanship experience and no teacher's teaching, he can still complete swordsmanship training independently. Standing in the middle of the room floor, Adrian held the wooden sword with both hands and closed his eyes lightly. The knowledge of swordsmanship was slowly flowing in his mind, and the text icon of basic swordsmanship on the skill panel was slightly bright. There are many ways to gain experience. In addition to the regular monsters and tasks mentioned above, self-practice and fighting against others are also very important sources of experience. It is even more important for swordsman apprentice as the main profession. In this way, only by practicing swordsmanship day after day can he grow up accordingly. Press down the extra thoughts, raise your arms, and swing your knife. The wooden blade pierced the air, making a slight rustling sound. You have completed a swordsmanship training, basic. The completion rate is 56%, and the experience is 28 points. Slightly adjust the angle, raise the arm, and swing the knife. You have completed a swordsmanship training, basic. The completion rate is 67%, and the experience is 33 points. You have completed a swordsmanship training, basic. 80% completion, 40 experience points. Not long after, Adrian completed the last swing of the knife, accumulating experience to 200 points. Put experience points into Swordsman Apprentice. A familiar heat flow was generated, and a pleasant reminder sounded in my mind. Swordsman Apprentice level up to LV2, will get a certain increase in strength, strength +1, agility +1, gain 2 free attribute points, and gain 1 skill point. This is the power of plugins. Adrian's wanton laughter almost broke the door. 3 days later, early morning. Adrian, who was prepared in advance, took the practice wooden knife to a closed training field in the northeast corner of the training base. When entering the venue, except for a few familiar faces of children, the Snuggle Mountain Grandma was standing at the forefront of the crowd, quietly waiting for the people to gather. Hearing the sound of someone coming, she snuggled up the mountain and glanced in the direction of the sound, just in time to see Adrian. "Hey! This kid! Steady pace, bright eyes, not seeing the weakness and confusion of the night 3 days ago, and a far cry from the stupid and reticent image of even longer. Did something happen to him during this time? Or was it because he had just gone through a painful life and death trial?" Short questions passed through the mind of Ms. Snatchy. Adrian noticed the gaze of Snuggle Mountain's grandma, looked to this side, and nodded slightly. "Good morning, Madam Instructor." He is already mentally prepared for long-term development in this training base, and it is undoubtedly quite the right way to establish a relationship with his immediate superiors in advance. And as long as she doesn't speak, Snuggle Mountain is still a very attractive beauty. A little regretful emotion in Adrian's heart flashed away. At this moment, Snuggle Mountain Grandma suddenly flashed in front of Adrian, lowered his head and glanced at the wooden knife in his hand, and then asked, "Boy, have you encountered any good things in the past 2 days? I can't see clearly at all. What a fast speed! I don't know if it's a 6-style shaved." Adrian was shocked, and still replied calmly on his face, "No, Snuggle the Instructor. She seems to be aware of some changes in me." 3 days, more than 1,000 times a day of swinging the knife practice, so that Adrian successfully accumulated nearly 150,000 experience. He didn't put all his experience into upgrading immediately, it was too obvious that way, and it was very easy to expose problems. This is the case. Unlocking 2 classes in succession plus upgrades has already increased Adrian's attributes a lot, and the main attribute of strength has almost doubled. I have to be more cautious. Before gaining the basic self-protection ability, I must not let people discover my situation. Adrian said silently in his heart. Really? Snuggling Shan Mao squinted her eyes and stopped asking. She turned to look at the children who were about to gather. From today, Adrian resumes daily training. Then she issued another notice, "We will continue to hunt beasts in the safe area this weekend, and hope that there will be no more unexpected situations next time." Very bad is the last sentence of Snuggle Shan. I saw her staring straight at Adrian, and said coldly, "If someone really wants to die, it's better to die simply." Adrian slander inside. What a nice skin, it's a pity that I opened my mouth more. One swing of the knife, experience is given according to the degree of completion, and each knife is between 40 to 50, so the total experience value is not wrong. Does anyone mind using their own name as a trick? End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Hard Training. Chapter 4 Hard Training. Adrian, who remained silent, turned a blind eye to the mocking and ironic gaze projected around him, as if he hadn't heard or saw anything. Snuggle Mountain Grandma stopped talking and started formal training. The training content she is responsible for is basic fighting, and the training method is quite simple and rude. 2 people work in pairs, without language communication at all, just keep fighting. This simple training method is also very consistent with the basic situation of One Piece world. There are endless physique monsters on this sea. No matter where you are, you can find very good physique monsters. Fists and strength are their weapons of confrontation. What kind of carp? Carp, carp. According to Adrian's memory, the intricate and complicated technical flow in One Piece is not popular at all, and few people pay attention to the practice of skills. After all, the world's largest swordsman can only level a, okay. The opponent assigned by Adrian is an expressionless boy with short black hair and a set of very simple brown linen clothes. He is nearly 3 meters tall and his muscular arms look even bigger than Adrian's waist. Thick. Oh, I didn't seem to mention it before. Adrian, who is 13 years old, is only 1.5 meters tall. He is an out-and-out small. I don't know if there is a chance to grow to 2 meters in this life. Undoubtedly, the terrifyingly strong guy on the opposite side is the opponent who snuggled up the grandma who specially arranged him. I don't know if I want to simply teach Adrian a lesson, or I want him to leave the field directly. No communication. The muscular boy on the opposite side slammed his right foot on the ground, and while splashing countless dust, he crossed a distance of nearly 3 meters in the blink of an eye, and came to Adrian almost instantly, with thick black legs. The muscular thighs were wrapped around the whistling wind, and it drew fiercely like a huge pillar. Very fast. But, I can still see the action clearly. Adrian's toes point down slightly, and the whole person floats backwards like catkins. The basic swordsmanship practice also records many sword-free combat methods, which can be used at this moment. Agility is Adrian's highest attribute. Although the muscular boy opposite is very strong, his agility attribute is not necessarily higher. Seeing that the kick was avoided, the muscular boy immediately slammed a simple straight punch. With the addition of the terrifying force, the plain fist easily tore the air, giving people a feeling of inevitable. The power attribute of this muscle monster will not exceed 20, right? Adrian dodges flexibly again. His power attribute can't be compared with the opponent at all. If he wants to win, he must start from other aspects. Dodge the gap between the attack. Adrian took the opportunity to throw a general skill, detection to the opposite side. Based on your level and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Muscle Boy. Red name. Level, LV17. Attributes, Strength 21, Agility 10, Endurance, Intelligence, Charm, Lucky. Ability: Dangerous degree, high. The main battle attribute is fully suppressed. Adrian was in a trance, and was seized by the muscular boy on the opposite side, but his eyes flashed and his chest was hit by a fist. Under the horrific power of the muscle boy, Adrian's sternum was as fragile as a piece of paper. If the opponent didn't pull back in time, he would go back to bed and lie down for half a month. But even so, Adrian was still hammered and his breastbone creaked, and he suffered a lot of damage. With a pale face, he followed the opponent's strength and retreated a dozen steps away, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Ahem! Adrian took a mouthful of blood and looked at the muscular boy with cold eyes. Really deserves to be a combat agent trained since I was a child, now I can't resist it at all. Also, he lacked combat experience, and he was still distracted during the battle. It deserved to get this fist. After a brief rest for 10 seconds, the battle continues. The muscular boy seemed to be tireless, beating constantly. 2 hours later, Adrian seemed as if 2 years had passed. He was exhausted. There was no pain in his chest, arms, thighs. Looking at the panel, his health dropped by a quarter, his physical strength. The value is almost bottomed. Compared with these monsters, what I lack the most is not strength and agility, but continuity. It's endurance. Adrian, who was so tired that his feet were soft, sat down on the ground, looked at his red-hot and swollen arm, and then looked at the muscular boy who seemed to be only warmed up, and he was speechless for a moment. The only thing that can comfort Adrian is the system prompt. Through fighting, you have completed several basic fighting exercises, basic fighting skills learning progress 5%. After finishing the fighting training, Snuggle Mountain Grandma didn't say a word, turned and left. She herself is an excellent killer under the command of the world government, and the fighting confrontation before her looks as naive as a child's play, and she does not attract her interest at all. About 5 minutes later, an unfamiliar thin man walked in from the gate of the training ground. He had short brown hair and a normal appearance. He was a type that could not be found immediately after being thrown into the crowd. "I'm your marksmanship instructor, Suzuki. In the next month, I will be responsible for teaching you shooting knowledge." The thin man briefly introduced himself, and he raised his hand to indicate the box by his feet. "Now everyone comes over. Receive a gun from me and officially start spearmanship training." Adrian had never touched any firearms before, nor did he have any shooting skills to modify the trajectory. What's more, he had just finished fighting training, and his hands were red and swollen like pig's trotter. He could already predict his shooting training results. Adrian picked a good-looking tie-down gun from the box at the feet of the Suzuki instructor, walked to the shooting range, raised the gun with his sore arm, and tremblingly aimed at the target 10 meters away. Sure enough, 10 bullets, the first 7 missed the target directly, and the last 2 shots hit the target of the nearby team member. Only the last bullet was barely rubbed to the side, leaving a burnt black mark on the edge of the hay-round target. There are almost no children at the same level as Adrian, but there are no people who perform particularly prominently. Suzuki instructor didn't seem to be surprised by this result. Spearmanship was not very valued in this world. Except for ordinary people with insufficient strength, few masters would choose to follow this path. CP9 is a place to cultivate elites. The practice of spearmanship is just to familiarize everyone with it in advance. Of course, if there are particularly talented children, they can also be cultivated as snipers in the future. Compared with the breathless fighting training, spear training is relatively simple. Adrian also successfully turned on the basic shooting skill progress bar. Limited by poor physical condition and too junk-accurate head, basic shooting's progress bar is only 2%, which is much lower than basic fighting. The daily training of the CP9 reserve is more difficult than Adrian imagined. As an elite presence in the CP department, in addition to the most basic fighting and shooting skills, the training team also needs to learn such as navigation, tracking and anti-tracking, a series of content such as traps, ciphers and decryption. Heavy and complicated daily training severely squeezes swordsmanship practice. Fortunately, it is free time except for training. Adrian has no thoughts of wasting time. He needs to save enough experience as soon as possible. Then, until a suitable opportunity comes. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Digwai Upgrade. Chapter 5 Fighting Monsters Upgrade. 1 week is fleeting. In order to reduce the pressure in fighting training, Adrian was forced to use the accumulated experience to upgrade the level of Swordsman Apprentice once, and the total level became LV3. At the same time, his attributes have become Strength 6, Agility 10, Stamina 4, Intelligence 7, Charisma 6, Luck 1. In addition, Adrian also accumulated 8 free attribute points and 4 skill points in case of emergency. In this week, Adrian also successively unlocked the basic fighting and basic shooting skills, which improved the combat ability to a certain extent. It's a little surprising that through this week's special agent training, he also unlocked the progress bar of the agent career, and the current progress has temporarily reached 15%. Compared with the previous easy-to-obtain Swordsman Apprentice and Navigator, the difficulty of obtaining agent occupation has increased. Adrian once asked the system and the response was difficulty in obtaining certain occupations. It is proportional to the level of occupational complexity. It sounds like it makes sense. This day, the safe area outside the training base. Safety zone is a field activity area that can be divided by the supervisors of the training base. With the training base in the center of the island as the core, it is divided into 3 parts: safety zone, dangerous zone and fatal zone from the inside to the outside. Blocks, beasts and poisons of different danger levels live in different areas. On the one hand, it is to provide the children in the training base with ample practical training places, and on the other hand, it is also to prevent the people who are oriented towards the sea and free from escaping from the base. No one knows the safe route hidden deep in the dense forest except for the agents in charge and the field personnel who go out to perform tasks. In the morning, in the southwest corner of safe zone, in a thick bush, Adrian, wearing a simple camouflage, crawls in the bushes. His face is smeared with green dye in the same color as his surroundings, and he tightly holds a base standard dagger in his hand, and looks calmly not far away. The beast eating in the clearing is like a killer with no emotions. Out of caution, Adrian missed a detection first. Based on your level and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Longhorn deer, yellow name. Level, LV7. Attributes, Strength 8, Agility 13, Endurance 8. Skills, Crash, Rush. Dangerous level, low. The longhorn deer seemed to feel something, and suddenly stopped eating, raised its head, and its dark eyes watched the surrounding situation smartly, ready to escape at any time. For the presence of some sense organs, detection will also be perceived. After about 2 minutes, there was no unknown sound from the surroundings, and the longhorn deer returned to a relaxed state, and walked in Adrian's direction calmly, ready to take a look at the seemingly rich bush. Although the longhorn deer is a gentle herbivore, its main three-dimensional attributes are higher than mine. Even if it is imprisoned, it may be broken away, and once it is discovered, it will definitely spread its hooves and escape first, and it needs to wait for it to continue to approach. Adrian tightened the handle of the standard dagger in his hand, maintained the patience that a good, theoretical, hunter should have, and continued to wait. The longhorn deer lowered its head unsuspectingly, sniffed the smell, and was about to tear off a green-looking shoot. Just then, Adrian moved. He held the giraffe's neck with one hand. While the beast was frightened, the other hand drew out the dagger in a thunderous manner, stabbed it in from the giraffe's left neck, and stabbed upwards obliquely. White knives in, red knives out. The insensitivity of the metal blade penetrating the venison is firmly transmitted along the handle of the knife into the palm of Adrian's hand. You hit the deadly point. A normal attack is transformed into a fatal attack. You killed the beast and horned deer, based on the difference in level and attribute, gain 480 experience points. The corpse of the longhorn deer with the remaining warmth struggled and pulled it out of Adrian's arms for a while, and finally lost his strength. Adrian took a big breath. The sharp and concise attack just now has actually been deduced in his mind more than 10 times. The hunting of wild beasts did not bring any discomfort or nausea to Adrian. It may be affected by the memory of the body. After all, the predecessor was a well-trained reserve agent, and death and blood were commonplace. The experience given by low-level beasts is a little bit less, but it's equivalent to more than a dozen swordsmanship exercises. Adrian threw the carcass of the longhorn deer in his arms to the ground, squatted down and skinned it jerkily. Today's training team's task content is that each person needs to hunt 3 beasts in the safe zone as today's food. If someone fails to hunt, they will only be hungry for a day. Adrian was lucky, and found this longhorn deer without much effort. But then again, it's really fast to rise at a low level. The upper limit of swordsman apprentice is LV20. At present, Adrian's level is LV3, and the next level requires 800 experience, which means that this horned deer almost fills up half of the experience slot. But Adrian is still not ready to upgrade, the current attributes are enough for him. Future training will definitely be more rigorous step by step. Adrian plans to show progress in line with ordinary people's understanding in the future, instead of suddenly raising several levels in just 1 week. You must know that from acquiring the profession of swordsman apprentice until now, Adrian has accumulated nearly 20W of experience, and it is estimated that it is enough to directly rise to level 20. But that would not fit Adrian's plan. From the tail of the crane, make a little progress until it stabilizes at the upper midstream level. At this time, Adrian's initial plan. Frowning after eating the slightly charred venison, Adrian's thoughts diverged. It seems that we still need to unlock as many life professions as possible, like chef, fishing guy and so on. If you are sailing on the sea in the future, no one will cook, nor can you just drink northwest wind and eat sashimi. What? By the way, although I am not planning to upgrade for the time being, experience can also increase skill proficiency. Upgrading skills is not as obvious as direct upgrades, just do it. Mindful of this, Adrian consumes 12W of experience to upgrade basic swordsmanship training to LV10 full level, gaining 2 skill points, and consumes 3W of experience to upgrade elementary swordsmanship affinity to LV6. Feeling the knowledge of swordsmanship that is constantly emerging from the depths of his brain, Adrian sighs. Upgrading is cool for a while, experience is temporarily poor. A moment later, Adrian started today's basic swordsmanship practice. In the evening, Adrian, who deliberately made himself ashamed, returned to the training base with the carcass of the longhorn deer that he had eaten most. He received inferior evaluation and barely passed the level, but fortunately, he was not punished. In the following days, Adrian devoted more time and energy to accumulating experience and practicing swordsmanship. He knew very well that CP9 is not a charity organization. One day he will leave the so-called safe zone. Go to the deeper dangerous zone, fatal zone, and even the wider, undulating sea to perform missions. At that time, there was no time to lament what I knew the first time. Thank you for voting, please support the new book issue. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Taoism Test. Chapter 6 Dao Power Test. Half a year has passed quietly, and the time has come to the end of 1495 Haiwan calendar. The training content of CP9 is difficult and complicated. Every Monday quiz, half-month high school exam, and monthly big exam, if not because the content of the assessment is fighting rather than questioning, Adrian thought he had returned to the original easy school days in school. Compared with 6 months ago, Adrian's strength has improved a lot. In order to adapt to the ever-increasing difficulty of daily training, but also to gradually show personal progress, Adrian spent accumulated experience to raise the level of swordsman apprentice to LV10, and at the same time, his personal total level to LV10, agent was unlocked again, chef 2 sub-professions, data attributes are also ushering in a surge. You get a new job agent, your vigor will be increased, strength +1, agility +1, 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. You get a new job chef, your vigor will be increased, strength +1, endurance +1, 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. In addition to the increase in attributes brought about by upgrades, Adrian also found that attributes and skills can also be improved through training and confrontation. 6 months of brutal training gave him strength +2, agility +1, and endurance +3. The most pleasant surprise is that Adrian has grown taller. Soared by more than 20 centimeters. Well, it has evolved from the third-class disability of 1.5 meters to the second-class disability of 1.5 meters. Every time I think of this Adrian, I get angry. The ghost knows how these people in the world of One Piece grow tall. Everyone is 2 meters high and almost embarrassed to go out to meet people. The Admiral of the Admiral is even 3 meters per capita. Some strange species can even reach a height of 100 meters, which is almost. Get back to the subject. This is a winter morning, the air is cold. Thin snow covers every piece of land on the island, and the base training ground at the core of the island is full of enthusiasm. Fighting power, 3 stages. Sorry, I went to the wrong set, and try again. Daoli, 30. Daoli is a unit that measures the combat effectiveness of personnel in the One Piece world. Generally, a well-trained armed soldier has a Dao value of 10, and if the Dao value exceeds 500, it can be called a Superman. As a measure of combat effectiveness, abandoned by the author, the value of Daoli is especially valued by the agents of the CP department. The status of the organization is mostly determined by comparing Dao values. However, if someone is dissatisfied, you can start the fight directly. Everything is still talking with fists. As a reserve member of CP9, once someone's strength exceeds 500, they can be directly promoted to CP9 by completing field missions. At present, such a person training team does not exist. In the future, CP9 will usher in a Rob Lucci of the strongest in 800 years, who is a monster whose power value has exceeded 500 when he was only 13 years old. Not only will he single-handedly defeat a group of pirates who have attacked the kingdom, but also smoothly killed 500 hostages of kingdom soldiers, and suffered only minor injuries. Adrian 30's power is far superior to the average naval soldier, but in the entire training team, it is only in the middle and lower reaches. Considering his usual performance, this power is worthy of the name, and no one around it feels strange. Next, Dawson. The staff in charge of the test pronounced the next name without any trouble, which caused a commotion in the crowd, but also made Adrian couldn't help but look at him. Dawson is the name of the muscle boy who used to train against Adrian. Except for the first few days when he resumed training, Dawson has never been Adrian's combat training opponent since. After all, the two are not a horizontal opponent at all. For Dawson, that is not called fighting training, but called assaulting small friends. I don't know what level the little muscle boy is now. Eyes drooped slightly, and Adrian silently dropped a detective towards Dawson. Based on your level and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Dawson, yellow name. Level, LV25. Attributes, Strength 30, Agility 18, Endurance 30, Intelligence 4, Charisma 3, Lucky 1. Ability, Intermediate Fighting, Basic Shooting, Dangerous Degree, High. In view of Adrian's current attribute data, the information obtained is more comprehensive than before. Tisk, this level of attribute, it has risen fast enough, is it an out-and-out little master in the 4 Cs? Adrian, who returned to the crowd, muttered to himself. Strength is almost twice as high as mine, but my agility is only a little lower than me. Needless to say, stamina and so on. The level of danger is as high as ever. This is almost 4 meters tall, like a little giant. I hate people who are taller than me, besides, they are only a child. I saw Dawson standing on the strength testing machine with a punch, and the machine creaked. Dao Li, 115. The staff of the test yelled in surprise that he would also show different levels of performance in the face of children of different potential levels. 115 Dao power is considered the top among us. It is indeed Dawson. According to this progress, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 years to become a full member of CP9, right? Listening to the voices of envy and jealousy from the crowd, Dawson still looked cold and cold. When he left the power test machine, Dawson's line of sight suddenly passed through the crowd and stopped on a figure that seemed incompatible with the lively surroundings. Strange guy. Dawson murmured, how can it be only 30 power? Adrian didn't know that the muscle boy in his eyes actually remembered himself clearly. What he is thinking about now is his plan for the coming year. Half a year passed, Adrian has accumulated a lot of experience through swordsmanship training, and can fill up the level of swordsmanship apprentice anytime and anywhere, but he can't wait for the opportunity to leave. The safe zone outside the training base is already unblocked for him. Currently, the main activity area is in the dangerous zone. If you want to challenge yourself occasionally, you will also go to the fatal zone. There is no doubt that you can continue to get growth opportunities if you still stay in the training base, but who makes the traversers always have a heart of turmoil? In short, Adrian wants to leave the island as soon as possible and get out of trouble. But there was no way. Adrian had no chance to leave before he got the order from the base. Even if he took the risk to escape from the base and passed the beast activity area smoothly all the way, he couldn't cross the barrier of the sea that looked like a moat. I can't learn Luffy to stuff myself into a wine barrel and drift with the waves, right? This is not the peaceful East China Sea. It would really be deadly to do that on the Great Sea route. The coming to Japan is long and there is still a wait. But what Adrian didn't expect was that he was waiting for another year and a half. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Field Task, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. Chapter 7 Field Tasks, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. In a blink of an eye, Adrian has spent 2 years on the training island. The point in time quietly came to the middle of 1497. If I remember correctly, the Roger Pirates completed the Great Route Adventure this year. They successfully arrived at Ralph Drew and achieved the astounding One Piece. This makes Adrian's desire to leave more and more urgent. This day, the base training ground. Finger gun, fist gun. Dawson yelled, and his huge fist aroused great force, and blasted towards Adrian like a cannonball, bringing along the crackling air burst. Paper painting. Adrian used paper to draw calmly. The 6 styles were taught to the reserve members by Snuggle Yamako last year. At that time, he also observed that Snuggle Yamako's level was LV43. The skill effect of paper painting makes Adrian's body as thin as paper. He easily controls every part of his body, seemingly close to the point, and avoiding all the attacks of Dawson dangerously. In fact, Adrian's current level is still only 10, with a power of about 50. However, Dawson has already exceeded 450 power in the power test at the end of last year, and his current level is as high as 33. The battle scene undoubtedly confirmed Adrian's long-standing view: level does not mean everything, there are too many things in the world that can affect the actual combat effectiveness. Is like a skill 6 types. 6 types paper painting LV5, 40536/300000 defensive skills, unloading the whole body strength, through the airflow changes produced by the opponent's actions, can make the body thin and light like paper, and can easily control the body and face oneself. Attacks can be avoided in a snap. 6 poses are a very sophisticated physical skill, which surpasses the limit of human physical ability. Usually people need to go through quite rigorous training to get it, but for Adrian, who has mastered the progress panel, the 6 forms are just simple skills that take some time to master, that is, quite a lot of experience is required. Paper painting is the skill that Adrian uses the most in training. In addition to LV5's paper painting, he also mastered LV2's shave and moon step, as well as LV1's iron block and finger gun and land foot. In addition, Adrian also spent 2 skill points to master the advanced skills of 6 forms in advance. 6 forms life return. 6 forms life return LV3, 1024/200000. You can freely control your body, hair, and internal organs. As long as you instill your consciousness, you can freely control any part of your body. In some places, the effect of life return is similar to paper painting, which is to precisely control body parts, except that life return also involves the internal structure of the body, while paper painting only acts on the body surface. Under the analogy of paper painting, life return has improved a lot. Adrian's paper painting can be regarded as a very good presence in the reserve, few people surpass him. After beating the air for a while, Dawson stopped his fist. Although Adrian was obviously not his opponent, he had no choice but to paint on Adrian's paper. Who can't hold on first, then it will be boring. Seeing Dawson stopped, Adrian asked curiously, "Dawson, why did you suddenly come to me for confrontation training today?" For a long time, Dawson has always displayed a posture of strangers in the training base. He rarely interacts with other people. Adrian is one of the few people on the base who can talk to him. Although Adrian doesn't know why Dawson looks at him indifferently, he is happy that someone can chat with him occasionally. "Your strength is definitely more than this level." Dawson glared at Adrian with his cowbell-like eyes, his tone of dissatisfaction. Adrian did not say a word or comment, he deliberately hid his clumsiness, and with his own performance, he was inconspicuous among the members of the reserve. But apart from Dawson, no one has said this to him in person. Dawson did not expect Adrian to reply, he knew that Adrian would not answer this question at all, just like the previous few times. After a moment of silence, Dawson said, "My strength has exceeded 500. To become a full member of CP9, I need to complete the test." "Oh, congratulations." A completely perfunctory answer. "The instructor Snuggle Mountain Grandma assigned me a field mission." "Oh." This time I was a little envious and jealous. "She also arranged a logistics staff for me. It's you." "Oh, hey." Adrian's eyes widened suddenly, and a message suddenly popped up on the panel. "Did you trigger the D-level task field service, accept/give up?" Adrian's eyes moved slightly. This was the first time he triggered a mission in 3 years. He always thought that the mission template of the system was damaged. "There is nothing to hesitate, this is a field mission. The unquestionable field mission. Accept. Task reminder, ask the target person. GAN. What kind of garbage task template?" Adrian's breath stagnated. "What's wrong?" Dawson was a little unsure. "No, nothing." Adrian took a deep breath and calmed down. "Why would the instructor Snuggle Shanzi arrange me as your logistics staff?" "I don't know," Dawson replied angrily, "you might be able to ask her directly." "I won't ask that old woman with a terrible voice." Adrian rolled his eyes. Even though Dawson is a solid muscular man from the outside, in addition to occasional over-intuition and unusually developed limbs, in fact, he is only a 14-year-old kid, 1 year younger than Adrian. Although the child is nearly 5 meters tall. Adrian, who dreamed of growing to 2 meters long, held back his heartache and asked, "What about the mission time?" "Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning." Dawson replied, "The instructor of Snuggle Mountain will wait for us at the gate of the base, and then go to the beach to take a boat." "Will the instructor Snuggle Mountain Granny act with us?" Adrian asked in a relaxed tone. Dawson replied, "She said she would take a boat with us." "Where is the mission destination?" Adrian asked, "Is it a country in the paradise stage?" "No, it's Zihai. Dawson gave an answer that was far from Adrian's expectation, the Kingdom of Alusha in the West China. The Kingdom of Alusha? It seems to be a small country that I have never heard of. But why is it the West China Sea? Adrian was a little confused. Our island should be on the Great Route? How can we return from the Great Route? Inside the 4 seas? Spaceships? Submarines? With sailboats, you can't even go upside down mountains, right? Is it to go through the windless zone? Is this kind of technology now available? Dawson's expression looked even more dazed than Adrian. He didn't understand Adrian at all. He failed in all courses except combat, and he didn't even master the most basic navigation skills. If it hadn't been for his physical talent, Dawson would have been abandoned by the base officer long ago. Looking at Dawson with a bewildered look, Adrian thought that he probably understood the plan to snuggle up that old woman from the mountain. Aid navigator chef think tank worker, anyway, it's not a combatant Ryan. Well. Adrian smacked his lips. In any case, the opportunity has arrived. Thank you for your recommendation votes. The signing station has not come yet. Each recommendation ticket is a great support for the author. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Crazy Upgrade. Chapter 8 Crazy Upgrade. Suppressing his excitement, Adrian bid farewell to Dawson and returned to the dormitory alone. Finally waiting for the opportunity to go out to perform field tasks, then it's time to upgrade. Calling out the panel, Adrian silently stared at the personal information. 2 years later, Adrian did not upgrade his character level, nor did he actively upgrade his skills. For a long time, he successfully accumulated nearly 1,200 W experience. A full 12 million experience. Without thinking, Adrian took the lead in putting a lot of experience into the swordsman apprenticeship career, starting the crazy leveling mode. Swordsman apprentice upgrade to LV11, the vigor value will get a certain increase, strength +1, agility +1, gain 2 free attribute points, gain 1 skill point. Swordsman Apprentice upgraded to LV20, max, the vigor value is slightly increased, strength +1, agility +1, 2 free attribute points, and 1 skill point. Total level reaches 20, while gaining strength +10, agility +10, 10 skill points and 20 free attribute points. As I said before, there is a bottleneck for every 20th level of a character, and certain tasks need to be completed to be able to continue to level up. The Swordsman Apprentice's career level is also capped at level 20, and Adrian glanced at its advanced missions. Level 20 Advanced Task, Swordsman Trial, kill a strong enemy whose level exceeds yours at least level 5, which can be completed in a team. The team member level cannot exceed 20, the current progress is 0/1. Oh! Luck! Killing strong enemies across levels is a relatively conventional advanced task, especially at the level 20 stage, the gap between level 5 is nothing at all. If you can even find someone to form a team, which is roughly equivalent to organizing a team to brush the boss in the wild. The beasts above level 25 on the training island are also easy to find. The deadly zone outside the training base is everywhere, and there are also a lot of distribution in the danger zone. If you are lucky, you can sometimes bump into the safe zone. Without wasting time, Adrian went out with a knife directly, and returned with a full body of blood less than an hour later. At this time, the task icon of the Swordsman Trial on the panel was slightly brightening, and the upper right corner showed a pale gold already. Done. Tap the icon lightly. Detected that the advanced task of level 20 has been completed. You have obtained the advanced occupation of Swordsman Apprentice Official Swordsman LV1, the vigor value is slightly increased, strength +2, agility +2, 3 free attribute points, and 1 skill point. The strength of new life is constantly emerging from the depths of the body, mastering the not low-level life return skill. Adrian is very keenly aware of the drastic changes in the depths of the body, this feeling of constant strengthening makes him very obsessed. Compared to the Swordsman Apprenticeship stage, Official Swordsman each level up brings more attributes increase, and the corresponding upgrade requires more experience. At the same time, the panel also refreshed 2 skill information. You comprehend skills Advanced Swordsmanship Training. You comprehend skills Intermediate Swordsmanship Affinity. These 2 skills are both advanced versions of Swordsman Apprentice skills, but at this time the icon of Intermediate Swordsmanship Affinity is grey, and you need to raise the level of Elementary Swordsmanship Affinity to enable it. Rapidly upgrade the level of Elementary Swordsmanship Affinity and gain 2 skill points. Adrian looked at the panel and hesitated. At this time, it takes too much experience to upgrade Official Swordsman, and the cost performance is lower than upgrading other sub-professionals, and considering that one person may drift on the sea in the future. Think for a moment and stop hesitating. Adrian spends experience first to upgrade the level of Navigator and basic navigation skills to full level, and then upgrade Cook and Agent to full level. Navigator at full level, gain Intelligence +10, Charm +10, free attribute points +20, and skill points +10. Chef at full occupation level, gain strength +10, endurance +10, free attribute points +20, and skill points +10. Agent at full level, gain strength +10, agility +10, free attribute points +20, and skill points +10. Afterwards, Adrian put all the remaining experience into the Official Swordsman. Official Swordsman level up to LV2, the vigor value will get a certain increase, strength +2, agility +2, gain 3 free attribute points, and gain 1 skill point. Official Swordsman level up to LV9, the vigor value will be increased, strength +2, agility +2, 3 free attribute points, and 1 skill point. After 2 years of experience accumulation, he was squandered in less than 2 hours. Adrian glanced at the panel, slightly surprised, although I have never used free attribute points, but 127 points? Are there so many? There are 65 skill points. Hey, My current attributes are so strong. Name, Adrian. Race, human. Template, NPC, countdown to open beta version 1.0, 1 year. Level, 29. Experience, 0. Main profession, Swordsman Apprentice LV20, Max, Official Swordsman LV9, 150W/220W. Deputy Occupation, Navigator LV10, Max, Chef LV10, Max, Agent LV10, Max. Personal Attributes, Strength 63, Agility 56, Endurance 17, Intelligence 16, Charm 15, Luck 1. Free Attribute Points, 127. Skill Points, 63. HP, 100%. Physical Strength Value, 100%. Strength Value, 100%. Specialty, none. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship Training LV10, Max. Elementary Swordsmanship Affinity LV10, Max. Basic Navigation LV10, Max. Advanced Swordsmanship Training LV1, 0/50,000, Self-Training Swordsmanship, slightly increase the proficiency of swordsmanship. Intermediate Swordsmanship Affinity LV1, 0/100000, increase the understanding of swordsmanship, and slightly increase the power of swordsmanship. Basic Fighting LV5, 3476/5000, increase unarmed fighting ability. Basic Shooting LV3, 67/800, increase the ability to aim and shoot. Basic Heat LV6, 5783/10,000, increase the chef's heat control ability. 6 Types Paper Painting LV5, 40536/300000. Defensive Skills, unloading the whole body strength. Through the airflow changes produced by the opponent's movements, the body can become thin and light like paper, and the body can be controlled easily, and facing the direction one's own attacks can be avoided in a snap. 6 Types Shave LV2, 12987/150000. Movement Skill. Within an instant, 0.36 seconds, stepping on the ground at a high speed for dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at high speed. It looks like a high-speed movement from the enemy's eyes. It's like disappearing. 6 Forms Moon Step LV2, 57978/150000. Step on the air with strong foot force, produce strong airborne force, can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but cannot stay in the air for too long. 6 Types Iron Block LV1, 4396/100000. Defensive Skills, invigorating strength in a well-trained body, so that it has the hardness of iron, even bullets and swords can't break it. 6 Types Finger Gun LV1, 4399/100000. Concentrate the power of the whole body on the index finger, and release a blow between the hardened fingers and flint. It has a bullet-like attack power and can easily penetrate the human body. 6 Forms Arashi Feet LV1, 3762/100000. Foot Skills, using superfast and powerful kicks to roll up the vacuum to produce a slash attack on the opponent, which can easily split the target in half. 6 Forms Life Return LV3, 1024/200000. You can freely control your body, hair, and internal organs. As long as you instill your consciousness, you can freely control any part of your body. Legend Degree, 0. Equipment, Agent Standard Long Knife, Agent Standard Dagger, Agent Standard Musket. After 2 years of accumulation, he has risen to level 29, and his combat effectiveness has increased sharply. A total of 127 points of free attribute points. Adrian spent 47 points to increase the stamina against the shortest board to 64 points, and the remaining 80 points are stored to deal with emergencies that may occur in the future. The 3 main battle attributes now are Strength 63, Agility 56, and Endurance 64. The data panel allows Adrian to not need to spend time and energy to adapt to the skyrocketing physical fitness. Just a few simple swings of the knife, he is proficient in physical changes. The Sea of Power Supremacy. I'm here. 127 points of free attribute points, Apprentice Swordsman 40 plus Official Swordsman 27 plus Navigator 20 plus Chef 20 plus Agent 20. 63 skill points, Main Occupation 29 plus Secondary Occupation 30 plus 3 full level skills 6, Learning Life Return -2 in advance. Cherish the data panel, it made my brain explode, and I decided to put it in the cold palace for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Target. Zihai. Chapter 9 Objectives. Zihai. The stars are scarce in the moon, and the morning light drives out the darkness. Adrian stood in front of the full-length mirror, carefully sorting out the collar and cuffs of his shirt. This includes a set of white shirt, black tuxedo, half-top hat, and leather boots. It was delivered last night. It is also the work clothes for this field mission. Can't fall into the face of the world government. Although this set of work clothes is not very expensive, it is also the best outfit that Adrian has worn in the past 2 years. Adrian stretched out his fingers and picked up the hard brim of the top hat. A faint smile appeared on the young face under the hat. With the slightly narrow eyes, he felt a little narrow and proud. Perfect. Lastly glanced at the small room where he had lived alone for 2 years, Adrian brought the luggage and items he had prepared in advance, and turned away without reluctance. When he came to the gate of the base, Dawson, who was also wearing a black suit, was standing there, staring boredly at the jungle scene outside the base. "Good morning, Dawson, the weather is good today." Adrian greeted with a smile. "Really?" Dawson looked up at the sky, then lowered his head. "Adrian, you seem a little different today." "Of course it's different," Adrian smiled, "this is my best day in 2 years." "That was not what I meant." Dawson silently said in his heart that today's Adrian faintly gave him a very dangerous feeling, which was never before. Dawson believes in his intuition. Although he feels that his brain is not smart, his instinct like a beast has always benefited him a lot. "I hope you can stay in a good mood until the end of the mission." At this moment, Snuggle Mountain's grandma suddenly appeared out of thin air like a ghost, and her voice was still very ugly. "I will, snuggle up the mountain grandma instructor." Adrian smiled with squinting eyes, and dropped a detection for the old woman. "Based on your level and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Snuggle Mountain Grandma, yellow name. Level, LV45. Attributes, Strength 59, Agility 73, Endurance 48, Intelligence 7, Charisma 9, Lucky. Ability, 6 types, Hidden Breath, Intermediate Shooting, Dangerous Degree, Medium. Really unexpected, weak. Adrian was in a happy mood again. Yesterday he learned from Dawson that the Snuggle Mountain Grandma would follow along. Although I don't know if he would follow all the way, the weaker the Snuggle Mountain Grandma's strength, the greater the resistance. The smaller, the easier it will be to execute his plan. Before setting off, Snuggle Mountain's grandmother told them, "Remember to follow me later. Also, don't try to remember the safe route in the jungle, it will change from time to time." Speaking of this, there was a little more warning in the tone of Snuggle Mountain's tone, "Especially you, Adrian. Don't worry, instructor, I'm not someone who doesn't understand the rules." Adrian answered calmly on the surface, but he chuckled in his heart. He was not ready to come back, so he took the time to remember the safe route. I don't know, I'll pay more attention later, just in case." Dawson and Adrian, under the leadership of Snuggle Mountain, walked silently through the safe, dangerous, and deadly zone, and came out of the dense forest without hindrance. Anywhere you can see, the blue sea releases sparkling golden brilliance under the shining sun in the morning, and the screaming seagulls flap their wings high, releasing dazzling attraction everywhere. This is the taste of freedom. Adrian stopped involuntarily, and the heart in his chest began to beat violently. It contracted into a ball and swelled suddenly, causing his body to tremble slightly. Dawson next to also looks similar. I know that every kid who goes outside to perform field tasks looks like this when he sees the sea for the first time. Snuggle Mountain Grandma said with no surprise, "Okay, there will be opportunities for you in the future. Sailing on the sea. Now we are going to take a boat." "Yes. Instructor." X2. Beside the tortuous coastline, a medium-sized wooden sailing ship has been waiting here for a long time. The white sails are engraved with huge world government logos. During boarding, Adrian couldn't help but curiously asked, "Snuggle Mountain Grandma Instructor, I forgot to confirm with you before. Is the destination of the mission with Dawson and I really the West China Sea?" "Of course. Are you doubting the correctness of the sir?" Snuggling Yamako replied impatiently. "Don't dare," Adrian said, "it's just that I'm a little curious, isn't this small island in the Great Sea route? How can we get to the West Sea? As far as I know, people from all over the world want to come to the Great Sea route. Unless you can fly, you have to cross the upside-down mountain, otherwise you can only take the risk to cross the windless zone. Since people from all over the world want to come to the Great Route so difficult, it must be as difficult to return from the Great Route? You have a lot of nonsense, but I read the book carefully. It seems that I didn't pick the wrong person." Snuggling Shanzi raised his eyebrows. "Unfortunately, you still have a problem with your thinking. If you want to go to the West Sea, it's not the only way to go by sea." "Go? What do you mean? Do you think we used this ship to go directly to the West China Sea?" Snuggling Shantui reached out and patted the railing of the ship. "Of course not. We just used this ship to go to the Red Earth continent. Let's not go by sea, over the wall. So, cross the Red Earth continent that runs through the planet." Adrian suddenly realized that this is indeed one of his blind spots. But then his expression became a little strange. "So, our destination for the first half of the journey is the residence of the Dino Knights, the Holy Land Maria Joa." Snuggling Mountain Grandma was surprised. "Why are we going to Maria Joria? It's not going to the New World." Adrian suddenly realized a little bit. The way to cross the Red Earth is not the only way to go through Maria Joya. The Red Earth continent divides the world's oceans into east and west parts, the Great Sea Route, and the Windless Zone, divides the world's oceans into north and south parts. To be clear, Maria Jo is just the connection point between the paradise and the land of the New World. If you want to reach the New World from the first half of the Great Route, unless you can fly, you will only have to climb over Maria Jo and dive down to Murloc Island. 2 paths. Adrian and the others are only going to the West Sea this time. Naturally, they don't need to go through Maria Joa. They only need to find any piece of land bordering the West Sea on the Red Earth continent, and then turn over from there. The days of ocean navigation are long and leisurely. Although the climate in the first half of the Great Route is relatively harsh, it is not as changeable as the ghosts in the second half of the New World. More than 10 days later, Adrian and his team finally arrived at their destination, a little-known franchise country below the Red Soil continent, not far away from Maria Joya. It takes more time to cross the Red Earth continent than sailing in the ocean. It took a total of 1 month before and after 0 and 0 before Adrian finally saw the destination West Sea. Changed the title and cover of the book. Original title, The Pirates on Stranger Waves. The title of the book, Pirate, I loaded the game panel. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Start of Action. Chapter 10 Action begins. Silian Island. A small island on the edge of the West Sea. The ruler is a small, unknown gang. In the West Sea, there are no 10,000 but 8,000 islands like this. The Mafia is the true uncrowned king of the underground society in the West Sea. The ordinary-looking sailboat was moored in the harbour, and everyone on board descended in sequence. Compared to the extremely tall Dawson, Adrian, who was ordinary in shape, was inconspicuous among the crowd. Cillian Island is a temporary mooring island chosen by Snuggle Mountain's grandma. She plans to repair the island for a while and supplement the consumables by the way. The cries on the dock are endless and it is very lively. This guest, this is the cheapest in my house. Cheap is cheap, but the quality is the same. My fish is the freshest. Hello sir, do you need free sightseeing service? Adrian stopped and stared interestingly at the strange man who suddenly appeared in front of him, wearing a grey short-sleeved shirt. The man in the grey shirt has an enthusiastic tone and dances with his hands. Both words and actions are quite eye-catching. It would be great if it was really free, but unfortunately. Adrian suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed an arm that quietly stretched into his pocket, and pulled out a small man with a sharp-mouthed monkey gill by the way. Adrian pushed the little man grinning in pain to the man in the grey shirt, and then pointed at the big Dawson again. Why are you looking for me? That big guy looks better to cheat. The man in the grey shirt glanced at Dawson, and couldn't help but shrank his neck. With such a tall body, he could smash himself with one hammer. I warn, little. The man in the grey shirt was about to say something cruel to show his identity, when the little man next to him suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. The former glanced at his accomplice's wrist where 5 black fingerprints had been caught, and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. What's the little? Adrian touched his chin and looked at each other interestingly. Little sir, I have to kindly warn you, the man in the grey shirt suddenly changed his attitude, his tone was pious and humble, there is a terrible gangster on this island, please be careful when you visit later, please allow me first goodbye. Looking at the duo who ran away, Adrian laughed blankly. What a terrible West Sea, there are thieves and blackmailers on remote island docks like this. It's not good to let you run away like this. I was just about to look for the ground snakes here and learn about the conditions in the surrounding waters. Adrian followed the duo unhurriedly. Wharves, shacks, streets. The man in the grey shirt and the short man ran to a deep and gloomy alley without stopping, and finally stopped. I can't say no, you have to make a vote. The short man flexed his wrists while complaining loudly, the man and the other tall and terrifying monster got off the same boat. I watched. Arrive. It's my fault, I didn't expect him to be so good. The man in the grey shirt said sorry, obviously so short, forget it, I will invite you later. I'm so short, I'm so sorry. Who is it? Who is there? The duo immediately yelled in horror. Did you forget me so soon? The unhappy Adrian stepped in from the entrance of the alley. One of the things he hated most was that others talked about his height. These 2 gangsters dared to mock him behind his back. Sorry. I was wrong. X2. The very eye-catching gangster duo saw Adrian, and, apart from anything else, they immediately stepped down to apologize, acting as if they had been rehearsed. You guys, it's hard for me to do it like this. Adrian frowned. He was only going to give a severe lesson to the 2 guys in front of him, but he didn't expect them to be so familiar. Too lazy to care about such a small character, Adrian asked coldly, You 2, does anyone have a chart of the nearby area? Yes. The short man nodded frantically. The specific chart is in our house, if you want, I will take you to get it right away. The man in the grey shirt said immediately. Really, in your house? Adrian raised his eyebrows, isn't it the base of some gangsters? How is it possible? X2. The duo said in unison, and wiped the sweat from their foreheads at the same time. You are so guilty, the ghosts know that there is a problem, okay. Adrian felt very speechless. Adrian, why do you want a chart of the nearby area? At this moment, the light suddenly went dark, and a huge figure blocked the entrance of the alley like a huge stone. Of course it was to leave, Dawson. Adrian said without looking back, are you going to serve the world government for the rest of your life? No wonder I feel something wrong. Dawson was silent for a moment, and then strode over here, in this case, I must stop you. Ah! He ran into it. The big monster has bumped into it. The duo screamed in horror. Adrian, I don't want to fight you now. Dawson roared in a low voice, and his tower-like figure almost completely covered Adrian. Go back to the ship with me. Perform the mission. I can only regret to inform you that this is impossible. Adrian replied calmly, although I am sorry, I am not going to work for the world government, since the beginning. Adrian! Dawson let out an angry growl, clenched his fists, and rushed forward. Finger gun, fist gun. A cannonball-like fist rushed to Adrian with unparalleled momentum, ready to hammer him into the air. I was 3 days ago, you can't help but. At the moment he was about to be hit, Adrian was like a weak piece of paper. The whole person panned a few meters in the direction of the howling fist wind, and dodged Dawson's fist lightly. 6 types paper painting. What's more, I am not the me who I was 3 days ago. 6 types iron block iron fist. A blush suddenly appeared on the surface of Adriana's white fist. Under the blessing of the iron block, the soft skin suddenly became as hard as steel, and he greeted Dawson's fist with an impenetrable momentum. Gun. The moment when the two fists collided together, it was as if a cannonball exploded, and the violent air shock wave spread to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Several cracks appeared out of thin air on the narrow and cramped alley walls, which aroused a lot of dust and smoke. Click, tick, tick. Along with the crisp sound of bone cracking, drops of blood fell to the ground. Dawson, who was obviously taller and more pressing, lost the battle in front of this fist confrontation. His huge fist was even punched out into an obvious depression, and dripping blood flowed down the crack in the skin at the center of the depression. In contrast, Adrian's clothes are slightly dirty. This is impossible. How could this man be so strong? The duo watching by the side fell into a sluggish situation and spoke incoherently. You are definitely not my opponent now, do you want to continue, Dawson? Adrian patted his clothes and asked calmly. If Dawson is not your opponent, then add me. Of course not. Adrian turned around, Snuggle Mountain Grandma, instructor. However, at the moment of turning around, Sun Yan's blade suddenly drew from the shadow. 20,000 words, still not coming to the signing station short, heart hurt. Please vote more to comfort the poor author. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Intense Battle. Chapter 11, Fierce Battle. Shave short body. The strong foot force suddenly exploded on the ground, and the huge reaction force pushed Adrian back quickly, avoiding the cold blade that sneaked from the dark. It's really a rumored super killer, Snuggle up the mountain instructor, and almost cut me down. Adrian wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. I taught your 6 styles. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Nugget Shanma's face was cold, and the cut she was sure to win was actually lost. How can it be? Adrian responded in a relaxed tone, you just lay a foundation, haven't you? Besides, who stipulates that the ability of students must not exceed that of instructors? Don't be smug. Shave. The angry-faced Snuggle Mountain Grandma also used 6 forms to deceive her body, and the excellent tie sword in her hand carried a cold and stern wind, as if she wanted to cut Adrian into 2 pieces with a single knife. Seeing this, Adrian did not hesitate to withdraw the standard long knife from his waist to resist the continuous offensive of the Snuggle Mountain. Just kidding, compared to fists, swordsmanship is his housekeeping skills, okay? Ding 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 ding. In the dark alley, 2 vague black figures are fighting frantically. Only when the power is fighting, can they see their positions clearly. In addition to the crisp sound of weapon collisions, the red star-like sparks escaping everywhere are simply dazzling. Adrian's agility attribute is lower than that of Snuggle Mountain Grandma, but he has a higher level of paper painting, and can keenly perceive the airflow caused by the change of Snuggle Mountain Grandma's moves, so as to parry in advance. or avoid certain dangerous attacks. What's more, the job of snuggling up the mountain is a killer, and secretly attacking is her habit, and head-on confrontation is not good at it. With the passage of time, Adrian began to gain the upper hand. He used his swordsmanship methods one by one, each with a terrifying force: hacking, slashing, cutting, stabbing, a variety of swordsmanship attacks. His hands seemed to come in handy, his movements were smooth and unobtrusive, free and easy. Ding! Adrian slashed again on the blade that snuggled up the mountain, whose face quickly flashed a sickly flush, and could not help but let out a muffled snort. When it comes to absolute power, she is still inferior to Adrian. Snuggling away the knife, Grandma Mountain was frightened and shouted sharply, "Adrian, when did your strength reach this level?" In the memory of Snuggling Mountain, Adrian was just a little clever kid, and apart from learning things so fast, there was hardly anything that stood out. In particular, his frontal fighting ability has only approached the mid-level of the reserve team in the past 2 years. Previously, Adrian defeated Dawson head-on enough to surprise her. What she didn't expect was that even if she made a shot, she couldn't take him down, and she was still at a disadvantage in the battle. "Don't you know that your voice is awkward?" snuggle up the instructor of Grandma Shan. Enduring for 2 years, Adrian finally said this sentence. He felt as if he had eaten a big mouthful of ice cream in the hot dog days, and instantly felt relieved all over. "Dawson! Let's shoot together!" Snatch Mountain Grandma finally couldn't help giving orders to Dawson, who was watching the battle. She could see clearly that Dawson was only injured in her usual right fist, and her own combat power did not lose too much. If you pull Dawson into battle, you might be able to quickly take down the traitor Adrian. Finally coming. Adrian's eyes moved slightly. In fact, his original plan was to obtain maps of the nearby sea area and some basic materials from the local ground snake, and then leave by boat alone. I believe that in that case, the world government will not issue a wanted order to arrest him with great fanfare. Being a pirate is not as wonderful as you imagined, okay? Unexpectedly, before Adrian could start the action, Dawson followed directly. Not only that, but the woman who snuggled up the mountain also followed behind. This should be the worst situation, right? Adrian has fun in hardship. Fortunately, he has a relative plan to deal with such a situation. In the month before arriving at Syrian Island, Adrian, who was on the ship, did not spend time idly all day. After successfully advancing official swordsman, in addition to the most basic attribute improvement, Adrian also obtained advanced skills for basic swordsmanship training. And advanced swordsmanship training, the amount of experience gained is also doubled, and each practice can obtain 80 to 100 experience according to the degree of completion. In the past month, Adrian has successfully accumulated 260W experience. Naturally, these experiences are not enough to increase the professional level, but at this moment, they are used to increase the skill level, but it is more appropriate. After thinking for a moment, Adrian said silently in his heart, "Put experience into shaved end paper painting separately. Increase 7 points of strength and 14 points of agility." At the same time, the panel gives information feedback. 6 styles shave LV8, 0/100W. 6 styles paper painting LV6, 24W/50W. Strength 70, agility 70, remaining free attribute points 59. At this time, Snuggle Mountain Granny and Dawson also surrounded Adrian one after another. "If you want to use a moonwalk to escape, you can try it," Snuggle Mountain Grandma provocatively said. Dawson just looked at Adrian in silence, blocking his back path. Adrian replied with a sentence that no one understood, "Escape? I don't have the ability to escape offline. Besides, you have triggered a sea-level emergency mission free. Task reminder, freely guide the people. Quest requirement, escape successfully. Task reward, draw an enemy's skill or expertise. I really want to see what the specialty looks like." This is the first time I have seen this stuff. Adrian took a deep breath and entered a state of combat concentration. Lian Xiao Lian Hua. Uncontrollable Snuggle Mountain Grandma took the lead to attack, and she was not ready to go head-to-head, kicking out a few violently. The air waves visible to the naked eye were scattered into hundreds of tiny wind blades, and they attacked Adrian overwhelmingly. Dawson behind him is also included in the attack range. Finger gun, fist gun. At the same time, Dawson attacked without dodge and attacked Adrian's back. Flip back and forth. Shave. Adrian's figure moved like a ghost to the back of the Snuggle Mountain. The level of shave soaring and the increase of nearly a quarter of agility let him easily avoid the front and rear pincers that seemed to be nowhere to be avoided. How is it possible? This speed. Snuggle Mountain Grandma was instantly numbed by the scalp, irritated by the bone-chilling cold from behind. She never expected that in just a few minutes, Adrian's speed would skyrocket out of thin air. She almost couldn't react. Look at me, the life is back and the bondage. Strike, flow, slash. Suddenly a flash of cold light burst out of the corner of the site of Grandma Nestling Mountain. Suddenly the prospect repeated itself. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, The First Expertise. Chapter 12, First Specialty. Snuggling Mountain Grandma, who was too late to react, could only follow the instinctive reaction of the body and bent down abruptly. The gorgeous and luxuriant matte hair floating in mid-air was not so lucky. It was cut off by Adrian's ruthless blade and fell to the ground scattered and muddy. Snuggling the Mountain Grandma, too late to regret her precious hair, gritted her teeth, and hurried forward. If she didn't evade in time, she might have her head cut off this time. Adrian retracted the knife and scabbed it back, and said coldly, "If you are not serious, you will really die. Snuggle up the Mountain Grandma." Damn kid! Snuggle Mountain Grandma didn't say a word. She could feel that her back was already dripping with cold sweat. Dawson stood side by side next to Snuggle Mountain's grandson, and was ready for the same enemy. He had already understood that he alone was not Adrian's opponent, and had to work together with the instructor to fight the enemy. At this moment, Adrian took a step back with his left foot, bent his right leg slightly, bowed his upper body, held the scabbard in his left hand, and put his right hand on the handle of the knife. One sword flow. J. Red leaves cut. The power suddenly erupted, and there was a faint trace of icy blade light in the air. The Nugget Mountain Grandma only felt a cold neck. She turned her head to see that Adrian was standing behind her, holding a long knife with the blade on her neck. How come? How can it be so fast? Snuggling Shantui murmured in a low voice, unable to believe the scene before him. I can't see clearly. Dawson was even more stunned. His speed couldn't keep up with Adrian's rhythm at all, but when his eyes blurred, he found that the instructor had been put on his neck by Adrian with a knife. How about, do you want to continue? Adrian is not interested in continuing to pester them. Aido is a special skill in swordsmanship that draws a sword and kills enemies in an instant, and the 8th level shave makes this move faster than it can be. The two are superimposed, if not for him to collect in time. It is estimated that only the headless corpse snuggling the mountain can be seen at this time. However, due to the first trial of skills on a real person, it is inevitable that some improper operations were performed. The slender and white neck of the Snuggle Mountain was still drawn by a sharp blade with a shallow blood line, and the bead-like red blood was leaking out little by little. It looks exceptionally beautiful and moving. Stop it, Dawson, let's stop. Snuggle Shanza waved unwillingly. What are you trying to do, Adrian? I don't want to do anything, I just want to leave. If it wasn't for your sudden blocking the way, I should have left this island by now. Adrian closed the knife and turned around. You can assume that nothing happened, or report 1 to you the bad news of reserve student Adrian died in the mission. I'm not happy to see my photo appearing on a silly pirate wanted order. This is also the reason for letting you off deliberately. Please keep my words in mind. Adrian. Dawson growled angrily, but he didn't know why he was angry. Congratulations in advance for becoming a full member of CP9, don't die in the tasks that follow. Adrian waved his hand and left the alley. Goodbye, Dawson. Goodbye, snuggle up the mountain instructor. 5 minutes later. After borrowing a map of the surrounding sea and some petty baileys from the local mafia, Adrian reappeared on the pier of Cillian Island, randomly selected an unmanned fishing boat that looked good in condition, and sailed directly. Leaving the island. About 30 nautical miles away from Cillian Island, the system panel finally gave an answer. D-level mission field service failed. No reward. Meow meow. When did I pick up this task? Adrian blinked, as if he could only leave the island by taking this task. Forget it, if you fail, you will fail. Anyway, it's just AD. The other one is the point. Free complete. You get a reward, draw an enemy's skill or expertise. Random drawing in progress, drawing completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Hidden breath skills, converge breath, avoid enemy eyes and ears, and enhance self-concealment. 2. 6 types iron block skill, iron block, what? 3. Low-level tough life specialty, extra endurance is converted into health and physical strength, the ratio is 1:10. 4. Basic shooting skill, Bayu Bia Bayu. 5. Life return hair binding skills, Ninja Lion hair technique. Is it because I'm finally free, so the system has also released myself? Adrian scratched his head, what kind of ghost skill introduction is this? And it overlaps with my original skill too, no. 3. Iron block, basic shooting, and life return are all skills that Adrian has already mastered, and there is no need for one more. Hidden breath is a good skill. So I choose low-level strong life. This thing is a specialty. You get low-level tough life. A tingling sensation flows through the body like an electric current, and then this sensation becomes more and more exciting, and finally turns into pain, as if thousands of needles are stuck in every corner of the body. I don't know how long it took, the pain slowly subsided like a tide, Adrian's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt that this underage flower was severely damaged by the system. I didn't say that gaining expertise will cause severe pain. It's really cheating. Adrian exhaled heavily. Wait a minute, this expertise comes from Dawson, will I also become a muscle monster? Frightened Adrian immediately sat up from the boat and looked at himself in the reflection of the sea. Fortunately, his body has not changed, and he is still familiar and handsome. The first specialty is really awesome. Relaxed Adrian squeezed his fists. Although he couldn't see the specific numbers of his health value and physical strength, the endurance of 64 points can be converted into 640 points in proportion, which is not a small item. Number. Adrian turned his life back to return, feeling that his vitality has skyrocketed, and he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The effect of this feat can also increase with the increase in endurance, providing extra life and stamina all the time. From this point of view, all the monsters that will be on the ocean in the future will have similar expertise, right? Adrian thought silently, after all, 1 or 2 are like Xiaoqiang who can't be killed. Today's unexpected mission also brought a hint of inspiration to Adrian. Since you can brush such precious specialties on Dawson, which did not appear in the original work, the monsters that appeared in other original works may be even more precious. Low-level tough life exists, there will definitely be intermediate tough life, high-level tough life, like Kaido, who has the title of the strongest creature, and the vitality and physical strength are estimated to be even more boundless. Being able to gain strength from one enemy after another to increase myself, this is forcing me to challenge the world. Adrian didn't feel fear at all, but was confident. Don't mess up, don't make enemies, and engage in development with peace of mind. What is it called? A traverser. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, One Piece. To the top. Chapter 13 One Piece. To the top. The sun is warm, the seagulls are flying, and the blue sea with blue waves is endless. After leaving Sicilian Island, Adrian drove a small boat on the sea for more than 2 days. If no accident, he will be able to successfully reach the target island tomorrow morning. It is the world's most famous archaeologist's holy site. It is said to have gathered the most scholars in the world, and it has the world's most book-collected library, the Tree of Omniscience. When he came to Zihai, Adrian had no reason not to visit the legendary scholar's shrine Ohara. Especially the Tree of All-Knowing, which has the world's largest collection of books, is more attractive to Adrian than a little Lolita who is just 5 years old this year. Don't forget, Adrian can acquire the corresponding secondary occupations and skills by reading books. Every time he thinks of the vast sea of books in the Tree of All Knowledge, Adrian can't help but want to drool. Reading books equals getting skills, or getting sub-professions equals getting attribute points equals improving strength. Perfect equation. OU. Just as Adrian fell into a reverie, a unique tweet called him back to God. Hey? Newsbird. Adrian looked up at the sky and looked at the large group of newsbirds flying in the sky with some surprise. He couldn't help being a little surprised. Such a large scale, it seems unheard of. What happened? Adrian was about to wave to the sky to see what had happened. He didn't expect that he had just set up his posture, and several newspapers fell out of the air. Newsbird, who loves money like life, actually provides free services this time? Is it big news that people all over the world want to know? Could it be? The forces of Adrian, who could not wait time, erupted and flew into the sky on a moonwalk, grabbing a newspaper at will and returning to the boat. Spread out the newspaper. The headline of the news is a middle-aged man who is laughing presumptuously. He has black hair and black eyes. The most impressive thing is that this man in traditional pirate costumes has a thick black beard. It seemed to grow out of the nostrils. Sure enough, you guessed right. One Piece. Haiwan calendar in 1497, a big news that was enough to shake the entire maritime world swept across the entire sea at an incredible speed. 4 big seas, Paradise, New World, Red Earth Continent, Malenvander. There is no place in the world where you can't hear relevant discussions. People have been praising the legendary great pirate Gordo Roger, who completely completed the final voyage of the Great Route, and successfully reached the real final after the last island, Water Siensing Island, recorded on the map. Island, and named it Lofdro. It is universally acknowledged that Gordo Roger led his pirate group to successfully conquer this sea and complete a great voyage that no one has achieved since ancient times. Suddenly, Roger's fame reverberated throughout the entire sea, from the weakest East China Sea to the Great Route. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, he was honored as the One Piece. It's amazing, Roger. A touch of excitement suddenly appeared in Adrian's eyes. Before he could express his emotions, the panel prompt sounded in his mind. Hey? Will Roger's ascent of One Piece also affect the system? Randomly glanced at the content. Adrian, who thought he would see an announcement similar to the content of the newspaper, was stunned. Detection of One Piece Gordo Roger's summit. The closed beta of the game will officially start in 5 days, and the relevant data is being obtained. 3%, 17%, 39%, data acquisition is complete, and the internal beta will last for 15 days. Closed beta. Adrian's expression suddenly became suspicious. Before he clarified his thoughts, 2 notification messages came from the system panel again. Detected that the player is about to come, the NPC template function is unlocked. Unlock the player forum. Adrian waited for a long time and did not wait for the follow-up introduction information. Only a solitary panel prompt appeared in front of him. It seems that all these contents need to be explored by themselves. There are still 5 days before the closed beta. Don't worry for now, let's go to O'Hara according to the original plan. Next is the NPC template function. Contact the experience of playing games before crossing. The NPC template function should only be carried out by interacting with the player. Right, such as publishing tasks, selling props, teaching skills, etc. Finally, it is the player forum. Although it is not clear why the player forum unlocked his own NPC, it is very good news to be able to activate the forum. He can use this to see the dynamics posted by the players, observe the players' movements, and collect information by the way. The entrance of the forum is in the corner of the panel. After clicking in, a nautical age-style forum interface appears in front of you. At this time, since the player has not yet arrived, the forum is empty and there is no post. Adrian clicked register curiously, and an unexpected prompt appeared. Welcome to join One Piece Forum to participate in exchanges and discussions. One Piece Forum is a public forum. In order to maintain online public order and social stability, please consciously abide by the following terms. GAN. Adrian directly pulled the long text clause to the bottom. He has never looked at these things, okay? Please enter the username. Please enter the verification code 1024. Please enter the forum password. Bahanghai, congratulations, successful registration. Is it really okay? Adrian is a little bit painful inexplicably, and he doesn't even have the most basic waterproof military function. Isn't this a third-rate game? Also, am I a player with an NPC template, or an NPC that travels through as a player? One Piece has received extensive attention from the outside world since the announcement of its development. After all, it is known as the world's first immersive holographic VR game. The title alone is enough to attract attention. Game companies almost never take the initiative to promote, only the official website occasionally gives some basic information. This way of covering up is more appealing. Will it feel the same with wearing layered stockings and not wearing stockings? Especially in the recent period of time, the popularity of One Piece has continued to rise because of the sudden internal beta announcement on the company's official website. In a forum made by a player. Holographic VR? I will contribute one of my kidneys first. Then I will contribute a number siver which has been kept for many years. The ratio of game time to real time is 5:1. Doesn't this mean that I can live to be 500 years old after playing games? Brother upstairs, are you sure you can live to be 100 years old? And the good brother upstairs, are you disconnected from the internet? Don't say anything else. 5,000 places, first come, first served. If I didn't grab the internal test quota because of the water forum, or if there were any other accidents, I will blame everyone here. Upstairs are too amateurish? Although the announcement says there are 5,000 places, they are basically covered by the big guild and professional clubs. There are only a few places left for us little shrimps, and I want to participate in it. If you test it, I'm afraid you still need to draw numbers, and the probability of winning is comparable to winning the lottery. Aren't you curious about what story One Piece tells? I read the official website specially before. In addition to the closed beta announcement, the game company also posted a picture of One Piece offering a reward. Just break the game, start a few pictures, the content depends on guessing. I love to play or not. Who can fill in the number on the first floor? A classmate of mine wanted to see what the VR work looked like before he died. A good man is safe forever. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Encounter the Pirate Group. Chapter 14 Encountering the Pirate Group. What Adrian didn't know was that the outside real world also became lively due to the sudden announcement of the internal test. He currently has no access to any player information, no matter what guesses he makes, he is just doing useless work. Moreover, according to the panel prompts, the internal beta lasts only a short 15 days. In such a wide sea, the low-level and weak internal beta players can hardly do anything, at best it can only be regarded as a basis for the future public beta. 1 year later, the public beta, which players have come to mass, is the real source of chaos. However, opening the closed beta in advance will also have certain benefits for Adrian. For example, if you contact the player in advance, you can try out the NPC template function that he has been puzzled by before. If only the player forum can be opened now. Adrian thought a little greedily. After a while, Adrian, who had calmed down, began to look for the reward order attached to the back of News of the World. The One Piece King Golder Roger has a bounty of 5.564.8 million Baileys. Remember the day before yesterday, it was only more than 4 billion. The huge bonus brought by the summit. Anyway, this is a pretty remarkable number, especially it can reach the level of 5 billion in this era. It is worthy of being the One Piece. Whitebeard, the bounty of 4.5 billion Baileys. I remember that Whitebeard's bounty was only a little more than 5 billion Baileys 20 years later, right? It's like this now? But that's right, Baybeard and Roger are the same. The second of the few gold medalists on the sea, the amount of reward offered by the two is similar and acceptable. 100 Beasts Kaido, bounties of 1 billion Baileys. Tisk, this time period is so cute that there are really no cards. After several years, they will have to rely on sneak attacks to defeat Guanjiao Meishan. I really don't know what such a monster is. How to grow to the next 4 emperors level, terrible physical talent. The young ant, well, she's not young anymore, her face and body are beginning to deform, so terrible. Hey, this is a reward order from Monkey D. Dragon? Did the dragon leave the navy at this point in time? It seems to be the same. After all, when Roger executes his torture in Rogue Town, he still needs to wear a cloak to avoid people's eyes. Captain of the White Pirates. Looking at the bounty orders one after another, familiar or unfamiliar, Adrian's thoughts also fluctuated. Moonlight Moria from the West Sea. A reward of 15 million Bailey is offered. Such a thin and slender Moria is really unaccustomed to look at it, and the image of a fat house is actually a little more cute. Adrian turned the thick bounty order to the end, but did not find his name. I haven't seen my reward order after waiting for 2 days. It seems that Snuggle Mountain and Dawson didn't report the news of my voluntary departure. I like this kind of people who believe in words. A smile appeared at the corner of Adrian's mouth. He really has no interest in being a pirate. He felt uncomfortable at the thought of living under the chase of the navy all over the world day and night. Of course, Adrian is not ready to join the navy camp for the time being. He has not had enough of his long-awaited life of freedom, and he has no interest in having more bosses on his head. Adrian, who was thinking about his future plans, was suddenly interrupted by a violent gunfire. Did you encounter an emergency? Glanced at the panel, there was no news coming from it, and it seemed that it hadn't reached the point of triggering the task. Adrian looked in the direction of the sound. In the distant sea, a pirate group with black bottom and crossed double-sword flags was bombarding a large-scale merchant ship unscrupulously. The faint scream of exclamation was mixed with the roar of the cannon, and it was transmitted to Adrian's ear along the breeze of the sea. It seems familiar, the Blade Pirates group. The captain is offering a reward of 3 million Baileys. Adrian recalled slightly, and remembered the reward order for the West Sea Pirates that he had just seen. He shook his head slightly and sighed, so, this is one of the reasons why you look down on the pirates. Ordinary people have been living hard enough in this sea of monsters, and you have to make life difficult for others. A moment ago, on the merchant ship. Captain Krivat. There are pirates. There are pirates attacking us. 2 young men in sailor costumes braved profusely and pushed open the door of the banquet hall in the merchant ship. What? The middle-aged captain, wearing a black top hat and a straight suit, was taken aback. Before he could give orders, the ship shook violently. The weather-tested captain heard the whole story at once, that someone was launching a bombardment on the ship. There was a mess in the banquet hall. Exquisite food and wine were scattered all over the floor. There were high-pitched and harsh screams. Several courageous guests were already shaking and sitting on the ground. At the necessary moment, the experienced Captain Krivat calmed down and showed his professional demeanor. Please keep calm, everyone. Keep calm. Please calmly follow the instructions of the merchant ship security staff. Captain Krivat shouted loudly to the passengers in the banquet hall. Unfortunately, the passengers who had fallen into a mess at this time couldn't hear what the middle-aged captain was yelling at. They just obeyed their survival instincts, crazy. Squeezed towards the entrance of the hall, as if you would be safe after escaping from the banquet hall. The two young sailors gave up all their energy before they managed to reach the captain against the crowd. What should I do, Captain Krivat? Our artillery offensive was completely suppressed by the opponent. Captain Krivat took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked in a cold voice, "How far is the pirate ship that attacked us?" "It's only half a nautical mile." The sailor on the right quickly replied. "Why did they find out after being dragged so close? Are the people on the observation deck asleep?" Captain Krivat's forehead was blue, and angrily grabbed the sailor by the collar. If the distance is a little longer, he may be able to escape with his sophisticated sea experience, but he can't do anything at a distance of half a nautical mile. Without waiting to escape a safe distance, his merchant ship will probably be blasted to pieces by pirate shells. We didn't know that they were pirates at the time. They waited until the distance was close before they suddenly attacked us. Another sailor quickly explained. I showed them the name of our merchant ship. Forget it, I asked a stupid question. If they were afraid of the name of the caravan, they would not be a pirate and would not attack us. Captain Krivat sighed after a sigh of relief, a little sullen. Where is the gunner on the ship? Fighting with the pirates, but has been suppressed. The firepower of the pirates is too fierce. Forget it, that's the end of the matter, let's be prepared for the battle. Captain Krivat clenched his fist suddenly and gave orders in an orderly manner, assemble a team of combatants and gather on the deck of the ship. If not necessary, don't disturb the passengers, but if there are young combatants willing to join the battle, remember to inform them of the meeting point. Yes. Captain Krivat. The sailors answered suddenly. I am very grateful for everyone's recommended votes, and please, strive up. Explain the situation in this book. Published the book on Monday, and it has been updated for 7 days, 14 chapters, nearly 30,000 words, but still has not waited to sign the station short. If you don't sign the contract next week, you may need to slow down the update speed. Unsigned new books are a bit faster a day twice. Of course, if you sign the contract, there will be no problem. Also, it's not too much to update, the new book issue is only twice a day at most. And the explosive update will have to wait until it is on the shelf before the explosion. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Reasonable Remuneration. Chapter 15, Reasonable Remuneration. Not long after, the pirate ship completely destroyed the artillery team of the merchant ship and immediately raised its sails and sailed towards the merchant ship. When the distance was close to a certain extent, several leading pirates threw their claws out, fixed them firmly to the railing of the opposite merchant ship, and then ran along the thick hemp rope connected with the hooks to the merchant ship in turn. Go up, face to face with the battle team already assembled on the deck. The pirates look like crazy dogs. Kill. Grab them all. The treasure is ours. After a fierce battle, the escorts of the merchant ship were chopped down to the ground and plunged into a pool of blood. The strength of these people was completely incomparable with the pirates who were licking blood at the tip of a knife. The tall, vicious-looking captain pirate pushed aside his men, stood at the front of the crowd, and shouted brutally, I am Captain Johnson of the Blade Pirates. We will not take your lives, as long as you obediently hand over all the treasures. Those who want to resist, wait for me to throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. The desperate and powerless passengers could not resist, and reluctantly handed over their wealth. Captain Johnson took a sip of wine and yelled, Little ones! Don't forget! The valuables on this ship are not only the pockets of these people. There are also the cargo in the cabin. Bring them all back to our ship. In the captain's room on the top floor of the merchant ship, just as the sharp-edged pirate ship was frantically searching for the wealth of the merchant ship. Penelope! Penelope! Captain Cravat, who had just been advancing and retreating in front of the sailors, stumbled open the door of the captain's room, and hurriedly called his wife's name in his mouth at the same time. In order to avoid being discovered, he deliberately suppressed his voice very low. "What's wrong, Cravat? What was happening downstairs just now? I seem to have heard something bad." A mature and beautiful woman walked out of the bedroom in a black silk pleated nightdress. She has a pair of moving peach eyes, and her long fluffy and thick pink hair is tied into a spiral double ponytail and her hair ends are dangling behind her. Can reach waist. "A pirate is coming. They are grabbing treasure downstairs. There is no time for nonsense." Captain Cravat's tone was anxious. "What? Pirate?" Madame Penelope lost her expression in shock, and her relaxed expression instantly became frightened. Captain Cravat asked again, "Now they haven't found it. How is the child?" "Little Pepette is not frightened, right? She slept soundly and heard nothing." Thinking of her sleeping daughter, Mrs. Penelope's tone softened for a moment, but then she became worried. "What should I do now?" "Cravat! You take your children to escape first. Take our treasures and escape." Captain Cravat said firmly, "I must not let my children's lives be threatened by the pirates." Ms. Penelope asked, "What about you?" Captain Cravat's expression suddenly became complicated. After hesitating for a while, he replied with determination, "I am the captain of the Shimizu. I cannot abandon my ship and my sailor at this time." What else does Mrs. Penelope want to say, but there is no time to talk, Penelope. Captain Cravat interrupted his wife. He was a little afraid that his mind that had just hardened up might be softened by tenderness. "Hurry up and pack things. Go through the secret door of the bedroom. In the captain's room there is a secret passage leading directly to the cabin. No one but me knows about it. There are escape boats that have been prepared long ago." Ms. Penelope was pushed into the bedroom roughly by her husband's actions. "Right, there is this." Captain Cravat ran straight to the password box under the captain's desk. After entering the password, he took out a small treasure box and took out a small brass key from the inside pocket of the suit. After opening the treasure box, he handed in the contents together to Mrs. Penelope. "This is devil fruit." A strange and young voice suddenly rang in the room, and the voice contained a deep disbelief, as well as a great surprise. "Who is it? Who is talking?" The surprised Captain Cravat turned around instantly, firmly guarding his wife behind him, and at the same time slowly stretched out his hand to touch the short gun at his waist. That was his last support. "Are you a pirate?" Captain Cravat looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in the room coldly. The image of a strange intruder doesn't seem to match the pirate, with wide-brimmed polite, a black tweed coat, dark grey suit vest, and a brass chain pocket watch. Compared to the pirates who are begging for life on the sea, the man is more like a gang member commonly seen in the West Sea. "No, no, no," the visitors waved their hands again and again. "I am not a pirate, I am just a passerby who passed by accidentally. I came to the captain's room by accident." Captain Cravat drew out his short spear with a snap, and wanted to raise it to aim, but found that he suddenly lost the presence of the person in front of him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, Mrs. Penelope, behind Captain Cravat, let out a piercing scream. At the same time, she felt her hands empty. The strange white fruit with the wonderful tang grass spiral pattern on the surface fell into the hands of the comer. Pointing a gun at someone is quite rude, Captain Cravat. Adrian took up the white devil fruit in his hand and said in a relaxed voice. The stranger who appeared on the Shimizu at this time, besides him, who else could it be? "Let go of that devil fruit, kid." Captain Cravat's nerves are tense. He holds the gun in both hands and points to Adrian unwaveringly. This won't work, this devil fruit will be my reasonable reward. Adrian shook his head. Now, are you interested in making a deal with me? I said. Put down that devil fruit. Little. A white arc-shaped knife light flashed. Captain Krivat felt that the gun in his hand was inexplicably lighter. He looked down and found that the front half of the barrel of the shotgun was slowly falling onto the cabin floor. Hiss! Captain Krivat couldn't help but gasp. Are you interested in talking now? The deal I just mentioned. Adrian looked at the slightly curly blade with a bit of distress. His own strength is far from reaching the realm of slashing iron swordsman. He can cut the barrel more by relying on his powerful speed and strength. In short, let a bricks fly. But the damage to the blade is still too great. If you try a few more times, it is estimated that the knife will be useless. You, please say it. Captain Krivat swallowed, bowed his head, and said respectfully. The strong man on the sea has the right to dominate everything. Although the young and overpowered man in front of him is not so smart, Captain Krivat understands that he has absolutely no way to deal with it. I will help you solve the trouble with the Blade Pirate group below. Adrian pointed to the floor, and then picked up the white devil fruit in his hand. Then, I will receive this remuneration reasonably. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Arrived in O'Hara. Chapter 16 Arrived in O'Hara. Hearing Adrian's words, Captain Krivat's expression was happy at first, and then his face was embarrassed. However, the ownership of this devil fruit belongs to the Capone gang. If the Capone gang knew that he had handed over this devil fruit, it is estimated that there would be no way to live in the West Sea in the second half of his life. Adrian raised his brows and heard a familiar term. The Capone gang, also known as the Gangster, belongs to the supernova Capone Becky more than 20 years later. Some basic information about the Capone gang flashed in his mind, and Adrian smiled and said, "Didn't you just let your wife run away with this devil fruit? At that time, why didn't you bother with the Capone gang?" Reputation. In any case, Adrian will not give up this demon fruit now. The devil fruit is the real secret treasure of the sea, which has unparalleled appeal to anyone in the world. Adrian does not have any mental cleanliness of hating devil fruits. It is one of his plans to become a capable person of devil fruits. As early as when he had just crossed 2 years ago, he had made certain plans for the devil fruit. To say which is the easiest devil fruit in the world of One Piece, there is nothing more than the natural type Sound Thunder fruit on Sky Island. The power of Thunder fruit is beyond doubt. Originally, Adrian planned to go to the Sky Island Bika on the Great Route in the next year, in order to seek Sound of Thunder fruit, but he did not expect to encounter one here suddenly. If this devil fruit is really the one you expected, then you can't let it go. After all, that is one of the unsolvable fruits of the devil. Seeing that Captain Krivat fell into silence, Adrian asked, "How is it, do you agree to this transaction?" Krivat. Madame Penelope stretched out her hand and pulled at her husband's sleeve, nodding slightly. The regained Captain Krivat couldn't help but smile wryly. What on earth was he hesitating? In any case, I cannot be the opponent of the young man in front of me. It is a great blessing that the other party is willing to do the transaction with good intentions. It is estimated that the violent pirates downstairs will be cut directly and grab the things. Gone. Rather than worrying about the threats that may come from the Capone gang in the future, it is better to survive this pirate attack and talk about it. I agree to this transaction. Captain Krivat nodded his head. Very good. Adrian nodded in satisfaction. If not necessary, he didn't want to make a bad act to force others. Now give me the key and the treasure chest. Aren't you going to eat this devil fruit now? Captain Krivat asked in disbelief. Do you know the name of this devil fruit? Adrian asked. I don't know. Captain Krivat shook his head. I don't know, Adrian shrugged, put the fruit into the treasure chest, and hid it in his arms. I don't like to gamble on luck, and I don't want to become a duck that can't swim because of an unknown ability. Captain Krivat faced this statement. Before leaving the captain's room, Adrian asked, "One last question, what is your daughter's name?" "Perona. Krivart Perona." It is not difficult for Adrian to clean up the Blade Pirates. Although his level is not too high, he has a great advantage in attributes. Faced with a group of Zahai pirates whose average level is less than 30, if he misses that's difficult. After the highest-ranking Captain Johnson was easily chopped to the ground by Adrian, the remaining pirates immediately threw down their weapons and shouted surrender. Captain Krivat quickly called for someone to come and tie up the pirates, and then send them to the naval base in exchange for the reward. Although the pirate encounter was accidentally resolved, it undoubtedly had a certain degree of negative impact on the credibility of the merchant ship. Captain Krivat can only expect the pirates' bounty to make up for some losses. Later, Adrian declined Captain Krivat's invitation to the victory banquet after the war, and left by boat alone, just like when he came. In the captain's cabin on the top floor of the Shimizu, Mrs. Penelope, who was holding her daughter in her arms, looked at the figure disappearing into black spots on the distant sea, and couldn't help but recall what the polite young man said when she said goodbye. "Your daughter's name is very touching, Mrs. Penelope. If nothing else, I will stay in O'Hara's Tree of All-Knowing for most of the next year. If anything happens, I need help. If you do, you can send someone there to find me. My name is Adrian. Don't be alert, just treat it as an addition to this transaction. Adrian." Madame Penelope lifted a strand of hair on her forehead with a sense of loss, and then looked down at her sleeping daughter in her arms. "Little Pepette, it's really rare for us to meet a kind person." "What? 2 flowers bloom, one on each." At this time, Adrian, carrying the unexpected devil fruit, was driving a small boat, speeding up and heading towards O'Hara Island. There is no doubt that there is one more reason for him to go to O'Hara Island, and that is the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Even though the name of the devil fruit in his hand has been determined to a large extent, Adrian cannot be 100% sure of his guess without being confirmed by the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Who knows that Klivat Perona, will it be Princess Mononoke Perona who only appeared after more than 20 years? So will you be, a ghost fruit? Adrian touched the treasure chest with the devil fruit hidden in his arms, speeding up again a bit. In the evening, Adrian, who stepped up at all costs, successfully rushed to the island of Scholars O'Hara half a day in advance. Unlike any island I have seen in the West Sea before, the main body of O'Hara Island is the omniscient tree that is more than 5,000 years old. From a distance, the huge and dense tree canopy almost covers the entire island. The trunk of the all-knowing tree standing in the center of the island is like a pillar of Optimus jade, supporting the tireless scholars below. Shelter. Quiet and peaceful, solemn and rigorous together construct the unique atmosphere of O'Hara. Adrian, who landed on the island, was not subject to any interrogation. For any guest who yearns for and pursues knowledge, O'Hara scholars are welcoming. No need to point. Adrian successfully arrived at the brightly lit Tree of All-Knowing Library in the center of the island. According to the rules, Adrian first applied for a book loan card at the front desk. With the small card in his hand, Adrian rejected the suggestion of the kind administrator to lead the tour and walked alone in the quiet library. A brief history of O'Hara, maintenance of basic machinery of the Kingdom of the Future, detailed explanation of the map of the Kingdom of Illusia, illustration of the arm skeleton of the Longhand tribe, introduction to basic human blood type. The bookshelf is lined with densely packed books, covering content from geography and history, to astronomical calendars, to medical encyclopedias. Almost everything, Adrian is dazzled and dizzying. Really deserve to be called the All-Knowledge Library. Soon, Adrian found his target area. Overview of Devil Fruit, study on the appearance and characteristics of Devil Fruit, up and down relationship of Devil Fruit, analysis of Devil Fruit types, and most importantly, Devil Fruit illustrated book. The worst dark fruit in history, surgery fruit with a red heart, burning fruit with a lot of fire, and ghost fruit. It really is. From tomorrow, we will change the update time of the novel. 9 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, still 2 changes. I did not come to the station today, and the edit message has not been returned. Frustrated face. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Nicole Robin, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. Chapter 17 Nicole Robin, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. The huge surprise hit Adrian's nervous system violently. If he hadn't had his superior self-control, he would almost be tempted to take out the devil fruit on the spot and eat it directly regardless of the occasion. That's the case. Adrian still couldn't help but reached out and touched the treasure chest in his arms. It really is a ghost fruit, one of the few unsolvable superhuman devil fruits. Just as Adrian was thinking a lot, a thin voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Hello, do you still need the devil fruit illustrated book in your hand?" The speaker is a thin brown girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with fair skin, black shoulder-length hair draped behind her, with a flustered expression and anxious tone. "I know this may be a bit impolite, but I really need it now, sir." "It's okay, I have found the content I need." Adrian closed the picture book in his hand, stretched out his hand and handed it to the little girl. "Just take the liberty to ask, did you suddenly awaken any peculiar ability, little lady?" "Yes, ability like petals." "Little girl, no, it's time to call her Robin." Nicole Robin, while looking at the devil fruit illustration book in her hand, she didn't forget to answer Adrian's question. "Petals? Really beautiful and unique ability." Adrian groaned. He really didn't expect that he would meet Nicole Robin so accidentally, and he seemed to be Robin who had just eaten flowers and fruits. He kindly reminded, "This lovely little lady, if nothing else, what you are looking for should be on page 87. Hearing this, little Robin immediately turned the pages of the book and quickly found the corresponding description. It is indeed a fruit like this, flower fruit, which can make any part of the body grow like a flower, grow on anything that has a shape, and attack. Or other uses. Little Robin's face suddenly turned pale, as if losing strength. The devil fruit illustrated book in his hand could not be grasped and slipped quietly. "Is there any problem, little lady?" Adrian slammed down, bent over to pick up the devil fruit illustrated book that almost fell to the ground, tapped the book cover a few times, and the crackling sound awakened little Robin's mind. "I ate that thing," little Robin said in a flustered tone, and it was inevitable that some of the preamble was not followed by the words, "that devil fruit, fruit of flowers. This afternoon. I was so hungry, they called me monsters." Looking at the little Robin who was about to cry, Adrian suddenly felt a bit painful. How did he feel that he was about to become some kind of confidential big brother? But looking at the little Robin who was flustered, as if he would shed tears in the next second, Adrian still couldn't bear it. "Have you tried your own abilities?" Adrian asked softly. Little Robin wiped his eyes and nodded slightly. Adrian asked again, "Can you show it to me?" Little Robin hesitated for a moment. After eating the devil fruit, she was the first time she met someone who treated herself with such a gentle attitude. She didn't want to show her ability anymore, so she nodded without realizing it. She stretched out her palm, activated her ability, and whispered, "The arms are blooming." I saw an extra bulge out of thin air in the soft and weak palm, and it slowly grew larger. Not long after that, the bulge grew into an arm similar to Robin's arm, with 5 fingers like petals. "Open?" Adrian asked, "Do you think this ability is terrible?" Little Robin nodded silently, and at the same time lost his ability. "Well, in fact, I also think that this ability looks very irritating. With normal aesthetics, I can't think this thing is not curious. It's exactly like a human arm has another arm growing out of it. I know that in the future." How did Robin develop his weird and unique aesthetic? Thinking about it, Adrian reached out and raised the devil fruit illustrated book in his hand. "Remember the description of flowers and fruits in the book just now?" he said, Flowers and fruits can not only make any part of the body like a flower, but also grow on anything that has a shape. Adrian encouraged, "You might try to grow flowers on this book." Little Robin very cleverly accepted Adrian's suggestion and used her abilities to grow a hand on the cover of Devil Fruit illustrated book. "You can try to turn the pages of the book." "Okay, what do you think of now?" Using abilities consumes a lot of physical strength. Little Robin, who is slightly panting, raised his head, his eyes still confused. Adrian smiled and said, "This means you can use one more hand than others to read, write, and do whatever you want." Little Robin's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the devil fruit never symbolizes the birth of monsters like the rumors. It is just a peculiar ability, a power that can be mastered. Adrian said, "The power of the devil fruit does not distinguish between good and evil. Its attributes only depend on the user. As for the children who will call you monsters, don't worry about them too much. Ignorant people will only fear the unknown power, and the wise will make good use of each of their tools." Little Robin nodded seriously, and then she asked curiously, "Big brother, are you also capable of eating the devil fruit?" "No, but maybe soon." Adrian said, "Remember, after eating the devil fruit, you can't swim in the sea." "Why?" "Because everyone who eats the devil's fruit is cursed by the sea and becomes a dry duck. Soaking in the water will completely lose strength." Adrian said with a smile, "If you fall into the sea, you will be like a bird. It's like a rock, with a bang, I can't get up anymore. It's a pity." Little Robin said with a look of regret, "Am I going to not be able to swim anymore? Does little lady like swimming very much?" "Don't call me young lady." A blush rose on Little Robin's face, and she suddenly realized that she had never introduced herself to the big brother in front of her. "I have a name, my name is Robin, and I can robin. My name is Adrian." Adrian smiled, "The little Robin, do you like swimming?" "I like it very much. I used to take a bath every night, but my aunt would blame me for using too much water." Said this, Little Robin couldn't help sticking out his tongue. "So I can only wait until 10 o'clock every day before washing, in that case no one will take care of me." "But it's almost 8 o'clock now." Adrian took out his pocket watch and shook it in front of Robin's face. "Since Robin has family, is it okay not to go back so late?" "What?" Little Robin's expression changed, and she hurried out. She was too excited to pay attention to the time today and didn't realize how late it was. "Big brother, I'm going home first." With only time to say goodbye in a hurry, Little Robin took a step towards the library. "I wish you all a happy Children's Day." Actually, the more accurate time should be May 5th, it just so happened that little lowly Robin was on stage. Although there is still no short signing. But the book can already be seen on the app, a huge improvement, and the current position is, Light Novel Newcomer List 72nd. Finally, everyone, do you have a recommendation ticket, please ask. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Library Talk, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. Chapter 18 Library Talk, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. What a lovely girl. Looking at little Robin's back, Adrian sighed. Anytime, cuteness is justice. It is true. Robin-chan is indeed a very likable child, and also quite smart. An old voice came from the bookshelf on the side, and at the same time, an old man with thick beard and hair walked out of the dark. The shape of the old man looks quite strange. The light green hair on both sides of the head and the fluffy light green beard together form the shape of the leaf, but on the back of the head is a cluster of stiff hair that looks like a petiole. Looking from a distance, it's as if a person's body has a clover-shaped head. The visitor is the curator of the contemporary O'Hara Library, an authority in the archaeological world, Dr. Kloba. This young gentleman who looks quite strange, take the liberty to ask, "Do you have any purpose in coming to O'Hara?" Dr. Kloba looked at Adrian with a slightly wary look in his eyes. This young man who came to O'Hara suddenly this evening gave him a very different feeling from other visitors, and some faint familiarity, like those hiding in secret to work for the world government. Agents are the same. What O'Hara is doing at present, but I don't know what the attitude of the world government is. When he thought of this, Dr. Kloba's expression couldn't help but become more severe. Adrian saw the vigilance in the old man's eyes and couldn't help but waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, this old gentleman, I have only one purpose in coming to O'Hara, and that is to seek knowledge." Dr. Kloba became more vigilant, and hurriedly asked, "What knowledge?" "Knowledge enough to allow a person to live alone and safely on the sea." Adrian spreads his hands, pulling one finger at another. "At present, I am considered a good navigator and cook, but it is not so easy to ask for life on the ocean. In addition to the essential knowledge of navigation and meteorology, I think I also need to master a certain amount of boatmanship knowledge. The boat that carried me to O'Hara is about to break down. I need to repair it or rebuild it. In addition, the knowledge of medicine cannot be left behind. In case of sudden illness while sailing at sea, problems will occur without a doctor. It would be too bad if only bloodletting treatment is required. It's best to learn a little more about music-related artistic concepts, wandering alone in the long ocean, feeling lonely." Adrian's constant chatter made Dr. Kloba dizzy. "Enough! Enough! Mr." The curator had to shout loudly, and rarely voluntarily violated the default iron rule of no noise in the library. Navigator, chef, boatman, doctor, musician. Dr. Kloba muttered one by one, "Are you going to be a lone ranger?" "Of course, this can't be more obvious, isn't it?" Adrian nodded without hesitation. "Partners or something, it is quite troublesome at first, but I can accept pets." "Well, if this happens, do I have to find another veterinarian as a secondary job?" The existence of the system panel destined that Adrian will not embark on the road of gathering partners and forming a pirate group. He may need friends, enemies, and even subordinates, but he does not need partners who follow him on the adventure. For those who can only rely on themselves to fumble forward, the speed of Adrian's improvement is far from what they can catch up. I don't think there is any need to work part-time as a veterinarian. Dr. Kloba's head was broken. At this time, he no longer thought that the other party was a world government agent. He only felt that the other party was a young man who was too greedy for knowledge. Young people, don't think about being able to learn so much knowledge in a short period of time. Many occupations require intensive training and learning, and quick success is impossible. Dr. Kloba gave full play to the old man's duties, and persuaded him painstakingly. "Adrian. But when I watched basic navigation for the first time and successfully mastered it, it only took less than half an hour." Adrian blinked calmly pretendingly, and replied in a casual tone. "Old Versailles." Dr. Kloba suddenly stagnated, and his breath became heavy in an instant. "So what? It's just reading fast, nothing great. Who can be sure if you really mastered the knowledge? Besides, I think that year." Followed by a few words such as "old man chatting with youth madness, who hasn't had a young age" and so on, which made the surrounding atmosphere a little bit happy. Adrian shook his head, no longer irritating this old clover man who had not introduced himself. He simply walked to the book area related to shipbuilding, pulled out a book Basic Shipbuilding and Maintenance, and read it meticulously. Time goes slowly. Through reading, you have completed a self-study of basic boatmanship knowledge. In view of your intelligence level, basic ship manufacturing and maintenance learning progress is 60%. You get a new job boatman, your vigor will be increased, strength +1, endurance +1, 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Adrian closed his eyes and sorted out the boatman's knowledge that was constantly emerging in his mind, and nodded in satisfaction. Return the basic ship manufacturing and maintenance in your hand to the bookshelf, and then walk to another book area. About dozens of minutes later, you get a new skill simple disease treatment, you get a new job doctor, your vigor value gets a certain increase, intelligence +1, Charm +1, 2, free attribute points 1, skill point. So far, the number of Adrian's secondary occupations has reached 5, the civilian occupations are automatically cancelled when the total level is increased to 20, and I forgot to mention them before, namely navigator, cook, agent, boatman, doctor. At this moment, the panel suddenly sounded a reminder. It has been detected that there are 5 sub-occupations in the role, and the convenient way to obtain sub-occupations by reading books has been cancelled. Please find out how to obtain sub-occupations in the future. With the subsequent increase in the number of secondary occupations, the difficulty of unlocking secondary occupations will increase cumulatively, and the cost of upgrading experience will increase cumulatively. Looking at the panel information, Adrian nodded secretly. He had already anticipated this. If there is no restriction on the difficulty of obtaining secondary occupations, then a low-level character can continuously increase secondary occupations and then brush the attribute data to the same level as the high-level character. In that case, the game will lose balance. NS. The 5 sub-professions currently owned are not the best configuration for Adrian, but they are sufficient. Taking a look at the experience value, before the assistant profession upgrade experience has not doubled, Adrian simply spends 40W experience points to upgrade the 2 assistant professions boatman and doctor to the full level of LV10, gaining power +10, stamina +10, intelligence +10, charisma +10, free attribute points +40, skill points +20. Feeling his own continuously improving strength, Adrian is satisfied. O'Hara is indeed my blessed place. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Ghost Fruit. Chapter 19 Ghost Fruit. After leaving the Tree of All-Knowing Library, Adrian saw that the night was getting dark, so he looked for a hotel nearby. There is still a lot of Bailey borrowed from Syrian Island. During the day, the knives and pirates have contributed a lot of treasure, and Adrian's personal wealth is enough for him to spend a long time. After a sumptuous dinner, Adrian returned to his personal room, took the ghost fruit from his arms, and placed it on the coffee table silently. Now that the name of the devil fruit has been confirmed, the original hesitation has completely disappeared. The only thing Adrian is hesitating now is whether or not to eat the ghost fruit. After thinking for a while, he still decided, eat. Thunder fruit is strong, but it is far away, and it is not sure whether it can be found. Ghost fruit is also a very powerful fruit. If it is developed well, it can even reach the level of unsolvable. The most important thing is that the ghost fruit is in front of you at this time. Taking a deep breath, Adrian raised the devil fruit and took a big bite. Evil. A sense of nausea instantly spread from the mouth, and the taste of the devil fruit is as bad as the legend. Adrian frowned, resisting vomiting, and ate all the remaining flesh. After a long time, he closed his eyes and felt the new power surging out of his body. After a while, Adrian raised a finger, without the slightest feeling of jerky, on the contrary, like a natural breathing instinct, a small and cute white ghost slowly emerged from his fingertips. After that, the white ghost, about the size of the index finger's knuckle, kept flapping his arms and slowly flew into the air. At the same time, the system panel began to refresh frantically. Detected that the host has used devil fruit. Detected that the devil fruit ability is a ghost, the host's intelligence attributes are enhanced. You get a new specialty ghost fruit. You get a new specialty curse of the sea. You comprehend new skills ghost maker. You understand new skills spirit out of the body. You understand the new skill ghost body. Generally speaking, the superhuman devil fruit will give the eater the special ability corresponding to it, but roughly there are 3 types: superpower, superhuman body, and manufacturing material. Supernatural powers are like floating fruit and shaking fruit, the eater can have real supernatural powers. And the most famous of the superhuman body is the rubber fruit of Lu-Fei, the son of destiny 20 years later, which can convert all the eater's body into rubber. The creation system is like string fruit and wax fruit, which can create matter out of thin air through ability. In addition to the above three, there is also a very strange superhuman devil fruit in the world, referred to as special superhuman, such as the waxy fruit of Charlotte Katakuri, which has both superhuman body and creation. Function. Adrian thought that the ghost fruit was only related to the superpower, that is, the creation of ghosts, but he did not expect it to have a corresponding superhuman body. After eating the ghost fruit, Adrian gained 2 specialties and 3 skills. Phantom fruit is Adrian's second speciality. The specific effect introduction is simple and rude. Intelligence X2 is so powerful that it is suffocating. The curse of the sea is an unavoidable defect of every devil fruit ability person, unable to swim for life, and fear of sea towers. Ghost making and spirit out of aperture are the most basic abilities of ghost fruits. The former can produce ghosts that ignore physical attacks and physical obstacles at any time, and the latter can make one's own soul out of the body and move freely away from the body. Whether it is the power and size of the ghost, or the distance that the spirit body can move out of the body, it depends on the character's intelligence value. Among the 3 new skills gained by eating ghost fruits, the one that surprised Adrian the most was the last. Ghost body. Affected by the ghost fruit, your body will show a certain degree of ghosting tendency, and some of you will gain ghost abilities, and you will be immune to a certain degree of physical attack. Partially gained ghost power. Adrian squinted his eyes. In his memory, Perona, more than 20 years later, had very little ability development. When she appeared in the horror 3-masted ship in the early stage, she had almost nothing in her other abilities except for the negative ghost that was almost a kill. Where praised, the body is the Achilles heel. But after 2 years of war on the top, Perona can easily float the body into the air, like a ghost. In this way, if the level of phantom body is high enough, does it mean that I can ghostize my body? Is not immune to a certain degree of physical attack, but like an illusory ghost, immune to all physical attacks? Thinking of the possibility of horror, Adrian's heart instantly became hot. Looking at the experience required for the upgrade of phantom body, he almost didn't stare out his eyes. 100000000. This is only level 1 ghost body. It takes a full 100 million to upgrade experience. How much experience does the follow-up upgrade need? In other words, does the experience I gained in the previous 2 years add up to 30 million? Take a deep breath. Adrian sincerely warned himself, this is the fruit of the devil. This is a devil fruit. This is a devil fruit. After 3 times, he finally calmed down. After scanning the experience value on the panel and discovering that even if it was thrown into the phantom body, the experience gauge was estimated to be less than 1%, Adrian sensibly gave up the idea of using the experience value to upgrade the ability of the ghost fruit. Then, it's time to spend those free attribute points and skill points that have been stored for a long time. Skill points and free attribute points are very precious resources, especially the former. There are roughly 3 ways to get skill points: upgrade the level, reward certain advanced tasks, and upgrade a skill to the full level. Adrian understands that as his strength gradually grows, the difficulty of acquiring skill points will become more and more difficult with the follower. Every skill point can be said to be precious. Adrian is well aware of the importance of skill points that can instantly increase their abilities. Not only can they learn a certain skill instantly, but they can also increase the skill level regardless of bottlenecks. Since getting the system panel, the only time Adrian used skill points was to point out 6 types life return in advance. Until now, Adrian has stored up to 83 skill points. 20 points brought by the 2 new assistant professions. Now, it is time to need it to work. Each level of skill upgrade requires skill points corresponding to the level number, 1 point at level 1, 2 points at level 2, and so on. 83 skill points enough for Adrian to instantly upgrade a certain skill to full level. Adrian slightly studied the 3 skills brought by the ghost fruit. Spirit body out of aperture I don't see any use for the time being, pass it. Ghost Maker. You can improve your proficiency through continuous training and creating ghosts in the future, and pass it to the only ghost body. It is estimated that you need to be beaten continuously to improve your proficiency. It is not only long, but also painful, and there is no hope of upgrading. That's it. Adrian instantly smashed 55 skill points into the ghost body. Still did not come to the signing site. The editor still has no news, decided to change the novel channel, from the original light novel derived Digin to the game virtual online game. See if you can sign. When changing channels, the newcomer list of light novels almost broke through 30. Withered, is it so difficult to sign a contract? End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Bug Ability. Chapter 20 Bug Ability. Ghost Body LV3, 0/400 million. Your body presents a slight ghosting trend, and part of it gains ghost abilities, can float into the air like a ghost, and is immune to a certain degree of physical attack. Ghost Body LV6, 0/3.2 billion. Your body presents a large-scale ghosting trend, which can be transformed into a ghost in a short time, changing size, ignoring physical obstacles, and immune to physical attacks. Phantom Body LV9, 0/25.6 billion. Ability to incarnate ghosts for a long time. Ghost Body LV10, 0/51.2 billion. It can enter a ghost state anytime and anywhere, ignoring physical obstacles, and immune to all physical attacks. With the investment of the last 10 skill points, the ghost body finally reached its level. The effect of skills at full level is even more terrifying. Ghost Body LV10, max passive skills, no consumption, ghosting, immune to all physical attacks. Fuck. Superman is my natural passive skill. Adrian couldn't help but burst into a swear word. Who can handle this passive skill? And ghosting is not simply natural materialization. 4 characteristics of ghosting: flying, changing size, ignoring physical obstacles, and immune to physical attacks. It's so explosive. Looking at the 28 skill points left, Adrian resisted the urge to chop his hands. This pleasure can't stop at all. But when he thinks of the experience bar that gave a glimpse in the process of upgrading the ghost body, Adrian can't help but feel a little bit sore. 25.6 billion, 51.2 billion. Who can think of the experience consumption required to upgrade devil fruit skills? Number. Class. Growing. Is this Nima an experience that people can brush out? All the experience that Adrian has accumulated in the past 2 years will not be enough for 100 million plus One Piece. If you really need to use experience points to increase the level of the ghost fruit, it is estimated that it will take 3,000 years to reach the full level. Considering the specialization preference of the ghost fruit, Adrian added all the remaining free attribute points to the intelligence attribute. At this time, his panel is completely new. Name: Adrian. Level: 29, countdown to the opening of the public beta of version 1.0, 364 days, 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 56 seconds. Deputy occupation: Boatman LV10, Max, Dr. LV10, Max. Personal attributes: Strength 80, Agility 70, Stamina 74, Intelligence 250, Charisma 25, Lucky 1. Free attribute points: 0. Skill points: 28. Specialty: low-level tough life, ghost fruit, curse of the sea. Skills: ghost body, max, 6 types shave, LV8, 6 types paper painting, LV6, ghost manufacturing, LV1, spirit body, LV1. Needless to say, this attribute, this specialty, especially this skill, the first half of the Great Route is not going sideways, it can go backwards. Especially the intelligence attribute under the bonus of Phantom Fruit Specialty Intelligence X2, it is simply higher than the sky. 250 points. Under normal circumstances, that is almost an attribute that a 60-level character can have with full wisdom plus points, and at this time, Adrian's level is only a mere 29. It's terrifying. The emotionally surging Adrian couldn't wait to test the power of the full-level ghost body. I saw that Adrian's figure was illusory for a moment, and then he had entered a ghostly state. This feeling. Adrian raised his palm and squeezed his fist, nothing unusual. But when he waved his hand at the coffee table in front of him, his arm passed through the coffee table out of thin air, and even directly slashed across the tatami floor under the influence of inertia. Ignore physical obstacles. Adrian's eyes lit up, and then he tried out other additional abilities brought by ghosting, flying and resizing, and the effects were quite good. Not only that, Adrian also discovered a little bit. Upgraded to the full level of the ghost body, so that he can maintain the ghost state all the time, and experience the feeling of being an incarnation ghost every minute and every second. The experience effect of is like auto-experience buff for the other two abilities of the ghost fruit. Spiritual body out of aperture. Fortunately, the accumulation of experience in ghost making is incredible. In just a few breaths' time, hundreds of points of experience have been accumulated in ghost manufacturing, which is almost 10 points per second. In other words, even if Adrian does nothing, he will be able to directly upgrade to level 2 after 4 months. I don't know how long this effect will last. Adrian fell into a daydream. If we can keep this speed, level 1 after 4 months, level 2 after 12 months, level 3 after 28 months, level 4 after 60 months, level 5 after 124 months. It doesn't seem to be too fast to think about it this way. It takes 10 years to reach level 5. Forget it, it's a passive buff anyway, and it's a buff from a white prostitute. Just one word anyway, incense. Next, Adrian tried again the effect of Ghost Maker. Although he only ate the devil fruit just now, Adrian also has a lot of insights about the development of the ghost fruit in his mind, and he can learn from Perona in the original work no matter what. A small ghost slowly emerged from Adrian's fingertips. The most basic white ghost, without any damage attributes, a round head, and a windless white torso, looks very cute. White Ghost Sunny Doll. This is the basic skill effect of ghost creation. It creates a white ghost without any damage and no attributes. The only advantage is that it can be immune to physical attacks and ignore physical obstacles. Adrian once again released a ghost, about the size of a palm, with the same round body, with a dangerous smile on his pale face. He waved his hand, and the ghost waved his arm and took the initiative to fly into the air. Following an instruction from Adrian's mind, the ghost's body suddenly expanded, like a bomb exploding, and the powerful shock wave spread out instantly, the power roughly equivalent to a grenade. Many ghost seductive gift. Let's stop at this step for the skill and effect experiment on ghost creation, and then try the effect of spirit out of aperture. Adrian activates his ability, and the soul that is the same as the body escapes from the body, and the body that loses the support of the soul instantly falls to the ground. This is the first time I have observed myself from this perspective. I have to say, it is really a very strange feeling. Adrian looked at the self who seemed to fall asleep on the floor, with a strange expression. At the next moment, Adrian, soul state, went straight through the wall of the hotel room and flew into the night sky. The soul state is similar to the ghost state. It cannot touch anything that exists in the material world, that is, it loses its sense of smell and touch. It can only perceive information from the outside world through sight and hearing. Level 1 spirit body out of the body, the limit distance to be able to escape from the torso is about 100 meters, hot spring? In my soul state, I am not afraid of water at all. Adrian instantly returned to his body. If the soul state of me is not afraid of water, what about the ghostly me? Is it the same? With surprise, horror, and unhidden joy in his expression, Adrian walked to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. I softened, gurgling. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Navigator Upgrade Task, Seeking Collection, Seeking Push. Chapter 21 Navigator Upgrade Mission. The next morning, Adrian left the hotel and went to the all-knowing tree library again. From the library, he borrowed a travel brochure entitled The Introduction of O'Hara, Hywon Lee version 1497. I also met Dr. Kloba. After a night of thinking, the old doctor somehow regained his confidence and prepared to preach to Adrian again. Then Adrian was slapped in the face on the spot. Ah, what? I watched Basic Shipbuilding and Maintenance and Common Diseases and Treatment Methods in the Sea last night, and I think I have a good grasp of it. Why don't you come to take the test? Of course, no need to mention the result. Adrian Boatman and Doctor both came to LV10. Although the level is not very high, the two books Basic Shipbuilding and Maintenance and Common Diseases and Treatment Methods of the Sea can be said to be quite thorough. N.S. After some investigations and tests, Dr. Kloba was once again depressed and fell into a state of Kong-yi already. I also need to remind you that the upper limit of the secondary profession is 10, which does not mean that the upper limit of the profession itself is only 10. It is just that the higher level knowledge content will not be expanded. Is like a level 10 doctor. The simple disease treatment you have is only able to cure some diseases that are quite common in the sea. If it is more difficult, there is no way. You need to find a more powerful doctor for treatment. The same is true for navigator, cook, boatman, and so on. Leaving the tree of all-knowing library, Adrian followed the instructions in the travel brochure and came to the commercial street of O'Hara Island. The Dorothy Taylor, the most famous clothing store in O'Hara, this is it. Adrian enters the clothing store, and a meticulous old woman with grey hair and dressing is sitting behind the counter. The store is filled with all kinds of cloth. Hello guest, I'm Seville Dorothy, the owner of Dorothy Taylor. Do you have any needs? The old woman asked with a smile. I need custom clothing, Adrian nodded, 2 sets of kendo training suits, 2 sets of daily kimonos, and 3 suits. Granny Dorothy asked kindly, can you allow me to ask a little question? Of course you can, please tell me. I see the age of the guests, it seems that they are not 18 years old yet. Adrian was slightly surprised. Hey? Can this be seen? Granny Dorothy said seriously, of course. Don't underestimate the professionalism of a professional tailor. In the next second, her expression eased again, and she did not show any contempt because of Adrian's age. If the customer is underage, customizing so many clothes in one breath will soon become unfit. It's okay, if the clothes don't fit, I will come to you to reorder it. Adrian Howe said unpopularly. But mother-in-law, can I ask you a question? Please tell me, guest. Adrian's expression was embarrassed for a moment. I want to ask, how tall do you think I can grow in the future? He was hopeful, will it grow to 3 meters? Growing to 3 meters is Adrian's biggest wish at present. Granny Dorothy walked out of the counter, squeezed Adrian's arm bones and leg bones, and shook her head slightly. It's impossible for 3 meters. If you work hard, maybe you can grow to 2 meters. Adrian lost his tone, is it only 2 meters? In the eyes of ordinary people, 2 meters is already a great big man. Mother-in-law Dorothy said cheerfully. There were no other customers in the store at the moment, and she was happy to chat. Forget it, 2 meters is 2 meters. Adrian shook his head, no longer worrying about the height problem. He thanked Dorothy mother-in-law, thank you, mother-in-law. It's okay, the clothes will be taken in 3 days later, the total cost is. After leaving the Dorothy Taylor's shop, Adrian went shopping in the commercial street for a while, and after buying some things, he walked towards the edge of the island. Not long after, O'Hara number 37 dock. As mentioned before, when Adrian left from Chilean Island, the fishermen's boats borrowed passed through at any cost, and died when Kankan arrived in O'Hara. It happened that Adrian unlocked and upgraded the boatman deputy occupation last night, and it was more than enough to make a small boat enough to sail alone. Knock, hammer, hammer, time passes. Adrian removed the mask, patted his hands on the dust, and returned the scattered tools to the toolbox one by one, officially declaring the completion of the shipbuilding work. Lying quietly in Dock 37 at this time is a brand new small speedboat with beige exterior paint. The overall hull is streamlined without any bow markings, and the grey and hemp sails are empty, indicating that this boat is an ordinary fishing boat and not a pirate boat. There is nothing to fault about the appearance, the only pity is that the power system of this speedboat belongs to awkward to say, it is pure artificial power. Just when Adrian was about to try the new ship, the panel suddenly sounded a reminder. Ownership of the vessel detected. Detected navigator at full level, basic navigation skills at full level. Whether to start the sub-professional upgrade task? Do you still use thinking? Of course is on. You have triggered the B-level career upgrade task navigator. Task requirements: pilot a ship to complete a voyage to the 4 major seas. And draw the corresponding sea area map. Task reward: navigator promote to navigator, basic navigator to advanced navigator. Adrian carefully looked at the mission requirements, and found that he did not need to travel across the 4 major seas, but only needed to complete one of the sea areas. For example, Adrian is currently in the West China Sea. He only needs to complete the West China Sea voyage and draw the whole area of the West China Sea chart that meets the system specifications, and he can upgrade the navigator deputy to navigator. The difficulty of the class upgrade task is B. Does it mean that you will encounter high-power opponents during the voyage, or is it just that it takes a lot of time and energy? It should be the latter. Then navigator will have subsequent upgrades to the secondary profession. If the navigator can be upgraded, can chefs, boatmen, etc. also be able to upgrade the template? I just don't know when their upgrade conditions will be triggered. A series of thoughts quickly flashed through Adrian's mind. Right. Why didn't I trigger this task before? Because it was stolen the borrowed ship, so I didn't have the ownership. But if the borrowed money is used to buy timber to build a ship, the ownership of the ship belongs to me. What logic? This is discrimination against pirates' profession. This is discrimination against One Piece Roger. I think that at the beginning, Dai Shuangzhen's right hand saw One Piece's right arm, Hades King Raleigh, because he stole Roger's ship. Only, Bei, became, Hu, Gong, Yu, into the sea. The cold and ruthless system is indifferent to Adrian's cheer. Unexpectedly, the navigator upgrade task was triggered, but Adrian was not ready to go out to sea immediately. In the next 2 or 3 days, Adrian stayed on O'Hara Island, maintaining daily swordsmanship training, while also continuously deepening the ability development of ghost fruits. 3 days later, the system finally heard a prompt. Countdown, 0. The player forum is open. Closed beta officially started. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Open Beta. Chapter 22 Open Beta. Nickname, Cao Renkai. The regular opening has been selected, and the character creation is complete. Race, Human. According to your questionnaire tendencies, you have completed the landing area and landing island. The location where you are about to descend is, Zihai Country of Flowers. It's coming. I wish you a happy game. The southeastern coast of the Country of Flowers, a certain uninhabited secluded place. Cao Renkai only felt that his vision suddenly flickered, and when he could see clearly again, he had already landed in a completely unfamiliar open space. There are rough and moist earthy yellow gravel under your feet, and the air filled with salty sea breeze pours into the nasal cavity head-on. Looking closely, not far away is the vast blue sea, and the white seagulls constantly crowing soaring freely in the air. Very real. Cao Renkai squatted down, took a handful of sand from the ground, and the fine gravel was lost between his fingers. The touch was exactly the same as the beach he had touched in the real world, and he was amazed. In addition to him, there were hundreds of closed beta players standing densely around. At this time, most of the players were looking at each other curiously at the scenery next to each other, constantly sending out turtle tortoise, cow bee, I'm tired, my god. Such admiration. The more utilitarian players are ready to leave this beach and explore nearby areas. Cao Renkai slightly jerkily called up the system panel to check his character attributes. Same as the information on the official website before, the player in the regular start has only one main occupation of refugee, which symbolizes that this person has moved here from other islands. You don't need to look at the level, experience, attributes, etc. for the time being, you will find out a little bit when you do the task later. The only equipment that you have on the whole body is the three-piece suit of the novice in the bad street, the short-sleeved commoner, pants and straw sandals that never fall. They have no attributes other than shame. Can't drop? The system does not support this function, right? Are the parts still there? Cao Renkai reached out subconsciously. Well, I'm still a familiar little brother. The next moment, he noticed that a guy next to him had done an experiment of the same type as him, but his style was much more open. The guy was going to try on the spot whether he could take off his pants. Cao Renkai quietly moved a few steps away. No matter if the brother will take off his pants later, he doesn't want to watch it. My lord said, there will be needles. Are there any such level of goods among the closed beta players? I thought they were all professional players except me. Different from most other One Piece beta players, Cao Renkai is neither a folk game nor a professional player. He is just an avid VR fan. In terms of games, as you can tell from the name, this guy can only be regarded as a pink and cute new game except for certain game types with special colors. I heard by chance that the game One Piece was about to be released. Cao Renkai kept a high degree of attention. He really wanted to see what the holographic VR game looked like. For this reason, Cao Renkai also contributed a kidney in a small form contributed a string of mysterious numbers that he has cherished for many years. When the announcement of the internal beta of One Piece was opened, Cao Renkai was even more European. Among the thousands of online forces, he was lucky to grab a valuable internal beta quota. When the game beta officially opens today, Cao Renkai is also the first time to enter the game to find out. It is not so much that Cao Renkai wants to shine and stand out in One Piece, it is better to say that he just wants to see the scenery of the different world, and by the way, get to know the beauty of the different world. I started the VR game, and I walked into the valley with her. 372 words are omitted here. Cao Renkai smiled, his slightly wretched expression was full of reveries about the future. At this moment, other players on the beach are also talking about it. What a real feeling! I love it. What are we going to do now? Why are there no hints? Are there no guide NPCs? Gan. Why can't these pants be taken off? Try another way to take off. Can you be faster? The soldiers are so fast. At this moment, an old man with grey hair and wrinkled hunchback came slowly from the north. A large group of players rushed up, surrounded the old man dressed as a fisherman, and asked eagerly. Stand up. Old man, do I need any help? Old man, is there anything you can suggest? Old stuff, can you help me take off my pants? Old man. Standing on the edge of the crowd, Cao Renkai took advantage of the noise and secretly lost an old man dressed as a fisherman. Based on your level and attributes, you get the following information. Fisherman in Flower Country, light red. Grade 1. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 4, Endurance 4, Intelligence 6, Charisma 3, Lucky 1. Skills, Fishing. Dangerous degree, Medium. The player has a detection function, which can see through the information and abilities of the NPC to a certain extent, but if the level gap is large, there will be a lack of information. The larger the gap, the more missing. The color of the name of the NPC represents the friendly relationship, green friendly, yellow neutral, red hostile, and the degree of danger is the approximate strength gap between the player and the target. Because of being at level 1, Cao Renkai successfully observed most of the NPC information. I thought he was a fisherman, but he was really a fisherman. But who can tell me that he is also level 1, but this old fisherman's attributes are so much higher than me. Cao Renkai turned his head, called up the information and looked at his 6-dimensional attributes, with a skeptical expression on his face. Strength 1, Agility 1, Endurance 1, Intelligence 1, Charisma 1, Luck 1. Hexagonal fighters are out of the box, extremely balanced, all values are 1. Cao Renkai vomited, even the level of fisherman's danger level is medium. This game is too difficult to play, right? Fortunately, my hobby is not to upgrade monsters. At the same time, many players also detected the attributes of the old fisherman and couldn't help but mutter. What the hell, this old man's attributes are too high, right? Just like this, can I have 3 points of charm? Am I not more handsome than him? Why does his intelligence have 6 points? Is this a monster that has become a fine? The expressions of the players gradually became dangerous. The old fisherman suddenly let out a scream, and ran out of the crowd. In view of the high power of 3 points, no player actually grabbed him. It's not good. It's not good. The old fisherman yelled as he ran away, a large number of pirates are here. Pirate? It said, like, yeah, we. No? What the is the novice instructor running away on the spot? A group of Gaowan was at a loss and fell into a brief chaos. Although the holographic VR game is a version that has never been touched before, the game company is also secretive and does not give dry goods, but everyone is a person who has seen the wind and waves anyway, and will not be easily surprised. But what is the operation of you, an old man who looks like a novice village chief and ran away? And before leaving, still planted us as pirates? Although this is a game, what are you NPC playing? End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Mensin First Experience. Chapter 23 The First Experience of Mensin. Not long after, the old fisherman returned to the beach with a strange man. The new man is tall, with long, messy orange hair, and his muscular upper body is unclothed. He is only wearing a simple green cloak behind his back, and a handle is tied behind the cloak, which is almost as tall as a person. Huge battle axe. Wow! So tall. It's definitely 3 meters, right? This muscle. I'm done. This is also a human? Is it wearing muscle armor? The players were surprised again and again. The strong man took off his battle axe from his back, and he took a meal forward, smashing countless grit. He glanced contemptuously at the group of so-called pirates, and said loudly, I am the squad leader of the Sambo Navy, Jixiang. You refugees from overseas, if you want to eat enough, give me rules. Find a job well, we don't welcome useless waste in the country of flowers. After a pause, Jixiang said again, looking at all of you are so short, you probably don't have much strength. If you can't be a combatant, then you can honestly plant crops in the fields. You also need to carry the packaging and unloading work on the dock. In the country of flowers, as long as you are diligent enough, you won't be starving. According to the auspicious 3 treasures. Bah! According to the description of Jixiang, captain of the Sambo Navy, the players probably understand a certain situation. The temporary self-contained vagrant in the game is not a profession, but a status symbol. If you want to be recognized by the local indigenous people, at least you need to obtain the status of civilian. In the country of flowers, everyone performs their duties. The local ruling power is called Water Army, from Dabao, 1 treasure, to 8 treasures, arranged in order. In addition, there is still a large amount of labor in various parts of the country of flowers. Applying for the job should be able to unlock the corresponding secondary occupations, such as farmers. Clear the thoughts, the players suddenly became a little uneasy. The valuable closed beta opportunity that a group of high players finally won is to obtain game information in advance and establish game advantages, not for farming, carrying sandbags, and doing coolies. Among the crowd, a Union player looked towards Jixiang and asked respectfully, "Master Jixiang, I wonder if we can join the Sambo Navy." Hearing this, Jixiang suddenly burst into laughter. "You still want to join the Sambo Navy because of your small bodies?" He gently shook his wrist, and threw the huge battle axe in his hand that was almost as high as a man in front of everyone. The door-sized fine iron axe shone with an icy cold light, and with a sneer, it poured directly into the ground. Jixiang announced to everyone, "Come and see who can pull up my axe. I will make an exception and let him join my team." The players looked at the huge battle axe in front of them, and most of them behaved eagerly. Things that cannot be done in real life can be easily accomplished in the game by virtue of attributes, levels, etc. This is also one of the great charms of the game. And if someone can lift this axe and successfully join the 3 treasure marines, wouldn't they immediately get the main profession when they first started the game, and then instantly distance themselves from other players? Joan looked at each other, their eyes full of provocation. "This main profession, I'll take it first. You scumbags, let's see my performance later." Not long after, a group of people lay down on the ground in a sloppy manner, all players who failed to lift weights. If someone sees their system panel, they will find that their stamina is almost dry. Jixiang shook his head and said, "I said, don't be too high-minded. You vagrants, it is better to be honest with you. The profession of fighting is really not suitable for you." Seems to have sensed the unwilling grievances of the players, Jixiang said again, "Have you seen that piece of wood? If there are people who are not afraid of death, try hunting in the mountains. Hunting in the mountains is safer than catching fish in the sea." All the players looked at the past, and suddenly there was a thick green in their eyes. The lush mountains and forests, white clouds and cold surrounding it, like a paradise on earth, a bit better than the 5-star tourist resorts in real life, as for the previous games. The other netizens of "I don't know how much the distance is even worse. So beautiful. How dangerous can there be in such a beautiful place?" A group of non-believers players rushed towards the mountain. After just a few minutes, only a handful of people walked back dejectedly. "This monster is too strong, right? I can't see the level at all, let alone say, one leg is thicker than me. Yet. When I rushed over, it was like a tank pressing over. I don't have an F key. There is no compulsory blood deduction function, bad review. The dead brother returned the news. Fuck. Not to mention the deduction of experience for one death, the resurrection time is still half an hour, and it will continue to stack? The game can only die 5 times in a week? This Nima is playing a hammer." Seeing the miserable end of the Digwai, everyone, the more sensible players immediately dispelled the idea of upgrading through Digwai in a short time. At low levels, let's run the mission honestly and earn experience. The old fisherman who just caused a misunderstanding by accident suddenly became a sweet potato, and a large group of players asked him about the fishing skills. "Didn't Jixiang just say that hunting in the mountains is safer than fishing in the sea?" A player asked in a puzzled manner. "You heard it too," he said, going down to the sea to catch fish. A player next to him loudly said, "I'll just catch a fish on the shore. How dangerous is it?" The harmony sounded one after another. Yeah. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore." At this moment, a small sea king who was praying suddenly emerged from the sea not far away. A few tens of meters in height, with a strange big fish several meters long in his mouth with interlaced teeth, he suddenly jumped out of the sea, splashing countless waves. At the same time, his body was full of cruelty. Suddenly fell into a dead silence on the beach on the shore. After a long time, some players spoke quietly and said, "I think it's safer to work on the shore." Yes, it is impossible to go to the sea, it is impossible to go to the sea in this life. Why don't we go to the nearby town and see? It is too remote here, and there is no task to do. Among the crowd, the small and transparent Cao Renkai could not help but nod frantically when he heard these words. In fact, he had long wanted to go into the city to have a look, but he didn't dare to act alone. This game is far more difficult in the wild. Beyond his imagination. Only following the action of the large forces can make people feel a little relieved. A group of players immediately left the old fisherman and walked lively towards the nearby town. About half an hour later, the players came to the entrance of the town, and after a simple check by the guards at the gate of the city, they formally entered the interior of the town. Although this game is very rare to survive in the wild, it is indeed very realistic. The players looked at the scene of the town with their gazes and admired them. It's as if they really have traveled to ancient times. This architectural style, this level of detail, isn't it much better than Hongdian? There is one thing to say, people in this world are so big. Well, is bigger too. Brother, although I don't know what you are talking about, there seems to be something wrong with you. When a game company develops a game, don't you think about the average height in the real world? So many tall people seem to be a little scared. We are just playing games, brother Dei. After a burst of talk, the players who poured into the town immediately dispersed, disappearing into the crowd as if water droplets merged into the sea. Judging from the previous information, One Piece is clearly a game with a very high degree of freedom. If you want to establish an advantage in advance and widen the gap with others, then the precious internal testing time cannot be wasted at all. Compared to those professional players who are anxious to open up wasteland and do tasks, Cao Renkai looks much less noticeable. As a casual player who is lucky enough to be drawn into the internal beta, Cao Renkai will naturally not run to do tasks to make money at the first time. He enters the game to experience life and enjoy the fun. Wow, this girl looks so good. This yellow-haired sister is so cute. I, Cao Renkai, just starved to death and was beaten to death by a monster, so I won't run to do tasks to make money. After wandering around the town for a long time, the hungry Cao Renkai came to the pier to help the old fisherman shout and sell fish. The internal beta of the game has started. There are a lot of players' names missing. You are welcome to register voluntarily in the dot circle. Player ID, Identity, Leisure, Professional, Great God, General Personality Characteristics. If is not available, ID will be randomly selected from Reader Daga. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Arrived in the Country of Flowers. Chapter 24, Arrived in the Land of Flowers. O'Hara. Since getting the reminder that the internal beta of the system panel has officially started, Adrian has considered how to contact the players of the internal beta. Fortunately, together with the closed beta, there is also the player forum. Unfortunately, after a sneak peek on the game forum, Adrian discovered that although there are not a few players coming within the West Sea, there is not one in O'Hara, which I have to say is a pity. He still misses leaks a little. He wants players to take the initiative to come. Adrian, who had nothing to do with him, continued to scan the forum. Look, everyone, I found another big baby on the beach. This is after entering the game and ran to catch the sea. Envy. Isn't it the only thing in the world that I am not eligible for the closed beta? This is the envy and jealous passerby party. The people in this world are so tall, I am only 1.9 meters out of place. This is a yin and yang person. Ask, has anyone encountered a pirate? The content in the game forum is varied. In addition to the closed beta players who have already entered the game, there are also a large number of boring people posting posts. Adrian spent a lot of work to find a slightly valuable post. Click on the last question post. Didn't the game company's announcement post a reward for One Piece? Why I haven't seen a pirate after playing for a day. I don't know if other people are in the same situation. P.S. I'm in the East China Sea. The replies in the post also showed their own magic. Show off the dog. Go to hell. I haven't encountered any pirates, maybe because I have been moving on land. It could also be because you didn't enter the game at all, comical. Thank you for the invitation, I'm in Bahai, I just entered the game. After several layers, Adrian finally found a layer of very valuable posts, with the main ID of clearly clear. As we all know, the One Piece game has been attracting the attention of gamers since its development. As far as the masters know, One Piece is the world's first holographic VR game with a fully immersive gaming experience. Unfortunately, the company leaked very little game content. Can be said to be itching every boot, the more itching gets, the more itchy. From the information that has been released on the company's official website, most of the world of One Piece is the ocean. The main activity areas of the human race are the dotted islands in the vast sea, and the red Earth continent that traverses the planet. At present, we only know the following contents, including a small amount of irresponsible personal guesses. 1. The red Earth continent and the Great Waterway divide the whole world into 7 major plates, the 4 great seas of southeast, northwest, and northwest, the red Earth continent, the first half of the Great Waterway, and the second half of the Great Waterway. 2. The main forces in the game can be roughly divided into these groups: World Government, Navy, Independent Kingdom, and Pirates. 3. One Piece King Golder Roger has reached the top, offering a reward of 5.5 billion Baileys. Not surprisingly, as the One Piece King, he will declare war with the world government that represents order and rule. This should be the main storyline of our game. 4. The name of the 1.0 version of the game is the opening of the Great Sailing Era, which indicates that One Piece will reach the top and attract a large number of people who eat melons to the sea and become pirates. The opening of the game will naturally have a process and a story climax, and there will be a corresponding closing and ending. I believe this will be a very long story. 5. Apart from anything else, you can tell from the name of the game One Piece that the game company is definitely on Goldo Roger's side, so I can successfully defeat the world government and have the last laugh. Seemingly reasonable and well-founded, Adrian only came to one conclusion: this big understanding brother named Clear and Plain should not only have not read cartoons, he has not even watched animation. The most worthy of complaints are the 3rd and 5th points he summarized. Roger don't even declare war on the world government. After reaching the top of One Piece, he disbanded the pirate group on the spot, and then went to the South China Sea to get married and have a son. Okay? Roger, who is terminally ill and short-lived, will surrender to the Navy next year and execute his sentence in ROG. How can he have the last laugh? Unexpectedly, there was no rebuttal at this level. Instead, there were a large number of replies of agreeing and worshipping the gods. Don't you say that the players don't know the plot? Adrian thought with some confusion. If that's the case, the operating space will be a lot. Closed the post, Adrian looked at a messy game forum and posted a newcomer fishing post with the ID of. It fell to the sea instantly without any reply. By the way, can the forum environment be better by the time the game is in the beta? He couldn't help but feel a little headache. The current situation really affects the acquisition of effective information. After reviewing the forum for a while, Adrian found another piece of very useful information. Currently there are 4 main gathering points for the closed beta players who are coming to the West Sea. Only a 5-day voyage. If you enter the Ghost and fly past, the speed will be much faster. Adrian is not so eager to see the players. Anyway, the internal test will last for 15 days. The 5 days it took to sail the boat in the past can just make those players familiar with the game environment in advance and accumulate some experience. By the way, he can also hide in the forum to collect some player information. 5 days later, Adrian was driving a self-made speedboat and was able to see the huge port of the Country of Flowers. The Country of Flowers, here comes. Looking at the ship that shuttled back and forth like a school of fish not far away, Adrian muttered silently in her heart. For him, the country of flowers is one of the few high-risk islands unique in the West China Sea. The reason is not elsewhere. It is just that most of the senior officials of the 8 treasures of the Flower Nation have mastered the dominant power, the 12th generation of 8 treasures. The navy leader, also a pillar, Qing Jiao, was armed and domineering, and was even able to briefly compete with the naval hero Carp back then. This is an extremely rare situation in the 4 seas. Generally speaking, the big pirates who are famous in the 4 Great Seas will go to the Great Sea route almost without exception to compete with the powerful players from all over the world. In other words, almost all the top masters in the world have gathered in the Great Route. The Green Pepper is one of the very few legendary big pirates who has a bounty of more than 100 million in the 4 Great Seas, and the bounty is as large as 500 million Baileys. Even in the New World, where strong players are born in the second half of the Great Route, the Green Peppers of the Year can be regarded as one of the first-class players. Furthermore, as far as Adrian knows, in order to defeat the Green Pepper 5 years ago, Carp even deliberately practiced for a period of time, replacing the sandbags with mountains, and forcibly hammered the 8 mountains. That was the naval hero who teamed up with Roger to defeat the Incredible Rocks pirates 13 years ago. Carp. Although the Green Pepper was flattened with a punch later. However, Carp attaches great importance to the unique cone head of green peppers. To a certain extent, it also means that he is quite recognized for the domineering accomplishments of green peppers. Armed and domineering. A flash of yearning color flashed in Adrian's eyes. The phantom body raised to the full level allowed him to ignore the attacks of most people in the world, but the domineering is still one of the few powers that can hurt him. Forget it, this time I just came to quietly test the player's situation, not to tease the 8 treasures marines. Adrian pressed his thoughts, domineering or something, let's consider it later. About the player. Several children's shoes have already signed up for Long Taolo. It would be nice if the information can be more detailed. Example framework, if it is a player, ID, appearance, age, and representative characteristics, general personality, hobbies and habits. The most important thing is, devil fruit ability. The biggest attribute of the player is, system rules protection, immortality. But the devil fruit is different from others, it must be dropped by death. This point needs to be explained in advance. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Abalone on the Dock, please collect, please recommend. Chapter 25, Abalone on the Dock. Sell fish, fresh black abalone. After 5 days, Cao Renkai, who has successfully transferred from the game's Iobai to a skilled fish seller, is now hawking enthusiastically on the dock and is unremarkable among a group of fishermen. On the other side of the pier, Adrian, who had just got off the boat, stopped abruptly. It was not because he particularly liked eating abalone or because of unexpected situations, but because he saw a bright white among a group of fishermen. ID, Cao Renkai. Good name. Adrian subconsciously exclaimed. What the hell? In the next second, he suddenly came back to his senses. As a closed beta player, he didn't do a good job to earn experience, but instead ran to the dock to sell abalone? Is this guy's brain okay? Is not right. The point is, how can I see the player's ID? And do you see through the name directly? Is it because I have the same system panel as them? Adrian was slightly puzzled, but the people I met before, without being told, can't tell the names of strangers. In any case, this is good news. You can easily distinguish between players and NPCs in the future. Even in the vast crowd, you can tell at a glance who is the player and who is the NPC. Adrian did not look at the data panel of this man named Cao Renkai, whose nickname was quite good. He had already learned a lot of relevant information on the forum before. I don't know why, all the players who are coming to the closed beta, without exception, are all fully digitized. That's right. From top to bottom, even including their health and physical strength. From the self-explosive post on the forum, The amount of health of all players is equal to the value of physical strength, all converted from endurance, with a ratio of 1:100. The legendary pedicure killing method is particularly effective against such a fully digitalized enemy. A fully digitized body can be considered pros and cons, but it is too unfriendly to have all the attributes of one point. Adrian murmured in his heart. All closed beta players, no matter what method they choose to arrive, whether they descend on the 4 Great Seas or on the Great Route, their personal attributes are all the same. Everything is, Strength 1, Agility 1, Endurance 1, Intelligence 1, Charisma 1, Lucky 1, Life 100, Physical Strength 100. The standard can no longer be standard, just like clones produced in the same production workshop. The problem is that in addition to being lucky, the standard attributes of adult men in the world of One Piece are all 5 points. Even charm. The initial attributes of the poor players are not as good as ordinary children. I don't know how many people will have a psychological shadow because of this. Maybe in the eyes of the strong in the world of One Piece now, the players are a group of short, ugly weak. Thinking of this, Adrian almost couldn't help laughing. Cao Renkai, who was still selling abalone, happened to complete a sale with an aunt to grocery shopping. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as he was about to sell again, he suddenly found a suit and leather shoes not far away, and he was extremely well dressed. Bichhen's young handsome stared at him unblinking, his mouth was slightly hooked, and his eyes were deep. Actually, he was emptying his consciousness. The chrysanthemum titan Cao Renkai subconsciously tossing to detect the past. Based on your level and attributes, you get the following information. The ratio of young men, yellow name. Level : attributes : dangerous level, extremely fatal. Extremely fatal. Cao Renkai swallowed subconsciously. He hadn't seen a high-risk NPC during the 5 days he spent at the dock before, but it was extremely fatal with question marks and no information. This is only one example. What level of character is this? At this moment, the young man suddenly strode over. It's you, Cao Dawa. The aggressive Adrian was almost choked by the appearance of Cao Renkai. Good fellow, I'm direct good fellow. Hung the arrogant name of Cao on his head, but in fact he has the wretched face of the tiger of the crime team. Who gave you the courage? Cao Dawa. Cao Renkai couldn't help but tremble. This young brother, have you admitted the wrong person? My name is Cao Renkai. You still dare to say that you are not Cao Dawa with your flamboyant and coquettish posture. Ahem. Those are not important. Adrian coughed heavily and said in a deep voice, you just spied on me in secret. Cao Renkai trembled again. What the hell, is it not suitable to sell abalone today? The previous detection has never been discovered by anyone. Could it be that I have encountered an overspec powerhouse? So young? Adrian saw Cao Renkai's nervous look and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Now his intelligence attribute is as high as more than 200 points, and the bonus to the hidden attribute perception is unimaginable. Cao Renkai's detection, to Adrian, is almost as obvious as a light in the dark. Cao Renkai had nothing to say, so he could only smile and said, what are you talking about, why don't I understand? Brother, do you want abalone? My black abalone is the freshest piece of this piece. Abalone? I don't need it. Adrian smiled casually, stopped teasing the players, and went back to preach. My name is Adrian, I'm a traveler who just came to the country of flowers, and now I need other help. Are you free? Cao Renkai was startled, then startled again, and then fell into agitated emotions instantly. Does the fish seller also have spring? After selling the abalone for 5 days, it accidentally triggered a high-level NPC full of question marks. Could it be that abalone is my lucky star? Cao Renkai replied excitedly, I am willing to help. Adrian thought for a while, and said, I need a piece of pure fresh water, can you find it for me? As soon as the voice fell, a prompt sounded on the panel. Do you want to post a task to the player Cao Renkai? The NPC template should correspond to this. To players, mission release system. Yes. Please set specific task requirements and rewards. The rewards are limited by the amount of experience points. The total amount of experience points depends on your level, strength, influence, and legend. You have the right to use some of your own items as additional rewards, including but not limited to Pele, items, experience, skills. A 2-page light blue illusion box suddenly appeared in front of you, divided into 2 parts, left and right. You can choose the task type, and the right side shows the current total experience value. After taking a short glance at the daily total, Adrian set up a common task at will and released it. At the same time, Cao Renkai also received the panel prompt. What the hell? I thought you were a high-level NPC. As a result, you only gave me 10 yuan for a bottle of pure water with an average price of 100 Baileys? Want me to post it upside down? Are players not considered human? Isn't money for running errands? And many more. Cao Renkai suddenly realized something. Although he was not very experienced in serious games, based on his previous experience in colorful color games, such an obviously weird task should be just a pre-test. Only after the opponent is satisfied can you continue to trigger subsequent tasks. If it fails, it almost means that the line has failed. What will happen if you say it succeeds? Hey, what to increase the favorability, what, you know. Excited Cao Renkai immediately took out 2 bottles of pure water from his bag and handed them to Adrian. I only have so much pure water on my body, I will give it to you. Adrian is confused to resolve the task. What's the matter? There are players who are so active in seeking slaughter? Could it be that this abalone guy really has a problem with his brain? Also, whoever is a normal player will run to the dock to sell abalone during the closed beta phase. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, This is not persecuting Mensin, this is cultivating the future, please. Chapter 26 This is not persecuting Mensin, it is cultivating the future. Adrian took a sip of the pure water contributed by Cao Renkai free of charge, and his eyes shone slightly. Now we need to try the last and most important function. A prompt comes from the panel. Do you want to open a personal store to the player Cao Renkai? Click to confirm. In the line of sight, there are unreal boxes on the left and right sides similar to when the mission was just released. On the left is the item store. The exclamation point reminds you that you can put any personal items belonging to you, even if you don't bring them around, as long as the ownership belongs to you. It can also be displayed in the panel list. On the right is the skill store. You can put any skills he has mastered, regardless of level, except of course, the Devil Fruit ability and Speciality ability. Adrian tentatively put a few items on it, mainly skills, supplemented by items. Please set a price for your goods. Note, the price can be Bailey, experience, specific items, etc. You can also set pre-purchase conditions for the product, including but not limited to level, attribute, skill, occupation, favorability. My panel is awesome, this function is really great. Adrian sighed again and again. Think again for a while, after setting all the products, confirm the release. A 2-page product interface suddenly appeared in front of Cao Renkai, and his eyes were immediately attracted. Let me have some good skills in Kong Kong. Basic fighting, basic shooting, basic swordsmanship, basic navigation skills, and many corresponding advanced skills. Sure enough, the big guy is the big guy, and it is different from the ordinary angler. Fuck. What is this? Seeing the description of a certain skill, Cao Renkai's face instantly flushed and his eyes burst. You can freely control your body, hair, and internal organs. As long as you instill your consciousness, you can freely control any part of your body, anywhere. Fug. Fug. What I think should be possible, right? It should be true. Right? Even if it's just in the game, you can show off a man's prowess. As an alternative casual player, Cao Renkai was irritated by the skill description of Life Return. This skill is the best magical skill in the world for him. If you have this skill, it will definitely make other male players feel ashamed. Cao Renkai looked at the price again, as if he was forced to have an ice bucket challenge, from the cold to the end, from the cold to the heart. Ignore the experience temporarily. But 1 million Baileys? It's not enough to sell me. Reluctantly closing the skill shop, Cao Renkai opened the item shop again, and suddenly felt dull. Swimming guns, gunpowder bullets, standard long knives, fashion uniforms, what's the use of these? Give me a boat, at least I can get abalone in the sea. Adrian has noticed something wrong. The player in front of him does not seem to be a serious player. The pursuit of high power and high quality skills is indeed necessary, but it is not enough to have no trouble with the few products in the item store. You are still just a level 1 Xiaomen Sin. The power of the flintlock and gunpowder bullets is enough to make you dominate in the novice zone, okay? Why don't you have any passion to buy? In order not to fail in his first business, Adrian took the initiative to make a sales pitch. Is there any items or abilities you need? Cao Renkai blushed and asked embarrassingly, I want to ask, for a friend to ask, is it really possible to control any part of the body freely? Free control, anywhere. You should still be Cao Dewa in the undercover period, right? The proper LSP is full of salty and wet things, and it does not have the style of the soft rice king of the crime team. Adrian is full of black lines. After getting an accurate reply, Cao Renkai suddenly became even more excited. Well, can it be cheaper? Cao Renkai tried to pie. Cao Renkai found that the name of the NPC in front of him was turning red. Cao Renkai gave up pie. After thinking twice and carefully measuring the thickness of his own pockets, Cao Renkai chose other skills. Your basic heat has been learned, you have gained 1000 experience and 1000 Baileys. Cao Renkai's skills for learning skills will all be handed over to Adrian, which is equal to tuition, and there is no middleman to make the difference. Teaching player skills is equivalent to teaching, but the system panel simplifies and speeds up the entire process, and your own skill level will not change as a result. The skills and items that Adrian chose to show are all carefully thought out. They are the kind of skills that are almost necessary to discuss life on the sea. The rare advanced skills are entirely based on Cao Renkai being the first player he encountered. Put it on the face of the person. But I thought you were a good leak. As a result, you don't need a single combat skill, you just want to be a hot cook. Preliminary test of the NPC function of the system panel, Adrian basically completed the goal of this trip, and walked away, ready to leave the dock and head to the inland of the flower. Wow! Big brother, where are you going? I still want to mix with you. Cao Renkai, who had just won the basic heat, was immediately anxious. He helped the old fisherman sell abalone for 5 days but didn't learn fishing. He just ran into Adrian. Not only did he immediately learn a skill as a chef, but he also got a hint to start a vice career. How could he be willing to see this big fish? Just run away like this? Where can I find you in the future? Cao Dewa asked me to do it. If you are by my side, won't I be the star of the week? Adrian waved his hand, leaving only a free and easy back, disappearing into the crowd. At present, Adrian is very satisfied with the NPC template functions that have been tested. The most valuable one should be the personal items store, which will also be the best weapon to harvest a lot of experience from players in the future. Open a personal item store to players. Different items and skills can also set corresponding pre-purchase conditions, which can be used to issue tasks and drive players to do things. Universal skills on the sea are the best merchandise for sale. In addition, muskets, bullets, and swords are also very valuable weapon items. It's best to think about some chain-type skills. Just like Life Return is the follow-up skill of 6 types, even if you learn Life Return in advance, you need to spend more experience to learn 6 types before you can use it. After learning 6 forms, you can use skill points to point out Life Return in advance, but the players obviously don't know this. Selling the post skills that players must master in the future is almost equivalent to the empty glove White Wolf. Maybe we can learn from and design some unique and highly attractive skills? After all, my main profession is a swordsman. From the information collected on the game forums, the real world is a completely different world from before. Although it has a highly similar cultural background and geographic customs, the specific content varies greatly. So, hey, 8 swordsmen can take it out. After all, there is no League of Legends game in the real world outside, and it will not cause players to misunderstand. Death is like the wind, always with me, the long road is long, only with the sword. With these 2 lines, I don't know how many players will be attracted to them. After all, who can refuse to be a happy man? Well, let me recall, what are Yasuo's skills? The Way of the Drifter, Slashing Forward, Slashing Steel Flash, Barrier of Wind, and Slashing Squall. These 5 skills can roughly correspond to passive swordsmanship, high-speed movement, frontal attack, range defense, and range-based big moves. Basically enough, as long as their main profession is a swordsman. Hey? Will the transfer fee also come to a wave at that time? It can also scrape another layer of experience. Ahem, how can Yasuo's skills be changed? The Way of the Rurouni can be imitated by swordsmanship affinity, cut forward to weaken the power of shave, slash steel flash may be able to simulate the air slash of the foot of the wind, the barrier of the wind and the wind slash, both setting it as a big move requires a corresponding pre-purchase condition, so you can't put all your skills in one mind, right? After all, the quality of skills can be divided into high and low. I just don't know that the system does not allow such created skills. Maybe I can find a closed beta player to experiment with it. I'll wait for me to create the modified version of the skills. What if someone thinks Yasuo is too pretending to learn his skills? If Yasuo can't do it, can his brother Yonjin? The Way of Hunting People, the Slashing of the Gods, the Wrong Jade Cutting, the Front of the Barrier, the Dust Sealing Juicing Slash, they also change a set of Kung Fu. Of course, this is based on the premise that the system allows this skill to be taught. There is a strong wind swordsman, and a sword soul of Feng Mo. Can the balanced genre and the promise sword also have a wave? At that time, the strong wind swordsman of the West China Sea will fight the sword soul of the sealed demon of the South China Sea, and the balanced sect of the East China Sea will become one with the promise swordsman of the North Sea. It is especially interesting to think about it. I really am a Jian, Shang. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Navy Response. Chapter 27 Navy Response. Great Route, Headquarters of the Navy, Malenvander. In the sunny marshal's office, a very strong old man with a broad chest and tawny skin is sitting behind a desk working with documents. The white hair and beard in the shape of mountain indicate that this person is already age not small. The old man is the current Marshal of the Navy, Kong. The Navy is a military organization directly under the authority of the world government. In the name of justice, it maintains law and order in the oceans of the world. It is precisely because of this that a large amount of intelligence information from all over the world will be compiled and collected to the Navy headquarters at all times, waiting for the response of the advanced Navy of the headquarters. Recently, the number of tasks that the Navy headquarters needs to handle has suddenly shown a sharp increase. There is no way, since Golden Roger reached the top of One Piece, people all over the world seem to have been strongly stimulated, and they rushed to the sea, dreaming that they could become the next king of the sea to rule the ocean. The number of pirates is increasing every minute and every second. Correspondingly, the pressure that navies around the world need to endure has skyrocketed. Thornet. The sharp tip of the pen suddenly drew across, and a huge scratch was made on the surface of the white and neat official report. The force was strong enough to see the annoyance of the pen holder. Damn Roger! Damn pirate! Behind the desk, Marshal Kong squeezed the scrapped official paper into a ball and smashed it into the almost full trash can. In the past half a month, he can be regarded as living in the Marshal's office, dealing with official documents day and night, and hardly getting half a moment of leisure time. The Admiral is already the highest combat power of the world government and the strongest combat power of the Navy headquarters, and the Admiral is carefully selected from the generals. It can be said that almost every Admiral is a peerless powerhouse with strength, character, ability, and almost every aspect standing on the top of the sea. However, it is such a peerless and powerful person who is trapped in a palm-sized office by cumbersome official documents. How can he not be stunned? The idea of retirement has emerged in Marshal Sora's brain more than once. However, the replacement of the Admiral is not so simple. You can change if you want. The most important point is that even if there is a good enough Marshal pre-selected, there must be a newcomer who can stand up and take on the responsibilities of a general. In the past 800 years, the change of Admiral and Admiral all happened at the same time, without exception. But every time he thought of this, Marshal Sora's brain hurt even more. Excellent or even perfect Marshal candidates are not absent. In the view of Marshal Kong, the Warring States period of Buddha will be the next outstanding standard-bearer who can lead the Navy. But Admiral, not enough. Especially a who obviously has the strength of a general, but he insists on slamming his face in the position of Lieutenant General, and refuses to move. Fuckball carp. As soon as he thought of that tired and lazy guy, Marshal Sora couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Speaking of it, eating, sleeping, and scolding Cap seemed to be the traditional habits of the Admiral. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and Marshal Sora's expression quickly returned to plainness. "Please come in." After getting the order, a courier walked in from outside the office. The young soldier first glanced at Marshal Gujing Wubo with a fanatical look, and respectfully paid a soldier salute. Marshal Kong put down his pen and asked indifferently, "Is there anything wrong?" "Yes." The messenger replied loudly, "Report to the Marshal, there has been a very weird thing recently, which came from all over the world with a fairly frequent probability. There are many similar situations in the Great Sea Route." Marshal Kong squeezed his eyebrows, and said solemnly, "Is it about the pirate again?" "No." The courier replied, "It's a group of refugees." "Refugees?" Marshal Kong raised his eyebrows and curiously asked, "How strange things will happen to a group of refugees?" "Wait, you are talking about the same things happening in the four seas, even the Great Sea Routes, at the same time?" "Yes." The courier nodded fiercely. Initially, the relevant affairs of the refugees were not within the jurisdiction of the Navy, but the relevant intelligence was too weird, and the branch Navy had to report it. Paused for a while, the caller said, "In the past 5 days, a group of erratic refugees have suddenly emerged from all over the world at the same time. Most naval bases have reported similar messages. The group of refugees are weird all day long, especially like to inquire about the local residents. Most of them will disappear out of thin air in a certain period of time, and will only reappear in front of people after a certain period of time. If Adrian is present at the moment, he will definitely understand the meaning of the caller's words. As a player, he is naturally walking strangely and behaving strangely. He likes to inquire about the situation with local residents, but it is to trigger tasks and earn experience. He disappears out of thin air during a certain period of time, and he is also offline. It's just that for other people in the world of One Piece, the various situations the players have shown are really quite weird." The conversation in the office continues. A large group of people suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Marshal Kong's expression became inexplicably serious. "That's right." The messenger nodded fiercely. There has been news before that when a pirate group in the North Sea attacked the town, it incidentally captured a large number of refugees. As a result, by night, the group of people all disappeared. The most surprising thing was that all those refugees were locked up in iron cages at the time. And speaking of this, the courier's throat throbbed and swallowed. The most important piece of information that was passed on in that incident was that all the refugees were immortal. Nanny! The undead! Marshal Kong was taken aback. If he could barely accept the previous information, the news would be a shock. Yes, Master Marshal. The messenger replied earnestly. Moreover, there is not only one case in Bahai, but also in other places. After that incident, whenever someone kills the refugees, their bodies will turn into a white light. Disappeared, and then after a period of time, resurrected in a certain place again. Is it a special situation caused by a devil fruit-capable person? Marshal Kong frowned, but I have never heard of a devil fruit that can affect such a large area. After thinking silently for a moment to no avail, Marshal Sora asked again. What is the approximate number of the refugees? What is the specific distribution? Finally, what is the strength of the refugees? The total number of undead refugees has not been specifically counted, but the minimum should not be less than 1,000. The distribution is from the 4 major seas to the first half of the Great Route, but there is nothing to be discovered on the New World side. The messenger replied one by one. As for the strength, it is weak and very weak. The undead refugees generally have no strength as ordinary human children. A well-trained naval soldier can at least be 1 enemy to 20. Marshal Sora stagnated and scratched his head. He was almost ready for a bigger impact, but if the group of undead refugees were only so weak, it would not cause any bad effects, and the local navy would be able to relax. Suppress. The navy branch that has noticed a similar situation before, is there any other additional findings? Not for the time being. The courier replied, however, Lieutenant General Crane from the Intelligence Department has dispatched professionals to investigate. Oh? Who is the Ahe faction? Where did you go? Lieutenant General Crane did not inform about the specific personnel, but she said that the mission execution location is Zihai, the country of flowers. I wish the college entrance examination students a smooth exam in advance, if there is a in writing. The plenary session of the test, you are all right. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Huguo Characteristics. Chapter 28 Features of Flower Country. The Country of Flowers. After leaving the dock, Adrian had a preliminary thought about the experience harvest plan for players in the future public beta period. Looked up at the sky and saw the sun rising high. He decided to find a place nearby to collect information, and by the way, look at the internal beta players in the Country of Flowers, what they have done in the past few days. As we all know, the 2 best places to inquire about intelligence in another world are the tavern and the custom shop. Adrian does not smoke, and the alcohol is just a taste. During the physical test at the Secret Service base, the doctor said that his body is very good. So in order to continue to maintain good physical condition, Adrian decided not to go to the tavern. Furthermore, how can the little sister be interesting in drinking? The flower country has its own characteristics of the flower country. In this area, the custom shop is not called the custom shop, but the brothel and gulen. Speaking of the traditional culture of the brothel, there are actually very rich gestures in it. Knowledge. In particular, One Piece itself is a world of mixed races. In the custom industry, in addition to the normal human races, there are also many different races of customs, like the mermaid, the snake neck, the three-eyed. Hiss. Maybe I can write this evaluation guide? Adrian's inspiration flashed, as if the adventurer Stark was possessed. The next second, reason regained the height of the brain. Forget it, it will be sealed. Speaking of returning to the characteristics of the flower country. The place of fireworks, brothel, and gulen have the same functions, and they are all well known. Where to go depends on personal needs. However, relatively speaking, brothels target more high-end customers, and the charges will be relatively more expensive. The checkbox is for a wider range of poor people. Yes, it's the poor, and poor will be more lively and easier to collect information. Adrian touched the wallet, which contained a total of 1003,000 Baileys. Restricted skills, hand of 100,000 yuan, currently available times, 1. It's the first time to play, to inquire about information, it's better to be a little bit more appropriate. Well, my current identity is a down-to-earth novelist seeking spiritual comfort. Take literary and artistic inspiration from them. The young man with dreams has taken a brave first step into the world of adults. However, Adrian, who was overly excited, obviously overlooked one thing. How can anyone sell abalone in broad daylight? As the saying goes, one day and one night, literary and artistic workers usually work at night, okay? With regret and resentment, Adrian walked into a tavern called Rich Mistress. Ah, strange brother, I'm Kuizi, the owner of this tavern, do you want to have something? Behind the bar counter, the young boss wearing a blue bow tie and a black tuxedo greeted him with a smile. Adrian took the opportunity to sit in the empty seat in front of the bar and chatted with the boss. Boss Kuizi, the name of the pub is so loud, is it actually cheating customers? Where is there? The tavern owner hurriedly waved his hand. The previous owner of the tavern was indeed a very rich female owner. How rich is it? Adrian raised his brows. A glass of rum, thank you. Milk like skin, honey like lips, silk like chestnut hair. Boss Kuizi made a gesture of memory while pouring wine. Hey! Gambler, don't forget to say that Aunt Mia passed her 55th birthday 5 years ago. A drunk who was drinking suddenly shouted. Adrian's mouth twitched, and he instantly looked at the tavern keeper with admiration. Good guy, is the real female boss 60th birthday? So what? Let's drink your wine. Boss Kuizi scolded with a smile, and did Boss Mia also say? She is a giant. Even a 60-year-old giant is a pretty young girl. Unexpectedly, the words of Boss Kuizi drew greater laughter. Ha ha ha. 1.8 meters of giants. I have never seen such a cute and exquisite giantess. But to be honest, it is true that only the solid eyes of the giants can really lose their tavern to an old gambler, right? Received the rum glass at will, Adrian placed it on the counter table, lifted his chin with one hand, and watched the pub chatting and farting boredly. It sounds like a very interesting story is hidden behind this tavern. Just as the noisy atmosphere in the pub became more heated, a new guest suddenly walked in at the gate. Adrian, with his back to the door, only felt the atmosphere of the tavern suddenly quiet. The next moment, the men's whistles were endless. A glass of red wine, thank you. A fragrant wind blew, and a magnetic voice rang in Adrian's ears. He turned his head to look, his eyes lit up instantly. The stranger is a graceful and glamorous girl, about her early 20s, with a long body, wearing a pink dress, her smooth and white thighs exposed to the air, and a large white and delicate figure on her chest. Soft skin. The most fascinating thing for Adrian is that suffocating face and the fascinating beauty mole under the corner of the right mouth. Okay, the red wine is coming soon. Boss Kuizi stammered suddenly. This little brother, staring at me so directly, but it's very rude. The glamorous girl turned to look at Adrian, smiled slightly, with an unspeakable charm between her gestures, and a little careless laziness. Adrian's eyes burnt. Sorry, I really can't look away from your face, miss. Brother, the girl leaned forward, her black hair slipped off her cheeks, her beautiful eyes stared at Adrian's eyes. You shouldn't be thinking about something bad now, right? I'm sorry again. Adrian's nose moved slightly, and he felt the instant rich scent carefully, and his mood was much more relaxed. What I think now should be 100 times worse than you thought. Glug. The glamorous girl laughed, not caring about the teasing in Adrian's words. Brother, you are really a very interesting person. This is the first time someone described me like this. I wonder if I have the honor to know the name of the lady. Well, my name is only Mei Yan rolled her eyes. My name is Tao Ji. Really? It seems that Mamaji and we are indeed related. Adrian smiled shamelessly. My name is Momoa. Liar. Yan Yan's two sides, with each other, quickly flashed an idea at the same time. Obviously, Adrian recognized her as early as the first time she saw the visitor. Peach Rabbit Jun. Alternate for the future admiral. Although I don't know why I met Peach Rabbit in the land of flowers, this does not prevent Adrian from continuing to chat. To see Miss Momoko today, it's no luck. I don't know Miss Momoko. Would you like to sit with me tonight? Is not easy, streaking so far, finally breaking through the first milestone. The collection of has reached 300. By the way, the signing contract has arrived in Shanghai. Brothers who have not invested yet, hurry up and make some extra money. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Beauty and Troubles. Chapter 29 The Beauty of the Beauty. Hearing this, Jun's eyes suddenly crossed a different color, but there was no disgust. Sorry, you have to look at your face. Some people imitate boss CAO and call it sexual harassment. Adrian imitates CAO, calling humorous flirting. Jun stretched out her fingers, picked up a strand of forehead hair, circled between her fingers, and asked in a soft voice, "Little brother Momoa, don't you think the way you speak is a bit too open and direct? Are there?" Adrian took the red wine from Kuizi's boss and passed it to Jun, with a generous and clean smile on his face. Because this is a rare opportunity to get close to peerless beauties, that's why I am so motivated. Besides, men and women come to the tavern, don't they always want to have fun? Covertly speaking. It will only reveal the wretched nature. The resentful boss Kuizi was completely ignored. Jun's words are not enough, she is the first time she has encountered such a strong offensive man. Inexplicably, Jun recalled that Jiaji, T. Dolphin, who was with her at the same time, who was also one of her fanatical suitors, but the way she spoke was always straightforward. In the past, when receiving training in the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters, Jiaji has already initiated 13 confessions to her, but it will always be the same. "Miss Jun, I like you, please be my girl." Friends. Which woman can accept such a speechless way of confession? Not to mention being a short one. Rubbing. Ugly man. Shaking her head, Jun threw irrelevant thoughts into her mind. She came to the country of flowers this time to perform the secret mission conveyed by Sister Crane. To investigate a group of undead refugees with weird behaviors. She can't be here. Too much time was wasted on a strange man. Jun said, "Have you not seen enough, Momoa?" Adrian shook his head, "I haven't read it completely yet, I'm about to study it in depth." But at this moment, a rough male voice suddenly rang from behind. "Hey! Kid! My uncle has taken a fancy to your position, can you go away?" The speaker was a middle-aged drunkard in a green cloak, his face flushed with alcohol. Jun didn't reply anymore, took a sip of the red wine from the glass, and watched the excitement with interest. This trick of slapping the face is too blunt, right? Adrian sighed and turned to look at your outfit, which navy are you? My uncle is Seely, the 2nd Division captain of the Urbeo Squadron. The shaggy drunk roared, with pride in his tone, "If you know you, get out of this tavern for me." The next moment, the drunkard looked at Jun, showing a sly gesture, "Woman, do you want to have a drink with this uncle? This uncle's wine is big and white." Jun frowned instantly, showing a look of dislike. "Emphasize it again." "Sorry, you really have to look at your face. It's really a second treasure." Adrian raised his forehead, he turned his head to look at Boss Kuizi, and asked, "Boss, if I fight later, I will try my best to control it. But if... Boss Kuizi frowned and waved his hand. I won't bother you, guest. He looked at the middle-aged drunkard, and said solemnly, Salai. Are you sure you want to make trouble in this bar? This is... The drunkard Sealy interrupted the boss Kuizi and said loudly, this is the site of the 8 treasure marines. This is what you want to say, little gambler. This uncle is not afraid of the 8 treasure marines. At this time, the atmosphere in the tavern has become quite wrong, and many customers who have not been confused yet have stood up and prepared to leave. Also involves the conflict between the Urbeo Marine Army and the 8 treasure Marine Army, but it is not for them who can only participate in the chattering drinkers. Boss Kuizi, it seems that your face is not as useful as you imagined. Adrian teased, not nervous. Boss Kuizi's brows frowned even more. West. Papa. The drunkard Sealy suddenly smashed the bottle in his hand to the floor, and the red wine suddenly spilled on the ground. Shut up. Little gambler. Don't think you won this tavern from Aunt Mia, you really think. Boom. A violent explosion blasted in front of the drunkard Sealy's face, interrupting all the words he hadn't had time to say. Boss Kuizi saw only a faint white light, and then saw the alcoholic Zilly bleeding from his mouth and smashed to the ground weakly on his back. Jun, with sharp eyes, quietly focused her attention on Adrian. She hadn't realized that the little brother next to her who kept talking was actually a hidden demon fruit ability person. Moreover, it is a very rare superhuman ghost fruit. Jun's heart slowly revealed relevant information. My good interest is completely destroyed like this, the mental damage is quite serious. Adrian flicked his fingers and muttered dissatisfiedly, Hey, Boss Kuizi, knock down the men of the Urbeo Shui army. There shouldn't be a big problem, right? The person who just shot is naturally Adrian. He is not interested in listening to Xylee's cruel words, nor does he want to let an inexplicable dragon suit continue to pretend and show his sense of existence, so he simply blows up the alcoholic with a mini ghost. However, before Kuizi's boss could answer, another more vicious voice rang. Smelly boy, I can't pretend that I haven't heard anything like this. At the same time, a tall and strong man broke in from the outside of the tavern. The visitor is close to 5 meters tall, and his head can touch the ceiling of the tavern. Under the black hard hair standing up like steel needles, there is an ugly face covered with flesh, with broad shoulders and arms as thick as a tree trunk. The mo knife with the thickness of a goose egg is also like a broomstick. It's you kid, who hurt me and mine. The ugly and strong man looked at Adrian, who was still sitting still at the bar, with cold eyes. His palm squeezed the steel cast knife handle faintly and creaked. Adrian asked the tavern owner, whose expression changed drastically, who is he? He sounds like a senior in the 2nd Treasure Navy. He. The tavern owner was pale, and suddenly changed his words. This adult is not the senior of the 2nd Treasure Marine Army, but the pillar of the 2nd Treasure Marine Army Hog. The pillars of the 2nd Treasure Navy. Adrian's attention to Hog instantly increased a lot, but on the surface he was still extremely calm and spoke leisurely. I don't know how it compares to the green pepper pillars of the 8 Treasure Marine Corps who smashed the West Sea a few years ago. Green pepper? Is that the green pepper of Cone that was beaten by the Navy with a punch? The cone-free dragon that is now hiding on the ice bed of Bayou and crying for the sky. Hog laughed loudly. His vulgar voice made everyone's ears hum in the tavern. Don't be funny, I'm not the kind of goods that can be compared. Oh? I wonder if the bounty of this 2nd treasure pillar is 500 million. Adrian pretended to be puzzled. Bounty. Hog's face suddenly turned red, and he offered a bounty, and he was no match for 10 green peppers. Hog arrogantly waved his hand. That thing is just something that ordinary pirates only care about. I don't care. Oh, I understand. Adrian nodded. Perhaps, the 2nd treasure pillar, your bounty is more than 100 million? Not even 1/5 of the green pepper. Hog no longer talks nonsense. lip service has never been what he is good at. I saw Hog staring at Adrian with ferocious eyes, his footsteps, his figure suddenly moved forward, and he slashed down, as if he was going to cut this bold kid who secretly mocked him. Boy! Take your life! End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Pillar of the 2nd Treasure Water Army. Chapter 30 The Pillars of the 2nd Treasure Marine Army. The fierce sword light slashed down, but Adrian moved nearly half a meter to the left side of the man in an instant. The speed of the instant burst surprised everyone present, and the depths of Jun's eyes were even more strange. Color again and again. Using the explosive skill of shaving to avoid the blade, Adrian quickly drew out the refined long knife at his waist, using Hog's excessively old state, swung the knife up, and took the right palm of the opponent's knife. The head knife slashed into the air. Hog didn't panic, the blade rolled, and the cross gear took advantage of the situation, and easily stopped the attacking blade. Clang! The two knives intersected, and a dull beep sounded. At the same time, enemy information appeared on the panel. Based on your level and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Treasure Navy Pillar Hog, red name. Level, LV54. Attributes, Strength 123, Agility 105, Endurance, Intelligence 16, Charisma 3, Lucky 9. Ability, Senior Chief Weapon Affinity, Dangerous Degree, Medium. The level difference is a bit big, and a lot of information is question marks, but the high intelligence attribute still allows Adrian to see a lot of ways. It is very obvious. Judging from Hog's previous performance, this person is a type of high attack and defense, similar to most of the tall and strong pirates. 3 main battle attributes, strength, agility, and endurance are all higher. Head-on is definitely not a rival. But, I am invincible. Adrian looked at the degree of danger marked as medium and felt relieved. Any enemy who has not mastered domineering is weak. From the contempt of the full-level phantom body, Hog took advantage of Adrian's attention to the panel and shook his mind for a moment, and suddenly bullied him. Little devil head, feel the powerful strength of Lao Tzu and I, is it shocked that I am too shocked? The combat experience is so tender. Hog looked fierce, and Mo Deo slashed at Adrian's body, as if to split him diagonally. Adrian quickly pulled the knife back to the block, holding the handle of the knife with both hands, and at the moment, he successfully held Hog's Mo knife. The next moment, Pei's unstoppable force came along the handle of the knife. Facing an enemy whose strength exceeded half of his own, Adrian could not completely block the offensive. Hog's huge force shook his arms and violently trembles his feet. Slightly sink into the floor. But as long as the power gap is not too big to crush, you still have to fight. Adrian gritted his teeth and frustrated him. Fighting experience has always been one of his shortcomings. Even after 2 years of special agent training, this kind of cut-and-shoot fight with the enemy is still too little. With the invincible passiveness of the ghost body, he is already invincible, and Adrian, who has no worries, will naturally not let go of this inexplicable experience package. Boy, with such a weak force, are you going to tickle me? Hog smiled sullenly, and the speed of the Mo Deo in his hand accelerated again. Although the strength is far less than the green pepper of the 8 treasures Marines, he is also the pillar of the 2 treasures of the Marines. One of the few great pirates close to the top on the pyramid of Flower Country. Adrian once again uses the high-level shaving explosive skills to move between squares and inches, and from time to time will draw a knife to counterattack. If you have to fight hard with me at close range, do you think you can't die fast enough? Hog didn't understand where Adrian had the confidence to fight with him, but he didn't care if there was another soul under the knife. Clang 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 clang. The blade staggered again, colliding with sporadic sparks. At this moment, Hog keenly discovered a detail, and the power transmitted from the blade was gradually diminishing. Although this little devil has learned some inexplicable explosive techniques from where he is agile like a monkey, his strength is still far from me. After many face-to-face fights, his muscles are already aching. Looking at Adrian, who was sweating on his forehead and shaking his arms, Hogg's eyes flashed. His fighting thinking was far stronger than his appearance. This is the moment. Hogg did not hesitate. With his arms hard, he launched the secret technique that he had prepared for a long time. Second punch fist, fierce knife. A knife-shaped shockwave with powerful attack power, split from Hogg's huge maw blade, attacking the enemy's vital points from a rather tricky angle. Boy! Your life! I took it! Adrian, who was sore and feeble with both hands, did not react, was swept across his body by a huge sword, and passed by. Hogg, feeling that the outcome has been divided, turned his head back confidently. Ah, I know, it's still too reluctant. Nanny! Hogg's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly turned around to look. What he could see was that Adrian, who was supposed to be cut to pieces, was standing in place unscathed at this time, without a trace of injuries on his body. How can it be? Hogg was taken aback. He was full of confidence in the second punch boxing passed down from generation to generation by the Urbeo Shui army. In the past, I don't know how many Zihai heroes fell under his sword because of this secret technique. How could it be impossible to hurt a kid at all? Nothing is impossible, the battle between swordsmen is over. Adrian shook his arm and drew the knife back to its sheath. Now I am ready to use new abilities. Are you, a devil fruit capable person? A few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on Hogg's forehead, and a guess suddenly flashed in his mind. You guessed it right, but there is no reward. Adrian's fingertips slowly drilled out a mini ghost, with a dangerous smile on the pale face of the little ghost. Are you ready to meet my cutie? Mini ghost seductive gift. The small and cute white ghost flew quickly towards Hogg, and then there was a violent explosion. A messy tavern floor was blown into smoke by the spreading shock wave. After a while, the palm of a fan-sized palm swept away the smoke, and Hogg's ghost-like face appeared from it. Ahem, kid, this kind of powerful explosion can't help me. Hogg brandished a long knife, took a step forward, and was about to take advantage of the situation to attack. Really? What about now? Adrian opened his arms, and dots of fluorescent ghost fires appeared around him. In a flash, he turned into dozens of mini ghosts, and the number of ghosts has been increasing over time. Hogg's mouth opened slightly, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhole. Many ghost rising star fire. The overwhelming ghost rain pounced towards Hogg, launching a suicidal attack in a saturated manner, and the dazzling continuous explosions exploded. The originally devastated Rich Mistress Tavern, almost instantly became a ruin. The roaring explosion lasted for several minutes before stopping. Adrian waved his arm to stop the offensive. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. Hogg stood with a knife, with a miserable appearance, bleeding in his mouth and nose, and his body was covered with burn marks. His injuries were already serious. Ha ha ha, cough. I'm not dead yet, I didn't expect it. The crazy Hogg laughed miserably, and thank you very much, kid, after this battle, I have reached the threshold of it. Ready? Take it to death. Armed and domineering power, but the natural enemy of devil fruit. Is it? Adrian narrowed his eyes. He thought that Hogg would not be armed, but he didn't expect his attack to accidentally get him the key to unlock the armed. Now Hogg shouted, preparing to activate his newly acquired armed domineering. Adrian interrupted, just end the battle like this. A new type of ghost flew out from Adrian's fingertips. It looked like a white ghost sunny doll, but its beige body was like a candle in the wind. Hogg frantically said, it's a mere ghost bomb, it's impossible to hurt me anymore. Don't spit out cynicism easily, the second treasure pillar. The translucent ghost automatically finds the target and flies to Hogg's chest quickly. Hogg swung his knife and blocked it. He thought it could withstand the ghost bomb ahead of time, but he didn't expect this new type of ghost to completely ignore the physical obstacles in front of him, and went straight through his sword until it penetrated his chest. "Goodbye, the pillar of the Urbeo Navy." Adrian squeezed his right fist, and the ghost bomb that had been submerged in Hog's body exploded directly, exploding the latter's heart into pieces. Many ghost, withered and pierced. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Winning and Farewell. Chapter 31, Winning and Farewell. Hog only felt a sharp tearing pain coming from his heart. He opened his mouth in vain, and the gurgling blood flowed out of it, staining the words he hadn't had time to say. "How could I die here?" A gust of wind rolled up the sand and dust, taking away the last breath. Hog's pupils dilated, his huge body slowly fell, and finally stopped breathing. "You kill the country of flowers, the pillar of the second treasure water army. Hog, LV54, you get 270W experience. Kill enemies across level 25, get an extra 500% experience bonus. You have accumulated 1620W experience." Before Adrian relaxes, the panel refreshes frantically again. You open the relationship between the Flower Country faction. You killed Hog, the leader of the Urbeo Navy Army. The Urbeo Navy Army's affection for you has decreased. The current relationship, dead enemy. The Three Treasures Navy's favorability towards you has decreased. The current relationship, hostile. The Base Hui Army's favorability towards you has decreased, and the current relationship, hostile. The 8 Treasures Marines have a good impression of you. The current relationship, neutral. Flower Country's favorability for you has declined. The current relationship is coldness. Faction relationship. Adrian's eyes flashed, and he looked up silently. The new faction relationship represents the specific attitude of a certain force towards someone, as well as the tasks and events related to that force. Faction relations are divided into 9 levels from low to high: dead enemy, hatred, hostility, indifference, neutrality, friendly, respect, reverence, and worship. Basically, the initial goodwill of the new faction is neutral. When the goodwill degree rises, or drops, to a certain level, the task of the relevant faction can be automatically triggered. If the favorability is high enough, you can also use this to get help from the faction in exchange for resources. On the contrary, if the favorability is too low, it will usher in hostility from the camp, and even attack and hunt. The 2 most basic camps in the world of One Piece are the Navy and the Pirate. As long as you join any party, you will immediately form a hostile relationship with the other party and attack each other. Originally, when Adrian left the world government, he should open the camp relationship with CP, but because too few people knew about the defect and did not meet the hidden conditions, it did not open it. Actually, I ignored this before. This time, he directly killed the highest leader of one of the 8 major forces in the Kingdom of Flowers, Dongliang Hog, which was known to everyone, and instantly opened the camp relationship with all the forces in the Kingdom of Flowers. Amidst a hint of declining favorability, the rising lone seedling of the 8 Treasure Marine Army seemed so outstanding. The increase in the favorability of the 8 Treasures Navy is likely to come from Hog's contempt and insult to Green Pepper before the battle. Adrian kills Hog, and he will naturally get the favor of the 8 Treasures Marines. It's just. If you want to increase your favorability, you can increase it a little bit more. Isn't neutral the initial favorability? How much have you improved? Adrian murmured silently in his heart. At the same time, the audience was silent. I thought it would be a battle without suspense, but I didn't expect that there was indeed no suspense. It's just that the standing and lying sides have changed with everyone's expectations. Hog is the pillar of the second Treasure Marine Army. I didn't expect to be easily killed like this. Such a huge difference in body size, it's like a cat killed a tiger. Remember that the latest bounty of Hog Dongliang exceeds 50 million, the strength of this strange face is also terrible. He seems to be a demon fruit capable person, he is too strong. Adrian looked at the onlookers, and the audience was silent. The eyes of everyone gathered together, with curiosity, awe, and shock, and there was hostility and coldness in the mixed eyes. The owner of the tavern Kuizi limped out of the crowd and walked to Adrian with a complex expression. "Brother Momoa, you, alas. I'm sorry, Boss Choi." Adrian glanced at the tavern that was reduced to ruins, touched his nose, and said with some embarrassment, "The battle is too fierce, and I didn't notice your tavern for a while." "Those are not important." Boss Kuizi twitched his mouth and waved, "Little brother Momoa, you caused a terrible disaster if you were here. The guys from the 2nd Treasure Navy will definitely not let you go. Let's get out of here quickly. The last sentence is your truth." Adrian nodded helplessly. He didn't expect that he would cause such a big event soon after he came to the Land of Flowers. It seems that he should pay attention to cover up his whereabouts in the next few days. As for leaving, Adrian hasn't had that idea yet. Leaving the country of flowers, at least he will have to wait until the game beta is officially over. But this town can't stay any longer. Adrian looked around for a week and was about to leave here. But at this moment, "Brother Momoa, I don't know where you are going first." The charming voice suddenly sounded, and the speaker was Jun, who disappeared as soon as the fighting broke out. "Why, Ms. Dozai would like to walk with me." "Why not?" Jun replied with beautiful eyes, smiling. To be honest, Jun was moved. But it's not about Adrian, but about Adrian's strength. She could see clearly in the dark the battle just now. There is no doubt that Hawk is a top-notch, 4C, big pirate who can dominate in the West Sea. Even in the Paradise in the first half of the Great Route, he is also an excellent player. However, such a famous big pirate, in the hands of Adrian, who has fully demonstrated his strength, can't walk for a moment at all. Jun is very clear in his heart that if Adrian releases the last ghost at the beginning, then the speed of the end of this battle will be an instant. In other words, Hog, the dignified leader of the Navy Army, will be killed in an instant. The basic strength of the school officer level, coupled with the extremely terrifying development of the ghost fruit, there is no doubt that this is a wild civilian master. If you can pull a young master of this level into the Navy, then the Navy will definitely be able to have one more presence at the level of at least Senior Lieutenant Admiral in the future. How does this make Jun not be moved? The only thing that made her a little uncertain is that at the beginning of the battle, Adrian's explosive technique always gave her a feeling of déjà vu, a bit like a Six style. It's just that there are a lot of explosive techniques like shaving on the ocean, and Jun can't even think about it at this moment. However, her confident invitation was rejected by Adrian. "Although I am very grateful to Ms. Momoko for the invitation, please take a look around." Adrian said, "The trouble is so beautiful and romantic like Ms. Momoko, even if I don't care, others will not be able to bear it." Although I don't know the exact reason for Jun's sudden initiation of the invitation, it is nothing more than a Navy connection. Can't you really take a fancy to his sorrow and body, right? In the next period of time, Adrian is also preparing to continue to contact the closed beta players. At this time, it is not a good thing to have a Navy next to him, even if it is a beautiful beauty with long legs. Women, it will only affect the speed at which I earn experience. After all, Adrian is not really an LSP with legs full of brains. The signing status has been changed at 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I don't know how many cute little ones have successfully invested. But the environment after signing the contract can really be described as harsh. Before signing, the top 30 newcomers list. After signing, there are more than 300 new stars. Almost lost all exposure, it's almost dry. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Self-Created Skills. Chapter 32 Self-Created Skills. After a short farewell, Adrian was not prepared to stay in this small town. As the pillar of the 2nd Treasure Navy, Hog will naturally not lack a follower. It is very likely that someone from the 2nd Treasure Navy has received the news and is rushing towards the town. Even if Adrian is not afraid of the men of the 2nd Treasure Navy, he does not want to be held back by them. Furthermore, if the Urbeo Navy force is really overturned, the country of flowers will not be able to stay at all. A single leader battle to kill the pillars can still be classified as a pirate conflict, but to destroy one of the 8 standing armies of a country, it is a frontal declaration of war. The country of flowers is one of the only gathering places for players in the West China Sea. The indispensable leek cultivation base in the future is better not to be too exciting. After a brief search for the spoils, Adrian quickly came to the outside of the town, and after entering a ghostly state, he rose into the sky in the direction he came. Soaring in the air, with white clouds under your feet. Adrian silently enjoyed this moment of peace, while at the same time soothing his mind that had just tightened due to the battle. A few minutes later, he began to check the damage. The health value has only dropped a little bit, but the stamina has gone by more than a quarter. As expected, the stamina is still relatively short. The refined long knife was cut with a few gaps, and its durability was greatly reduced. It was considered scrap. Damn, I really want a good knife. It's a pity that I didn't trigger any mission on Hog. Such a big man, at first glance, has a speciality like strong life. By the way, I just earned a lot of experience. Adrian glanced at the panel. The above experience has been accumulated to nearly 1,700 W. After 2 years of base training, only 1200 W has been hoarded, and more than 16 million enemies have been killed by leapfrogging. Murder and set fire to the gold belt, it really deserves its reputation. For a moment, Adrian did not use all his experience to upgrade, but selectively upgraded several skills to the full level. Agent's basic shooting and basic fighting, chef's basic heat, boatman's basic shipbuilding and repair, doctor's simple disease treatment, official swordsman's advanced swordsmanship training and intermediate swordsmanship affinity, and 6 types shave. All 8 skills are upgraded to max level, and 16 skill points are obtained at the same time. The remaining experience points just filled up the experience slot of the 9th level official swordsman, raising it to level 10. Total level reached 30. Feeling the skill knowledge that kept popping up in his mind, Adrian showed a satisfied smile on his face. I didn't expect that the full level shaving still has so many application skills. Advanced swordsmanship training also contributed a lot of tips, which can be used in the research of front/and rin/. A quarter of an hour later, Adrian landed on an uninhabited mountain and forest clearing and found a wooden stake to start practicing. The sword is like the wind, the speed is extremely fast, and the figure is fuzzy and elusive. Again and again. The speed of Adrian's sword thrust became more and more swift, and his figure looked like a ghost. Progress can be felt. He can feel that he is approaching the realm of creative skills step by step. Time goes by, and the setting sun is slanting westward. Hiss! Adrian swung his knife again, and this time suddenly, the long-seeking perfect feeling appeared in his mind. He felt very clearly that the long knife in his hand cut through the wind blocking, his body and the long knife were united, and as the knife moved forward through the air, the speed was fast reaching a terrifying state. I saw that Adrian had just performed the sword technique. In an instant, another Adrian appeared more than 10 meters away, and 2 identical figures existed at the same time. There was a trace of sharp knife light in the air. The Adrian who stayed in place slowly dissipated. Judging for self-created skills. Successfully judged, you realize your own skills. Please name your own skills. More detailed information comes to mind, and all the principles of self-created skills are automatically recorded on the panel. Adrian glanced at the effect of the skill, and muttered, "Just call the salted fish stab, it's nonsense. Call it slash before stepping." Named successfully. You comprehend your own skills slash before stepping. Cut before stepping LV1, 0/10,000 when swinging a knife at the target enemy, it can instantly move within 10 meters. Sure enough, a very happy skill. Not happy. Adrian couldn't help swinging the knife again, and the figure broke through the air quietly with the light of the knife, and saw one after another on the open space, one after another with sharp knife light. Played more than 10 times in a row before Adrian stopped. The power of this sword is getting stronger and stronger. I am so happy. Adrian couldn't help showing a 0-21-0 smile. You have to quickly find a victim. Find a beta player to test the effect. Adrian went into ghosting again and flew towards the pier. Not long after, he returned to the dock and swiped it roughly. The ID of CAO Renkai was still there. Boss CAO, long time no see. Adrian quickly walked up and grabbed the abalone guy who was about to close the stall. CAO Renkai didn't see the movement at all, so he was suddenly stopped by someone, and couldn't help being taken aback. Oh? It's you. When he saw the figure clearly, he fell into a sluggish moment. Before he could say it, he swallowed back into his stomach instantly. Fuck. It's deadly. This is what CAO Renkai didn't say. What Adrian didn't know was that the matter of killing Hog in the town before, had been posted to the forum by the good deed players, but he was caught in a fighting atmosphere at the time and did not notice the existence of the player ID. What Adrian didn't even know was that he had already mentioned a fatal nickname among players at this time. At this moment, the player forum is still full of excitement. Help! One extremely deadly kills another extremely deadly instantly, which one is more deadly? Attached video. Some are extremely deadly, they are big ones, some are extremely deadly, they are small ones. This little deadly meets a big one, it won't work. If you don't blow, you won't be black. The little fatalist slashed at me. He had to kneel on the ground, crying and begging me not to die. Need to move the knife? That body armor, that kind of body shape, you have to kneel when you touch you. Is this the strength of advanced NPCs? Does anyone know what that ghost-like thing is? It's amazing. By the way, the brother who uploaded the video to the forum, did you use the door lock to make the film? The picture is blurred like that. I want to see the look of the last big girl. When the news just broke out, CAO Renkai couldn't help but join the discussion in the post. By the way, he also showed a wave of Adrian's personal store he observed. He likes to mention the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the majority of players, as well as a lot of cynicism. Fuck. Isn't it a mysterious businessman? It is very possible. At this stage, closed beta players are not valued in the eyes of indigenous NPCs at all. Only mysterious merchants who give newbies benefits will favor low-level players like us. There is such a fool? Isn't it good for such a high-level NPC to hide in your own hands? I have to show my IQ. One thing, I have a friend who wants to learn life return. I don't know if the original poster has learned from the deadly. I want to experience the effect. Brother? Are you a sister? Thank you very much for your 500 starting currency rewards from the beat up the pretty lady in the alley. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Cut the leaks again, for collection, for recommendation. Chapter 33 Recut leak. Why would Fatal suddenly come to me again? Is it? He found it in his conscience, and is going to pay me back the 2 bottles of mineral water during the day? CAO Renkai was confused and completely confused, but just stood there blankly. Hey, hello, boss CAO, are you okay? Adrian shook CAO Renkai's shoulder vigorously. Can you hear what I'm talking about? What happened to this abalone guy? Is the brain really broken? Should I look for reliable players? It seems that if you contact players in the future, you still need to spend more time collecting information on the forum. A series of thoughts flashed quickly in Adrian's mind. Yes. Yes. CAO Renkai came back to his senses and nodded wildly. Big Mr. Adrian, can I help you? Forward. Adrian was speechless for a moment. He suddenly realized that he had no reason to open a personal store to CAO Renkai now, so he had to fool around with another task. You trigger the D-level task bread, accept/give up? Cao Renkai accepted. He also wanted to get closer to Adrian as much as possible. But in the next second, Cao Renkai's expression on Adrian became resentful again. In the morning, you used 10 Baileys to buy 2 bottles of purified water with an average price of 100. You want to buy bread again this afternoon, but this time it was a bit too much. There was only 1 Bailey. Just go grab it. Don't take the abalone guy as an improper player. Even if you give some experience casually, it is better than 1 Bailey. Cao Renkai tears, took out all 4 loaves of bread from his bag that was his dinner today and handed them all to Adrian. This is my last bread. Damn. I really want to grab your bread. Adrian was a little crazy, took the bread and put it aside, and opened his personal store to Cao Renkai again. Cao Renkai glanced at the merchandise interface, but found that there was only a single skill on the originally dazzling interface. I miss the return of my previous life. What is this? Cut forward, let me see the description of the skill. Fuck. This Nemes is a flash. Cao Renkai used the speed of being single for 28 years and quickly grabbed the skill of stepping forward. Slash before stepping, player version, LV1, 0/20W. When swinging a knife at the target enemy, it can perform explosive displacements within 10 meters, consume 10 physical strength, and cool down for 30 seconds. Note, requires personal basic attribute strength 5, agility 5, swordsman occupation. Magic skills. Cao Renkai's eyes gleamed, and his heart roared. At this moment, Adrian suddenly shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, you are not a swordsman, so you can't use this skill." "What is it?" Cao Renkai raised his head, his eyes widened, and he fell into a sluggishness. "Can't I buy it for dry hair?" He took a closer look at the skill usage requirements, and found that he couldn't understand the attributes. After all, the level is relatively low, but what the is swordsman occupation? Cao Renkai looked at his panel, there is still only 1 vagrant occupation on it. Although fishmonger has a lot of career progress bars, the fishmonger obviously has nothing to do with the swordsman. At this moment, Adrian suddenly asked, "Do you want to be a swordsman?" Cao Renkai understands, the Fatal is also a part-time professional mentor. Cao Renkai nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, but the fool was reluctant. "I think. Well, a child can be taught." Adrian nodded secretly and put basic swordsmanship in the shop list. Basic swordsmanship is different from step/. Before stepping is used to attract players. Naturally, the price cannot be set too high. Like other basic skills, it is 1000 experience and 1000 Baileys. And basic swordsmanship is a knowledge-based skill, which is the key to opening the main profession, so setting it to 10,000 experience and 5000 Baileys is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for novices. Cao Renkai almost bankrupted his family, only then bought basic swordsmanship and consumed 5 days of game accumulation. At the same time, a prompt came from his game panel to remind him that he successfully learned the basic knowledge of swordsman and unlocked the swordsman profession. The main profession swordsman apprentice, strength and agility are each +1, the vigor value is turned on, and the same as the physical value and the health value are 100 points, but I don't know what's the use. By the way, I also gained 2 freedoms. Attribute points and a skill point, it took a lot. Cao Renkai increased all the free attribute points to agility, and then increased the skill level of the front slash to LV2, the cooling time was reduced by 3 seconds, and he felt comfortable. Hey? Wait. I still don't seem to be able to use this skill, I don't have enough attributes. Cao Renkai blinked and checked his own level attributes, total level 1, strength 2 and agility 4. Kenyan. At this moment, Adrian also received the experience and Bailey handed over by Cao Renkai. When just uploaded the before stepping to the personal store, he found that the created class skill can indeed freely change the skill name and skill description, but the skill effect will not change. Take cut before stepping as an example. If Adrian wants to, he can also call it Salted Fish Spike, Happy Wind Man, and even name it Armstrong Swirling Jet Armstrong Cannon Sword in the personal store. But the specific skill effect will not change in any way, it is still an explosive displacement within 10 meters. This is undoubtedly good news, no need to worry about other high-speed movement skills with similar effects. At that time, you only need to change the skill name and skill description, and then you can change the cover and sell it to the player. For those players with pitfalls, you can even sell them with one skill, first sell them one step slash, then sell them another salted fish sting, and then sell them another din god slash. Players recharge to get skills, Adrian gets experience, this is a win-win situation. In a good mood, Adrian closes his personal store and is about to leave. Seeing this, Cao Renkai hurriedly said, "Big brother, is there anything else I need to help?" In order to be able to use the flash magic skills as soon as possible, Cao Renkai's upgrade idea was instantly ignited. If you want to level up, you need experience and missions. It is best to do advanced tasks. Is there any NPC that speaks better than this fatal in the Land of Flowers? No. Even if there were, Cao Renkai didn't think he was qualified to meet, and was lucky enough to receive the task. At present, the only one who can rely on is Adrian, and Cao Renkai hopes that he can be killed by a high-level mission. Adrian looked at Cao Renkai up and down, and after making a full posture, he shook his head and said, "Your strength is still too weak, there is no way to help me more." Cao Renkai instantly recalled the little fatal who was powerlessly beaten by the serious fatal, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He replied, "Big brother, you should go to your own business, I won't bother you." After finishing talking, Cao Renkai immediately got into the crowd. Thank you very much to the readers of Being Up to the Pretty Lady in the Alley for another 500 starting currency rewards. Thank you readers Lonely15 for the 500 starting currency reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, End of closed beta. Chapter 34 End of internal beta. Adrian smiled lightly, then looked at a dark-skinned man in a rough cloth not far away, and slightly nodded, "Sir, I'm sorry, I have kept you waiting for a long time." The dark-skinned man's heart jumped, and he hurriedly stepped forward and said in a low posture, "Mr. Momoa really can't afford what the villain said. The villain is just helping the adults above to convey the news." Adrian narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing the title of Momoya, indicating that the visitor had seen at least one of Jun or Kuizi's boss. "It seems that I underestimated your intelligence-gathering ability, but that's right, after all, the country of flowers is your base camp, and there are not many eyeliners. I don't know which navy you are working for." At the end, Adrian looked a little serious. The dark-skinned man stretched out his thumb and index finger, and quietly made a gesture of 8. Adrian has a black line on his face, what is it, can he not speak normally? How could it be like meeting with agents? However, the 8 Treasure Navy came to the door, at least better than the Urbeo Navy. For the sake of the improvement in the favorability of the previous camp, at least it should not be able to fight with Babeo people. After pondering for a moment, Adrian asked again, "I don't know what the 8 Treasure Marines are asking for me." "The little man is not clear about this," the dark-skinned man said with a smile. "When the upper order came down, it was just that he invited Mr. Momoa to drink tea and listen to music. Hwa country gangs still have this habit? Sure enough, should it be said that it is a characteristic of Hwaguo?" Adrian was non-committal. "I don't know who is in charge of the 8 Treasure Water Army, but is it still the Green Pepper Pillar?" "No, since the incident 5 years ago, the Green Pepper leader has lived in seclusion near the Bayou Ice Bed and no longer manages the internal affairs of the Navy." The dark man said, "Now the principal of the 8 Treasure Navy is the Green Pepper leader." "Son, Master Cai Do. Cai Do?" Adrian asked in confusion. "Mr. Momoya may not know it. The original name of the leader of the Green Pepper is Cai Ching, but few people outside the country of flowers know it. 2. Adrian suddenly, decades later, Lao Cai, the 13th generation pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy, was the grandson of Green Jiao, indicating that the original name of Green Jiao was indeed Cai. It's just Cai Do. This name is too unintentional. Adrian involuntarily came up with the image of a man with a round body and short limbs. Wait, I remember that green pepper is the 12th generation of the Eight Treasures Marine Corps, so Cai Do is the 13th generation. The dark-skinned man in Pan Tuo made his debut. No, Lord Do feels that his strength is weak and he cannot take on the task of being a leader. He is currently only a temporary leader of the Navy. In this way, it can be explained clearly why it is the grandson of the green pepper instead of the son of the green pepper to serve as the pillar of the 13th generation. Adrian's doubts were resolved, and he calmly said, I don't have a hobby of drinking tea and listening to music with strangers, and I've never met the Babao Shui army, plus what I've just done, this invitation is still forget it. The dark-skinned man gave a wry smile. Because of what the uncle has done, Master Do invited him to have tea and listen to music. At the very least, he has to figure out his plan. As soon as he arrived in the country of flowers for half a day, he killed the pillars of the Urbao Navy in public. If this Mr. Momoya continues to stay in the country of flowers, who knows what else will happen? This. The dark man said in a tangled tone, the villain. Adrian thought for a moment, and said, don't worry, I can understand the meaning of the Eight Treasure Water Army. Don't worry, if others don't mess with me, usually, I'm still very good at talking. The dark-skinned man continued to smile bitterly. He had figured out all the ins and outs of the matter long before he came, and naturally knew that the uncle in front of him was the forced counterattack party, and the culprit was the alcoholic named Seely. The problem is that your counterattack is too strong, so you directly overturned the two treasure pillars. I heard that the Urbao Huo's house has turned the sky right now, from top to bottom, everyone is clamoring to come here to avenge the hog pillars. Without waiting for the dark-skinned man to continue speaking, Adrian waved his hand. He could say so much here, and it was already in the face of the 8 treasure marines. Looking at Adrian's distant back, the dark-skinned man took out a phone bug from his pocket. Master Do, Mr. Momoa did not agree to the invitation, but he said that if no one provokes him, he will not be fine. A middle-aged male voice rang from the phone worm, slightly shrill, you didn't agree? Forget it, let us get rid of all of us. It's not easy to provoke a daring stunner like this. Dawa, not at all. The name I've heard is a code name. When did Zihai come out as the number one person? There are ghost fruits. The phone worm hung up. The dark man didn't hear the words clearly. He only knew that it was related to the legendary sea treasure demon fruit. There was a touch of envy in his eyes, and he quickly disappeared among the dock crowd. Time flies. Although the closed beta was unexpected by Adrian, it has no effect on the overall situation at present. If players want to grow to a level that can influence the world, at least 2 or 3 versions are required. The internal test time is only half a month, and there is nothing to do. Except for Cao Renkai, Adrian did not try to actively contact other closed beta players. The players at this stage are all poor, and there is not much oil and water to squeeze. In the future public beta period, players will become qualified leaks with stable consumption ability. In addition to daily sword training and new skills, Adrian will spend a certain amount of time browsing the player forum during his leisure time. The girls on the sea are so beautiful. But the old ladies are also very ugly. I don't understand. The 8th day of rushing to the sea, let's see what I have gained. I'm desperate for this game. The starting place is called New World. As a result, Nemes was in the sea. When a wave came over, Labor and Capital died. Labor and Capital have never seen land for a few days in the game. No. Game for a few days I have never played a game. I died as soon as I entered. I fucking. East China Sea, another peaceful day. Along with the ongoing internal beta testing of the game, player forums have gradually become standardized. The most obvious thing is that invalid information has been greatly reduced. Currently, the posts in the player forums are generally help-seeking posts and information-sharing posts, and there are also some soft-text advertising posts of player guilds, professional studios, etc., and so on. 9 days passed in a flash. Today is the last day of the closed beta. End of closed beta, countdown to public beta, 350 days. Adrian, who was practicing swordsmanship, came back to his senses, looked at the entrance of the player forum, and found that it turned grey, indicating that it was impossible to enter. The time interval between the closed beta and the open beta is almost 1 year, but the news from the forum before that the real-world open beta will start in 1 or 2 months, indicating that the flow of real-time and game time is not consistent. The name of the game version 1.0 is the opening of the Great Sailing Era, and I don't know how long it will last inside and outside the game. Anyway, I can finally put the player's affairs aside, concentrate on leveling, and finish the navigator mission by the way. Did something happen today? Still saying that I wrote it down? The number of recommended votes has not dropped, and has basically returned to 0. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Bad News from the Letter. Chapter 35 Bad News. O'Hara Wharf, the off-white single dinghy slowly docks. Compared with when it left, there are some black marks of gunpowder on the ship. Single-man boats sailing alone on the sea like this and without the slightest obvious mark have always been pirates' favorite targets for artillery teasing and even attack and robbery. It was not so obvious when I went to the country of flowers. By the time he returned, Adrian had been attacked by pirates 3 times, and he had initially felt the impact of Pirate King Roger on the world after his ascent to the top. The era of the great pirates was indeed officially opened after Roger's execution, but as early as this time, there were already preliminary signs. The several pirate groups that attacked Adrian were of the very influential kind, and the pirate flags were also quite unknown, and none of the captains offered a reward of more than 5 million baileys. Adrian simply used his own way to cure his body, and carried out long-range bombardment on the pirates. A wave of mini-ghost star fire, all the pirate ships that attacked him were sunk into the sea. The panel information indicated that most of the pirates were only in the early LV20, which barely filled the empty experience slot with some experience points. Returning from the Flower Country to O'Hara, Adrian spent a total of 8 days, and it took more time than before, just to depict the chart of the sea through the sea. Returning to O'Hara this time, Adrian also plans to borrow a chart of the entire West China Sea from the library of the All-Knowing Tree. After all, he is not a native of Zhai. He has a little knowledge of many situations in Zhai. O'Hara's Tree of All-Knowing Library can help him make up for the lack of basic information. The All-Knowing Tree Library, the lobby on the 1st floor. Dr. Kloba, who was still dressed in clover, stopped Adrian who was about to go to the geographic information area to read a book. Is there anything wrong? Dr. Kloba. Adrian asked, slightly puzzled. Is this old doctor preparing to preach to him again? Where have you been in the past half a month? Little Robin ran to the library to look for you again and again, but didn't see you. Dr. Kloba first complained, and then went back from a craft paper envelope was found in the pocket. What is Robin looking for? However, Dr. Kloba didn't say it, and it's not important to want to come. Adrian kept thinking. He took the envelope in his hand and asked, "What is this letter?" Dr. Kloba explained, "On the 6th day after you left O'Hara, a small boat belonging to the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce came to the island. Someone entrusted them to send you a letter, but because they couldn't find you, people can only post the letter to me temporarily." Shimizu Chamber of Commerce? Adrian searched for a moment in his memory, and quickly found the answer. Isn't this Perona's fleet? Remember that after obtaining the ghost fruit from Captain Kryvat, Adrian also warned Mrs. Penelope that if she encountered something bad, she could send someone to O'Hara for help. Could it be that something really happened? Adrian took the letter and apologized to Dr. Kloba, then found an empty place, opened the envelope, and read the contents of the letter paper at a glance. As predicted. This is a letter of help from Mrs. Penelope. Previously, Captain Crivat has said that the ownership of the ghost fruit belongs to the Capone gang. However, when the lives of the entire ship were threatened, Captain Crivat broke the routine and paid for the ghost fruit in exchange for Adrian's help. Apart from the loss of the ghost fruit and the slight shock to the passengers on the ship, Shimizu has no other losses, and even with the group of easily defeated pirates, in exchange for a sum of money from the nearby naval base, which is not small for ordinary people. Bounty. However, the things of the Capone gang are not so easy to take. Mrs. Penelope wrote to explain the matter. The letter mentioned that the Capone gang took Captain Crivat away, and there was no news for several days. I am afraid that an accident has occurred. Ms. Penelope, who had no other way, had to ask Adrian, who had promised before, for help. Adrian made some calculations in his mind. The letter from the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce was delivered 6 days after I left O'Hara. It has been nearly 20 days since I left. Said, it may have been a whole month since Mrs. Penelope wrote the letter. Adrian frowned slightly, and after such a long time, I don't know what bad things will happen. The only good news at the moment is that the Capone gang only took Captain Crivat away and left Penelope's mother and daughter behind, but this is already information from a month ago. Dr. Kloba didn't know where he came out, and asked, "Boy Adrian, you don't look very good. Did something happen?" "Nothing, Dr. Kloba, I can solve it by myself." Adrian shook his head slightly. He was not going to say more to this old doctor who concentrates on academic research. As if thinking of something, Adrian suddenly asked again, "By the way, doctor, do you know the specific address of Outfit Island?" Outfit Island? Dr. Kloba's expression changed, and his tone became anxious. There is a conflict between you and the Capone gang. As one of the 5 most famous gangs in the Zihai underground society, the Capone gang is a behemoth that is beyond hope for ordinary people. Even O'Hara, who is known to be indisputable, has heard of the name of the Capone gang. Dr. Kloba thought about it, and quickly understood, it's that letter, from the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I have a friend from the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce, Adrian briefly explained. For some reason, he had a conflict with the Capone gang. The Capone gang? That would be quite troublesome. Dr. Kloba stroked his beard, looking worried. Boy Adrian, can you really solve it by yourself? Adrian smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "I don't think you are a big talker. You say it should be fine if one person can solve it." Dr. Kloba was moved by Adrian's tone and said, "Then follow me." Otter Philippine Island is the base camp of the Capone gang. Even our O'Hara has heard of the island of the gangster. Dr. Kloba brought Adrian to the geographic information area, pulled out a roll of charts from the bookshelf, and gave it to Adrian. This records the most convenient route from O'Hara Island to Outfit Island. As long as the direction is not wrong, and at the speed of a sailboat, you can get to Outfit Island in 2 days. Be safe, kid Adrian. Adrian's spirits refreshed, and he solemnly said, "Thank you for your help." Simply packed his belongings, Adrian hurriedly left the Tree of All-Knowing Library. He was not going to go by boat. It was too time-consuming and energy-consuming. He was going to fly directly to Outfit Island this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Outfit Island. Chapter 36, Outfit Island. Ghost Body, who reached the full level, really gave Adrian too much help. The leader who was able to easily defeat the Second Treasure Water Army before was largely due to its immunity to physical attacks. Even the passive and non-consumable Ghost Body makes flying, an originally quite rare ability, one of Adrian's daily way of driving. After entering the ghost state, Adrian rose up into the sky, and gradually increased his limit flight speed. How fast does Ghost fly? Adrian didn't know it before, but when he kept accelerating but couldn't reach the limit, he realized what a terrifying ability he had accidentally discovered. Ignoring the characteristics of physical obstacles, it even means that there is no resistance to the flight of the ghost. Feeling the sight of moving backwards like a gallop, a message appeared in Adrian's heart inexplicably. The flying speed of the ghost depends only on his thinking speed. Of course, this does not mean that Adrian can be close to the speed of light, or even faster than the speed of light. Human thinking speed has a limit. The maximum flight speed that Adrian can control is about 500 km per hour. Note: at such a high speed, Adrian did not spend much time at all, and followed the instructions given by Dr. Kloba to the chart to arrive at the famous island of Gangsters Outfit Island. This is a town-shaped island, with nearly 100 meters of hillsides in the north and east, densely populated by the sea in the south, and various buildings are staggered. Standing in the sky, Adrian looked down at the scenic island below with inexplicable eyes. The next moment, dots of ghosts flew around, and densely packed many ghosts wave their arms and gather next to Adrian. Little cuties, go and help me see the situation on the island. Many ghosts, astral parade. The overwhelming torrent of ghosts instantly pounced on the outfit island below, without a trace of fireworks, and suddenly scattered at an altitude of tens of meters above the ground, and evenly distributed to every street, every corner, and every place where people existed on the island. Place. Astral Parade is a detective skill developed by Adrian with the help of ghost fruit. The small mini-ghost can act as a scout very well, helping to inquire about intelligence quietly. For ordinary people, the many white ghosts standing at an altitude of tens of meters during the day are simply unremarkable, and at night, they will only regard the many ghosts as shining stars with unusual shapes, and will not invest too much. Focus on. Adrian closed his eyes and communicated with the many ghosts below. With their eyes, he carefully observed every corner of Outfit Island and secretly searched for information. Soon, he collected a piece of news that was surprising enough. Such bright and gorgeous pink hair. How could Mrs. Penelope be here? Adrian suddenly opened his eyes slightly confused. Go and see first. As soon as the voice fell, Adrian in the ghost state suddenly shrank, turning his body into the size of a mini-ghost, and then flew down. A single two-story building near the center of Outfit Island, and Mrs. Penelope, who was imprisoned here, was looking out the window sadly. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, whether it was persuading her husband to trade phantom fruit to others, or writing to O'Hara for help. But why did it fall to this state? The husband has been silent for nearly a month. Based on the rumor of the inhumanity of the Capone gang, even if Mrs. Penelope is optimistic by nature, she will not think that her husband is being treated as a guest by the Capone gang. The only thing she hopes now is that her husband can live. Mrs. Penelope, Mrs. Penelope. A thin voice suddenly called Mrs. Penelope's mind back. She looked around the room with some doubts and couldn't help but smile. Did you finally have hallucinations because of excessive worry? I had known this, I shouldn't have written to O'Hara. Looking at the empty room, Mrs. Penelope gave a wry smile to herself. Sorry, I just forgot to change my body shape. A familiar voice sounded in the strange, and Adrian's figure appeared in the room out of thin air. Yes, Madam. Penelope opened her eyes wide, looked around, and quickly lowered her voice. It's you, Adrian. Yes, it's me, ma'am. Adrian showed an apologetic face and said in a low voice, Mrs. Penelope, I am very sorry about your affairs. It's useless to say these now. Mrs. Penelope looked sad. Mr. Adrian, how did you get here? Adrian did not answer, but instead asked, Madam, I happen to have a question to ask you. If you remember correctly, you said in your letter that you are still in the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce. That's right. Mrs. Penelope gave a wry smile and explained the whole story. But when the client sent the letter, it was already noticed by the Capone gangsters. They were probably deliberate. Let me send the news, so that Mr. Adrian will make you come into the net. Ms. Penelope said again, since the letter was sent, the people from the Capone gang arrested me directly on Outfit Island and completely cut off my contact with the outside world. Your family? I don't have any news about Krivat yet, I'm afraid. Mrs. Penelope's eyes were red and her voice choked. But the Capone gang has not been frantically attacking the child, and Pepette is still with me. Together, I'm still sleeping in the bedroom at this time. If it wasn't for Pepette, I guess I already. Adrian was silent for a moment. Mrs. Penelope wiped her eyes and said, Mr. Adrian, I am grateful that you can come to Outfit Island, but you can't be the opponent of the Capone gang. They are not the kind of third-rate pirates at sea can be compared. You'd better. Adrian interrupted Madame Penelope, and said, Madam, you don't have to worry about the Carpenter gang, I will take care of it myself. For the current situation, I have two options for the time being. Please speak up. First, I will take you and Perona to O'Hara Island first. After arriving there, your mother and daughter will naturally be safe. What about the second one? You continue to stay on Outfit Island, of course. I will find a safe enough place to house you and your daughter. Then, wait for me to get rid of the Capone gang. Madame Penelope categorically said, I choose the second one. Why? Adrian was a little puzzled. The first option is actually more secure. Ms. Penelope resolutely said, until I get accurate information from Krivat, I said nothing will leave. Is that so? Adrian groaned, then come with me first. The ghosts have just found a place that is sufficiently concealed that no one will find it there. Then, you just have to wait quietly. Note, there is a view in the scientific community that the human thinking speed is close to 250 km per hour. I don't know how the specific data was obtained. The thinking speed itself is a data that is very difficult to measure. Therefore, the speed taken here is the current signal speed of the brain, which is about 138 m/s, which is equivalent to 496.8 km per hour, which is about 500 km per hour. However, this is a novel and a pirate fellow, so don't hold back. Even if it's the author's setting, the speed of the ghost is not easy to describe. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Capone Gang. Chapter 37 Capone Gang. On this sea where flying ability is extremely rare, people always subconsciously ignore the actions that take place in the sky. With the help of the ghost fruit, Adrian unknowingly took Mrs. Penelope, mother and daughter, and left from this two-story building hidden deep in the center of the island, without even disturbing anyone standing there. Gangster guarding the door. After placing the two at the safe spot discovered by the mini-ghosts, Adrian secretly arranged some mini-ghosts near them to detect the situation and protect the safety, and then he left with confidence. At this moment, the panel message suddenly appeared. You have triggered a random B-level mission Capone Gang. Introduction to the mission. Capone Bell freely controls Outfit Island, and it is he who controls 1/5 of the underground society in the West Sea. The current head of the Capone Gang likes to wear silk shirts, expensive custom suits and diamond belt buckles, and also likes to use human blood to forge his horror reputation. Recently, Capone Bell has been eyeing an unknown man who snatched his precious devil fruit. It's time to make your choice. Task reminder: if history has taught us anything, if the sea has taught us anything, then we can kill anyone. Task requirements: unknown. Task reward: unknown. Adrian took over the task and whispered to himself, B level of difficulty? It is really crowded and powerful, the gangsters of Zahai. But unknown mission requirements and mission rewards? This is the first time I have encountered it. But the task reminder has been given very clearly. The Capone Gang is watching me. As everyone knows, I am also ready to use their reputation as my stepping stone. There are always some annoying bugs buzzing in your ears, even if it doesn't cause any major trouble, it's a bad mood. Entering a ghostly state, Adrian rose into the sky, instantly losing his figure. About a quarter of an hour later. Outfit Island South Street, Hard Shell Bar. This is a black brick bar with a rather rough appearance. Through the misty windows, you can vaguely feel the noisy atmosphere inside the bar. Even in the morning, there are still many alcoholics in the Hard Shell Bar. No way, who made this the headquarters of the Capone gang and the true core of Outfit Island? Adrian looked indifferent, ignoring the two addicts who were stuffing up in the corner next to the door, and opened the door and walked into the bar. What you see is a very lively scene: smoking smokers, card gamblers, bottle-blowing alcoholics. On the high platform suspended in the middle of the bar, there is a huge black sofa impressively placed. The tall and mighty man with a cigar in his mouth and a short black beard on his chin looks at the environment in the bar with a smile on his face, like a man. The king aloft is inspecting his country. On the sofa next to the mature man in suit and leather shoes, sits an unsightly short fat man. The black vertical striped suit of the same type is tight on him, as if a button will pop out of his body in the next second. Come the same. The two are the current boss Capone Bell of the Capone gangster, and his son Capone Becky. Adrian ticked the corner of his mouth. It's really easy to come by, now you don't need to spend time on the islands to find people. The bartender behind the bar is a tall, thin, bald man with a gentle smile on his face. Is it the first time for guests to come to this bar? Bar rules: any newcomer can get a free glass of rum. The tall and thin bartender drew a bottle of wine from under the bar and pulled out the wine cork. The faint yellow wine slowly filled the glass, and the faint aroma of wine filled the surroundings. Adrian took the wine glass and played with it in his hand, looking inexplicably. I don't know where I heard a sentence, the free one is the most expensive. I don't know if this free glass of rum needs me to pay. What an expensive price. The tall and thin bartender changed his expression and reluctantly said. The guest laughed. This is the rule. These are just the rules of your gangsters, not the rules of the sea. Guest, you. The tall and thin bartender's eyes flickered, but he didn't know when he took out a flintlock. He smiled and raised his hand to press the insurance and pull the trigger. The brass bullet accurately hit Adrian's eyebrow. Go to hell. It wasn't until the gunshot that Gao Shao bartender's next sentence was finished. But at the next moment, the tall and thin bartender's pride came to an abrupt end. Because he watched the bullet penetrate Adrian's head, but he saw neither the red blood nor the white brain pulp. The bullet seemed to just penetrate the air, nothing happened. Father, Godfather! A demon fruit-capable person! The tall and thin bartender roared, and instantly bent over and got under the bar. Adrian took out his handkerchief in a leisurely manner, as if disgusted, and wiped the left hand that had just held the wine glass. Scarface Capone Bell, Bandit Capone Becky, when we first met, I have to say that the impression of you Capone gangster is really bad. Only the wrong name, no wrong nickname. Scarface Capone Bell, tall and strong, he is especially good at close combat and intelligence rumors. When he was young, he was scarred when he was injured on the face by an opponent in a battle, so he has such a nickname. Bandit Capone Becky has an unpredictable character. He possesses a very cruel side to both people and things. Even a loyal subordinate, as long as he violates even a small order, he will be stunned. Kill. Of course, Adrian also knows more detailed information about the latter. Capone gangster Becky, more than 20 years later, will become one of the 11 supernovae of the worst generation in the era of complete burning and runaway, with a bounty of more than 300 million Baileys, and at the same time a person with the ability to eat the fruit of the strong city. Adrian's words were not answered. From the center suspended high platform, a fierce rain of bullets directly enveloped his location, blasting everything near the bar to pieces. The tall and thin bartender who took the lead in launching a sneak attack on Adrian was exploded into blood mist in an instant and died on the spot. Adrian frowned. Although it is an enemy, it is too cruel and ruthless, right? Did you even care about your own life? Let's pretend, kid. Looking at Adrian, who was still unscathed, Capone Bell took a sharp sip of his cigar with a gloomy expression. "Today, since you dare to come to Outfit Island alone, get ready. Accept the fate of death. I will engrave your name on your skull before feeding it to the sharks in the Back Bay. Little ones, fire all!" Capone Becky's reaction was not slow at all. He opened the palm of his right hand, and a tiny door slowly appeared in the palm of his palm. At the entrance of the miniature gate stood several burly men in black clothes with scaled-down figures, most of them holding artillery on their shoulders. Hearing Becky's order, the gang members instantly pressed the trigger with a sullen expression, and a large number of shells were fired in the direction of Adrian. Boom 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 boom. Fierce gunfire covered every inch of the land in the hard shell bar. "Thank you very much for the reward of 100 starting coins of golden crispy pie." End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Unbearable. Chapter 38 is vulnerable. The planned ambush was really a trap deliberately targeted. An indifferent voice came from the gunfire filled with gunpowder. Unscathed Adrian stepped out of the cannon-shrouded area step by step, staring coldly at Capone Becky, who wanted to vent his firepower on the high platform. The ability of the devil fruit eaten by Capone Becky is very interesting. It is a very rare fruit with spatial attributes. Both creatures and objects can be stored in it. He can even assimilate part of his body into some kind of items already stored in the castle, such as changing his legs into tank tracks to gain high-speed movement. The fruit is developed to a high depth, and Capone Becky can even turn himself into a huge castle. The defense is so strong that even Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, is difficult to break in a short time. However, today's Capone Becky is not the pirate supernova who will offer a bounty of more than 300 million more than 2 decades later, although he has begun to slowly take over the Capone gang from his father Capone Bell. Ownership, but in terms of its own strength, it is far from reaching the standard. Seeing that the invincible artillery offensive in the past had no effect, Capone Becky couldn't help but sweat on his forehead, and Capone Bell, who was watching the battle calmly, was shocked again and again. Captain Crivat did not know the name of the devil fruit he was transporting with the ship, but the father and son Capone, who were the masters, naturally knew what the fruit was. If they remember correctly, the devil fruit eaten by this little devil in front of them is clearly a Superman ghost fruit, a devil fruit with a fatal flaw. As we all know, the body of ghost fruit eaters has always been their Achilles heel. But who can tell them why this kid's ability is so weird? Is this still a ghost fruit? Or is this kid eating other fruits? Or, nature? Capone Bell did not want to believe it, and categorically said, "Becky, don't stop, increase the firepower. This kid has only eaten the ghost fruit in just 1 month, and it is absolutely impossible to develop his abilities to such an extent. This weird ability definitely has a big limit." "Yes, father." The commanded Capone Becky had a sharp look in his eyes, and he raised his hands at the same time, and the artillery offensive was further strengthened. The crumbling hard shell bar was directly destroyed by the gunfire, but Adrian in front of him was still intact, and even dust was not stained on his clothes. Adrian is still walking slowly towards Capone and his son step by step. His expressionless posture releases a suffocating sense of oppression. Smelly kid. The muskets and artillery units continue to fire. The cavalry units attack. Capone Becky clenched his teeth, and while holding Capone Bell with his right hand, his feet directly turned into tank tracks, quickly retreating, and the speed was not slower than that of a real tank. At the same moment, a faint ripple appeared next to Capone Becky, and dense holes appeared on his body. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the castle gate. The gate of the castle was opened, the suspension bridge was lowered, and a group of 5, a total of 8 light cavalry units rushed out head-on, holding a chilly long knife, and brazenly launched an attack on Adrian. This is not over yet. Inside the castle, a musket and artillery team of 50 people fired at Adrian. All this happened between the electric light and flint. Even the big pirates of the West Sea with a bounty of more than 10 million, under such a near-perfect encirclement situation deliberately created by Capone Becky, I am afraid they will have to hate on the spot. However, mini-ghost rising star fire. Hundreds of white mini-ghosts resembled a swarm of insects attracted by blood. They swooped at the cavalry squadron that rushed in. It was just a brief encounter, and there was not much left in the 40-man light cavalry squad. The remaining mini-ghosts, with an unbeatable posture, attacked Capone Becky's body, blowing him to the ground. The offensive and defensive momentum is instantly converted. Whether it's a musket or a scimitar, I don't care. It's nothing more than just spending time with you. Adrian flicked his fingers boredly, facing such a group of gangsters who could only dominate the underground society of the West Sea. He could not arouse any thoughts of fighting. Jump the bomb! A deafening explosion sounded from Capone Becky's direction, and a tall and mighty figure ejected from there like ammunition. Boy, don't be too arrogant. This is the Capone gang. Bomb blast hell cannon! Capone Bell's hands turned into huge bombs burning with flames. He folded his hands and slammed it down at Adrian. Boom! The floor of the bar and the surrounding stone brick walls were all blown to pieces. Hard Shell Bar, this horror bar that has carried the prestige of the Capone gang for more than a decade, has finally ushered in its end today. On the smoky street, on Capone Bell's terrifying scar face, a grinning grin appeared. I've never been able to stop Loud's bomb fist. Capone Bell, the current godfather of the Capone gang, is also a demon fruit-capable person. And faintly familiar. Superman bomb fruit? Or is it an explosion fruit, or an explosion fruit? Behind Capone Bell, Adrian's voice suddenly came, with a hint of surprise, but it doesn't matter. The blue veins on Capone Bell's forehead were violent, making his face even more terrifying, and he turned around instantly, spitting out a mouthful of white mist. Then, burst into an instant. Break the minefields! The surrounding environment ushered in the second devastating explosion. The buildings on both sides of the hard shell bar were completely destroyed and collapsed. The gangs and bandits of the Capone gang that came around were all screamed and flew out of the bomb zone by the violent shock wave. Outside. The next moment, Capone Bell's feet turned into bombs, and then burst into the air. With the help of huge impact force, he slammed into the air and scanned the smoke-covered ground back and forth. For some reason, Capone Bell always felt that his second large-scale blasting still did not harm that kid. Are you looking for me, Mr. Capone? Bomb! Before he finished shouting, Capone Bell suddenly found two huge white arms in front of him. His proud and strong body hadn't even finished. Its palm is big. Capone Bell raised his head stiffly, and saw a huge ghost face appearing directly above his head, and his pitch-black eyes were staring at him without a trace of chill. Since you like playing bombs so much, let's play with it. Adrian snapped his fingers. Snapped. Huge ghost and messenger of peace. Boom boom. There was an extremely violent shock wave in the air, and there was a sudden tendency to penetrate the clouds and crack the rocks, and the thick clouds far in the sky were washed away by this unparalleled huge explosion. The faint golden sunlight poured down, bringing some insignificant warmth to this dilapidated ruined land. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Legend White Ghost. Chapter 39 Legend, White Ghost. Step, step, step. The sound of calm and powerful footsteps sounded in the ears of the embarrassed Capone Becky. He put his hands on the ground and raised his head with difficulty. It's so ugly, Mr. Capone. Adrian looked down at Capone Becky, who was lying on the ground, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Take out the weapon. Ready to attack. Protect Becky. There was a messy noise from Capone Becky's body, and then another figure jumped out of him. In an instant, hundreds of gangsters appeared on the battlefield, and they raised their guns and artillery to kill Adrian. Surrounded with Becky. Mr. Capone, don't you plan to surrender yet? Adrian said gently. Capone Becky stood up slowly, spit out the extinguished cigar in his mouth, and stared fiercely at the young black-haired man in front of him. The fruit of Jiancheng provided extremely powerful protection for his body. The wave of mini ghost bombs just now did not cause any substantial damage to Capone Becky, but it just made him look a little desolate. But Capone Bell is not so lucky. Becky glanced at his father, who was lying in a pool of blood not far away, and a touch of grief flashed in his eyes. "I admit that I underestimated you, Adrian." Capone Becky's eyes turned cold, and he gradually added a frenzied look. "But with the absolute gap between the number of people and the firepower, you can't win. All fire! Kill him!" There was a disdainful voice in the air. Mini ghost and fireworks show. Thousands of mini ghosts densely covered the entire sky, and even the sun's brilliance was covered. They gradually gathered into a huge ball of light, as if fireworks were falling, and they began to bombard the battlefield indiscriminately. "Cover up, completely ignore the issue of loss." Boom! 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 As soon as the explosion sounded, the gang that jumped out of Capone Becky's body instantly lost more than half of them, and under the continuous chaotic explosion, the remaining gangs also stepped onto the Huangchuan. The road. Capone Becky has received the focus of Adrian's attention. Hundreds of mini-ghosts bombarded him endlessly every second. Even if Becky's physical defenses were beyond ordinary people, he was blown out of his mouth and nose. This bombing lasted for several minutes, and the center of the town was completely razed to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, Capone Becky's exquisite black vertical striped suit has become like a large rag, blood dripping all over, and there is not even a good piece of meat visible to the naked eye. "Mr. Capone, I still have one last question to ask you," Adrian said in a gentle voice. "I don't know if you know the whereabouts of the poor Captain Crivet who was kidnapped to Outfee Island by you." Capone Becky, whose consciousness was in a semi-conscious state, could barely stand on his own willpower. Hearing Adrian's question, his fat face showed a cruel smile. "Boy, heh, you said that idiot who dared to embezzle Capone gangsters without authorization? Go to the Back Bay area to find it. If you are lucky, you may be able to find his bone scum in the teeth of the shark." Adrian fell silent. If this is the case, there is nothing to say. "Goodbye, Becky gangster." In the next instant, a semi-imaginary mini-ghost was created and slowly flew into Capone Becky's body. Mini-ghost, withered and pierced. Capone Becky's eyes widened, blood splashed in his chest, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. "We choose the wrong opponent, father." One by one, figures emerged from Capone Becky's side. These people were the last people hidden in his body. They appeared on the battlefield at this time, indicating that the fruit of Jiancheng had begun to lose its effect. This also means that Becky, the gangster who will become a member of the evil generation more than 20 years later, has reached the end of his destiny at this moment. "Becky! How can it be? Father and Becky are both. Run for your life, or you will be killed too." "Spare! I surrender. Don't kill me." The only remaining Capone gangsters either dispersed as birds and beasts, or simply surrendered on their knees, and many chose to counterattack. Facing this group of people, Adrian's attitude is very clear: if the enemy is the enemy, kill it. Another wave of indiscriminate bombing. At this point, the Capone gang that has dominated Outfee Island for more than 10 years is completely destroyed. A prompt appears on the panel. B-level mission Capone gang, the completion rate is 93%, and the mission is over. You will gain 180W experience. 93% of completion. It seems that there are still some remnants of the Capone gang that have not been cleaned up, but it does not matter. Adrian feels clear. You completed the goal. Frontal Conflict 1, kill at least 10 Capone gang members. Frontal Conflict 2, kill at least 100 Capone gang members. Behead 1, kill Capone Bell. Beheading 2, kill Capone Becky. The task is being settled. The settlement is complete. Performance evaluation, excellent. You get the excellent evaluation reward, extra 50% experience, 90W, random reward x2. There are random rewards? Good luck! Adrian is slightly overjoyed. Experience rewards are the next best thing. High-level tasks will have corresponding task completion evaluations after completion, and good and above task evaluations will also receive random rewards. There are many types of random rewards, which may be experience, props, skills, expertise, free attribute points, skill points, etc. Almost everything is inclusive, and what you get depends on your face. Random reward type. The types of rewards you have this time are, free attribute points, props. You get 4 free attribute points. You get the item Superman series Jiancheng fruit. 4 points of free attribute points are quite satisfactory, not bad, or not. But the rewards of props are a bit unexpected. Adrian raised his palm, and a dark grey devil fruit with a spiral pattern of tang grass appeared out of thin air in his palm, which was exactly the same as the appearance of the Jianken fruit recorded in the devil fruit illustrated book. A very rare space-type devil fruit, and it is integrated with offense and defense. How to use it? Adrian fell into thought. However, the prompt message on the panel has not completely ended. Given that you previously killed Hogg, the leader of the Urbeo Marine Corps, this time you will completely destroy the Capone gang, and you will get 1 point of fame. Experience gained within a specific range plus 5%. Western Sea Legend, White Ghost. In the legend, he is the messenger of death, an immortal white ghost, and a terrifying nightmare from the kingdom of the undead. He wandered over the West Sea, no one knew when he would arrive, only the corpse on the dock was slowly telling his story. Thank you very much for your book, friend. 20210406211530991 for the reward of 100 starting coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Gift of Destiny. Chapter 40, The Gift of Fate. How does it sound like the male protagonist of a famous ghost story? Looking at the description of the first legend on the panel, Adrian's mood is inexplicably subtle. In a certain sense, familiarity can be equated with code name. In other words, if you don't do anything else impressive in the future, then in the eyes of others in Pirate World, Adrian's hell on the road is basically White Ghost. This nickname. To tell the truth, it's really not good. But there is no way, the system gave it, and Adrian did not have to choose. White Ghost, at least better than titles such as White Ghost and White Death. Adrian looked at the panel again. Set aside devil fruit rewards and legends. In terms of experience points, in addition to the experience rewards for task settlement, the Capone gang, from the godfather of the underworld to the gang members, have provided a lot of experience rewards with their lives. In particular, the killing of Capone Becky and Capone Bell belonged to the category of leapfrog kills, and the experience value reward was even higher than the sky. Without much thinking, Adrian put all the experience points he gained into the upgrade, and raised the level of official swordsman to LV16, and at the same time, his total level reached LV36, not far from level 40. Then all the free attribute points obtained from upgrades and task rewards are invested in intelligence. At this time, his intelligence attribute is as high as 300, which is higher than the other 5 attribute values combined. After completing the task settlement, we should inform Mrs. Penelope of the specific news next. Thinking of Capone Becky's words before his death, Adrian couldn't help sighing, and his figure disappeared. After a while, Adrian came to the safe house where the mother and daughter had been placed before and knocked on the door politely. "Madam, it's me, Adrian. Is it convenient to get in now?" Miss Penelope, who was highly nervous in the room, immediately relaxed after hearing the familiar voice. She introduced Adrian into the house and said with concern, "Mr. Adrian, are you okay?" "Relax, madam." Adrian shook his head first, and then he said in a low tone, "I got a bad news about Captain Cravat." Mrs. Penelope's heart suddenly sank. "Capone Becky, the son of the Capone gang leader, told me after the defeat," Adrian whispered. he said, "Your husband has passed away unfortunately." Even though she had been mentally prepared for a long time, Mrs. Penelope still felt an extremely strong sense of dizziness. She closed her eyes, held her forehead with one hand, and sat down on the chair with the other trembling, her chest rising and falling violently. Adrian silently poured a cup of hot tea for Mrs. Penelope. Before he could speak for comfort, Mrs. Penelope had opened her eyes. No crying, no tears, just red eyes. Unexpectedly, facing the news of her husband's accidental death, this fragile lady showed extraordinary tenacity. "Thank you for your notice, Mr. Adrian." Seeing this, Adrian changed his original thoughts. In any case, he should not continue to say words of comfort at this time. Adrian changed the conversation and said, "Madam, I am going to stay on Outfit Island for a few more days. I don't know what you plan to do." "Me?" Mrs. Penelope gave a wry smile, not knowing how to answer. Adrian asked, "Do you have any acquaintances or relatives you know in Zihai?" "I only know Krivat." Mrs. Penelope paused slightly, and she said smoothly, "After all, he has a distant nephew who also works in the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce." "How is your relationship with that distant relative?" Adrian's words revealed a hint of solicitation. Ms. Penelope said truthfully, "The relationship is not too close, but at any rate it is a very reliable young man who knows the bottom line." "That's it. The Capone gang has been completely destroyed. After I clean up the remaining gang forces on Outfit Island, the Capone gang will completely return to history." Adrian he explained his plan, "If you know if his nephew is reliable enough, I wonder if he can leave the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce and come and help me do things." "That's right. Adrian is ready to form a force." He realized a very important thing when he was trading with closed beta players in the Kingdom of Flowers. In the future public beta period, although Adrian can play a role similar to professional mentor and novice instructor, he does not have enough items that can be used to supply players for trading. Muskets, gunpowder, weapons, medicines. Almost all of these things are completely useless by Adrian, but they are extremely demanded by low-level players. Even if Adrian gets these things, it doesn't take much effort, but the time and energy involved are too amazing, and it's completely outweighed by the gains. In that case, why not find a suitable candidate to help him form a power? It just so happens that the Capone gang has been destroyed. Standing on the corpse of the Capone gang, the new forces can instantly become famous in the West Sea. If possible, Adrian can also allow his subordinates to specifically develop trade exchanges with players, freeing himself from tedious transactions. Ms. Penelope was silent for a while, and said, "I don't know what Mr. Adrian are you going to do?" Adrian touched his chin, "Open a trading company." 5 days later, the Dusty Tommy took the merchant ship of the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce and came to Outfit Island. For this gangster island that no one knows in the underground society of Zihai, Tommy is both excited and longing. Who does not know in Zihai now, the famous Capone gang, because it provokes a terrifying enemy that cannot be provoked, disappears in a day, completely turned into history. Tommy had no idea that a small person like himself could be spotted by such a legendary person. Although it is the light of distant relatives. About half an hour later, Tommy came to an unsightly 2-story small building, and in the living room inside the building, he finally saw the legendary Lord White Ghost. Adrian took a rough look at the young man wearing a tweed coat and newsboy hat, shaking his whole body with excitement, and nodded slightly in his heart. "At least the image is over." "Your name?" "Tommy, Tommy Shelby, Your Excellency." Adrian frowned. "You have a very interesting name, Tommy." "Yes, is it?" Tommy Shelby stammered and replied, flushing. "I believe in friendship, and I am willing to show my friendship first." Adrian smiled slightly, straight to the point, "Tommy, would you like to leave the Shimizu Chamber of Commerce and do things for me and yourself?" "Very much. Your Excellency." Tommy Shelby nodded immediately and replied loudly. He rushed to Outfit Island deliberately, wasn't it just for this matter? A moment later, Tommy lowered his head again and shouted a little jerky, "Father!" Adrian smiled, "No, you don't need to be like this, Tommy. I didn't invite you from Mrs. Penelope to set up a gang. I am going to set up a company, a legal trading company. Know that you are still willing to help me now." The young Tommy Shelby looked up dazedly. "Your Excellency, are you going to open a trading company?" "Yes," Adrian nodded. "It will have nothing to do with me, at least on the surface. I am going to name it Shelby Company. What do you think?" "I think..." Tommy Shelby's eyes bloomed with an extremely brilliant brilliance. "It's simply awesome. Of course, in the process of company development, sometimes it is inevitable that some violence will be used." Adrian added, "No way, the cruel sea always destroys the noble character of businessmen." Tommy Shelby's brain moved quickly, and his tone gradually became excited. "So, we still need a little bit of help from the underground society." Adrian smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, do you think the Razor Party is a qualified gangster name?" Thank you reader Yang Fanfan for the 100 starting coin reward. 40 chapters, the manuscripts are completely used up. Fortunately, I came to recommend, but it was the first time I encountered a recommendation from 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Tommy Shelby, from Blood Gangsters. Aside from the plot, people's service, film and television atmosphere and actors' appearance can indeed be played. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Return to O'Hara. Chapter 41 Return to O'Hara. More than a few days have passed since the official opening of the Shelby Company. Because the planning time is relatively short, coupled with the company's principal Tommy Shelby, he is still just an unknown young man. Most of the residents on the island don't know their surroundings. Suddenly there is such an extra sea trading company. Adrian is not in a hurry to build a reputation for Shelby. After all, the company's main service target is players who have not yet arrived, and there is still almost a full year before the start of the public beta, and there is no time in time. In the dark, the famous Capone gang was completely wiped out in one day, and the remaining power and territory instantly became the sweet pastry for you and me. No matter how lively the gangsters outside are fighting because of those things. In the original base camp of the Capone gang on Outfit Island, a small organization called the Razor Party rose up inexplicably. They unscrupulously developed troops and looted territory, and quickly unified at an incredible speed. The underground society of Outfit Island. When people just recovered from the big news about the complete destruction of the Capone gang, they discovered that Outfit Island had changed its owner. Successfully defeated the criminal gangs on other islands several times. The Razor Party succeeded in establishing a solid foundation in the underground society of the West Sea, and became another new gang force that cannot be ignored after the Capone gang. Tommy Shelby, as the speaker of the Razor Party, has also slowly begun to emerge. But that's all for a while. Thoroughly clean up the remaining underground forces on Outfit Island, and then attend the opening ceremony of the Shelby Company. Adrian consciously completed all the tasks and is ready to leave this gang island. Is the day, early in the morning. A brand new brig is moored in the port. The bow of the sailing boat is a bust of the goddess, which is more common in the sea. What is more novel is that the goddess holds a lifelike bird in the right hand of the goddess. The overall hull has a streamlined design, and the raised sails are painted with the logo of the Shelby Company crossed cigarettes and whiskey bottles. Adrian leaned against the guardrail of the sailing deck, looked at Tommy below, waved his hand and said, "Tommy, please give it to you on Outfit Island. Don't forget my instructions." "Don't worry, sir." Tommy, who stood on the pier, looked frantically and respectfully said, "I will never let you down." Tommy Shelby subconsciously touched the inner pocket of his coat. Inside it was a booklet that had just been bound. The book was called The Godfather's Classic Quotations. Adrian nodded slightly, turned and walked towards the cabin. Ms. Penelope on the side holds Perona, who is only 1 year old, in her arms, following closely behind. Yes. After seeking Adrian's advice, Mrs. Penelope decided to stay away from the sad land of Outfit Island, followed by Adrian to O'Hara, and then settled in the world-famous Island of Knowledge. In this regard, Adrian will naturally not rashly refuse. 3 days later, merchant ship arrived at O'Hara port. Ms. Penelope admired the humanistic scenery that was obviously different from other islands in the West Sea, and suddenly saw a little girl who was looking forward to standing on the pier. "Mr. Adrian." "Just call me Adrian, madam." "Adrian, look at the little girl standing on the dock. Is she someone you know?" Adrian looked in the direction indicated by Mrs. Penelope, just to see little Robin waving his arms happily here, with a strange expression on his face. "If I remember correctly, I and Robin have only a few sides. Why does it always feel that this little lowly has an extraordinary sense of closeness to him? Is it because of a few comforting words when we first met? Her name is Robin, Nicole Robin." Adrian gave a brief introduction to Mrs. Penelope. "My father died very early, and my irresponsible mother. I do not know why he left Austria. Hala, currently living in his aunt's house." Ms. Penelope's eyes suddenly showed a bit of distress. After finishing speaking, Adrian jumped off the deck of the merchant ship and came to Robin's body and said with a smile, "Little Robin, long time no see." "Long time no see, brother Adrian." Little Robin replied vigorously. At the same time, Mrs. Penelope also hugged Perona from the boat and nodded to Robin with a smile. "This is Aunt Penelope, a friend I met on the ocean." She is holding little Perona in her arms. "She is only 1 year old." Adrian squatted down and looked up at little Robin's eyes. "Brother Adrian has something to go to the library to check some information. Can little Robin help take Aunt Penelope on the island for a tour?" When he heard Adrian's words, little Robin couldn't help but bulging her mouth. She raised her head and glanced at the amiable Mrs. Penelope. After all, she nodded reluctantly. "How good!" Adrian touched Robin's head and took out a small phone bug from his pocket. "This is a reward for Robin. The phone worm that can talk over long distances." Little Robin's eyes lit up, and he was about to take the pink phone worm, but he immediately retracted his hands with a wink. "This must be very valuable." Little Robin whispered, "I can't take." "It doesn't matter, this is a reward for little Robin." Adrian puts the small phone worm into Robin's hands. Little Robin held up his palm, stretched out his fingers curiously, and lightly nodded the eyes of a telephone worm like antennae. The phone worm immediately retracted its body into the protective case, and in the meantime, he grinned and stuck his tongue out at little Robin. Glitter. Little Robin was still a child, and immediately laughed happily. Seeing this, Adrian nodded to Mrs. Penelope, then left the dock and hurried towards the Tree of All-Knowing Library in the very center of the island. About 10 minutes later, the Tree of All-Knowing Library, a familiar hall on the first floor. Adrian, who was about to go to the Geographic Information Area to borrow the West Sea chart, was once again stopped by the fascinating Dr. Kloba. "Doctor, is it you again?" Adrian helplessly, "What happened again this time?" Dr. Kloba blew his beard and stared. "Do you think I only come back to you when I have something to do, kid Adrian?" Adrian touched his chin, remembered for a moment, and said, "Yes." Dr. Kloba suddenly choked. "PhD. I wanted to ask you about the status of the Capone gang, but seeing you are so energetic, you must not have encountered any trouble." Dr. Kloba shook his hand a little disgustedly. Go and do your own business." "Var." Adrian breathed a sigh of relief and left immediately. Whenever you get along with these respected old doctors, you can't help but feel a sense of restraint. Next, Adrian did not encounter any accidents and borrowed the map data very smoothly. Basic sea conditions in the West China Sea, distribution of islands in the West China Sea, distribution of common marine life in the West China Sea, illustration of marine meteorology in the West China Sea. Looking at the densely packed sea books on the bookshelf, Adrian squeezed his fist and secretly cheered himself up. After gnawing on these big tomes, we will officially start the Pan-Western Sea voyage. Someone always thinks that I'm slower, and they ask me when I'm going to explode. What should say? I am not going to make a big update for the new book issue. As mentioned before, the new book issue will always maintain the speed of 2 changes a day until it is released. And I have run out of manuscripts now, and some people ask me when will it be updated. But since there are so many people mentioning it, let's talk roughly about the additional rule. 1 reward plus more. There must be rewards and more changes, but how much more specific rewards are added? The key is I have no experience. How about 3,000 starting currency plus 1 more? Can it be accumulated or single time? 2 monthly pass plus change. 100 monthly pass plus 1 more, et. 3 big recommendation plus more. What is a big recommendation? I haven't encountered it anyway. 4 explosive update after launch. This point is confirmed, but when it will be on the shelves and how much will be updated, it is temporarily uncertain. After all, the deposit has been used up. 5 add more. This may be in a good state, may be in a good mood, or it may be a holiday, I am not sure, but I am sure that the 5th point of the new book issue definitely does not exist. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Pan-Western Sea Navigation. Chapter 42 Pan-Western Sea Navigation. 3 months later. West Sea, Kingdom of Thailand, Martin Town. This is a relatively prosperous medium-sized town. The natural geographical advantage adjacent to the sea brings wealth to the town, but occasionally pirates plunder it. In the middle of the main street of Martin Town, the pirate Captain Cardo, carrying a huge mace on his shoulder, looked at the boxes of treasures in front of him, and his eyes flashed greedy. The small Captain Cardo shouted at his subordinates, "Are all the treasures in the town here?" A thinner pirate handyman replied tremblingly, "Almost only this, the great Captain Cardo." The kneeling civilians around looked at their belongings in the treasure chest with pain and resentment, but no one dared to stand up to fight the pirates. As for the reason? The ground stained red with blood not far away, the pile of debris hills, is the most real reason. Captain Cardo glanced brutally at the cowardly civilians, and sneered disdainfully. "Cowards! Today Captain Cardo has mercifully let you go. When you come again next time, you have to prepare more treasures." Ha 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 ha. Just as Cardo was about to lead his subordinates and carry the treasure to leave the island, he suddenly found that on the other side of the street, he did not know when a young man in a white suit appeared. Where did the guy come from? Captain Cardo was taken aback for a while. The civilians in this town had been ransacked by them a long time ago, and all the spineless guys had all been killed, and all the rest were kneeling there. Where did this person emerge from? A 24 million Bailey is offering a bounty. The young man looked up at the leader of the group of pirates in front of him. "Beast pirates, Captain Cardo, isn't it?" "That's right. It's Lao Tzu." Cardo shook the mace in his hand and waved the sound of hunting. "That's right." The young man nodded slightly. He looked at Cardo carefully, then shook his head again. "I was really shocked when I saw this name." "Hey?" The kid who was frightened by Lao Tzu's reputation. Captain Cardo was a little interested. "Are you planning to come and take refuge?" "Refuge in?" The young man was slightly stunned. "Isn't it?" Captain Cardo frowned. He raised the mace in his hand, as if he didn't hear a satisfactory answer, he would smash the young man into meat pie in the most violent way. "Forget it, I overestimated the average IQ of the guy who went to sea as a pirate." The young man shook his head, stretched out his index finger, and a white light appeared from his fingertips. Many ghost seductive gift. Almost the moment when the voice fell, a small and mini cute ghost flew out of the young man's fingertips, and came to Captain Cardo in an instant. Boom! Only a violent explosion was heard, and Cardo's short and stout body was suddenly blown away more than 10 meters away, throwing up a cloud of smoke. This ability Is. A pirate handyman stammered and couldn't say the whole thing. It's a white ghost. The pirate next to him subconsciously added and shouted. The other members of the Beast Pirate group immediately panicked. It's over, how could Captain Cardo be the opponent of White Ghost? Just after saying these words, the pirate suddenly woke up. He looked in the direction where Cardo was flying in a cold sweat, and shouted in horror, Captain Cardo! I call! The heavy mace flew out at an extremely fast speed, and in the desperate eyes of the pirate, it smashed his head to pieces, and a headless corpse crashed down. I'm not dead yet. What are you wacky and crooked over there? Kadu walked out of the dust with his appearance greatly changed. At this time, he was already fangs and claws, and his body was covered with thick black fur, only a smooth white line was left in the middle of his head. Animal Department Honey Badger Fruit. You bastard! How dare you attack me? The animalized Kaduo approached the enemy step by step, with a hideous face and a terrifying aura. Fathead brother, no, can't the honey badger fruit grow in height? The sudden problem of the enemy made Cardo stunned for a moment, and then a more raging anger burst from the depths of his brain. Don't discriminate against short people. Kaduo's legs slammed on the ground, and under the reaction of the huge burst of force, he rushed towards the enemy at an extremely fast speed. Go to death to Lao Tzu! The sharp claws shining with icy cold light are approaching in an instant, carrying a violent wind, piercing through the enemy's brain. But Cardo didn't feel the pleasure of the familiar head of the enemy, he only felt that he was just sweeping the air. However, whether it is the residents of Martin Town or the pirates of the Beast Pirate group, they can clearly see that the strong and arrogant arm of the Beast Cardo has clearly penetrated the head of the White Ghost. It was even stuck in the middle of the head of the White Ghost, but it did not cause a trace of harm. The immortal White Ghost. A monster more terrifying than the captain. The pirates shouted in horror. You! Damn it! Kadu roared and rushed towards the White Ghost again. He kept waving his arms in an attempt to divide the enemy into two. However, in the face of Cardo's aggressive offensive, Bai Yaling just yawned lazily, and then he extended an index finger again. Don't underestimate Lao Tzu. Many ghost, withered and pierced. Kado's face changed in an instant, because he saw that the White Ghost completely ignored the obstacle and flew into his body. What? Boom! Kadu only heard a heartbeat from the inside of his body that was much louder than usual, a sharp pain came, and then he completely lost his strength. You! The heart is completely broken, even if it is an animal devil fruit, it cannot be saved. Kado slowly withdrew from the animalization and returned to its original appearance, with blood constantly overflowing from his mouth, looking at the young man in suit with a face full of unwillingness. Why, White Ghost? I really just passed by accidentally. Adrian shrugged, pulled out the long sword worn on his right waist, took a step forward, and slapped Beast Cardo to the head. Then there was another wave of mini-ghosts and new star fire, killing the remaining pirates of the Beast Pirate group on the spot. At the same time, a prompt came from the panel. You kill the pirate captain of the Beast Pirate group Cardo, LV33, you gain 16.5 W experience. You kill the Beast Pirate group Pirate Handyman, you gain experience. Seeing the prompt message on the panel, Adrian couldn't help but curl his lips. This experience, for him now, even mosquito legs are not even considered. In order to complete the Navigator upgrade mission on the one hand, and to gain experience on the other hand, Adrian left O'Hara 3 months ago and started sailing within the West China Sea. Although Legendary White Ghost can increase the experience gained in the West Sea, for Adrian's current experience slot, that experience is not enough. It took a total of 3 months before and after, Adrian slowly piled up the experience points to LV39. It is only one step away from LV40. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Naval Branch, Healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 43, Naval Branch, Healthy Dragon Boat Festival. The tribulation between life and death will always make people tougher than before. Although the haze of death and pain has not completely dissipated, the residents of Marden feel that they are lucky enough. Your Excellency by Yawling. The old mayor, who is over 100 years old, walked up from the crowd and said gratefully, "Thank you very much for your help." Adrian smiled casually and prevaricates a few words. He has heard a lot of similar words in the past 3 months. At the beginning, he was a little pleasant, but then it gradually faded. Picking up the head of the beast Cardo at will, Adrian waved his hand to the residents of Marden town, flew towards the sea without turning his head, and quickly came to the shore. There are 2 boats docked on the shore, a medium-sized 3-masted sailing ship with a black pirate flag flying, the other is a white single-handed boat, which is Adrian's self-made boat. The pirate ship is naturally a ship of the Beast Pirate group. Originally there were some guarded pirates on the ship, but it was cleaned up by Adrian when he came. Throwing the head of Beast Cardo into the wooden box that was already prepared, Adrian lightly jumped onto the ship, untied the rope skillfully, lowered the sail, and the ship gradually disappeared on the shoreline. After half a day, Adrian sailed to the island closest to the Kingdom of Taylan where the naval branch base was stationed. During the previous journey, he also occasionally visited this island several times to deal with the island's residents and the stationed navy. It must be pretty good. Naval Base. Major Hwashaishan. Major Hwashaishan. A communications soldier ran to the office door to report with excitement. At this moment, sitting behind the desk is a man with a cigar in his mouth and a smile on his face. He is wearing a light orange suit, a red tie, and a white shirt inside. Like most senior Navy officers, the man is wearing a coat of justice behind his back. It is the major of the Navy branch Hwashaishan. Did something happen? Yes, White Ghost. White Ghost is here again. The correspondent said excitedly. Not long after, Hwashaishan came to the base hall. Who is it this time? The lieutenant commander had a gentle smile on his face. Your Excellency White Ghost. Beast Cardo, a reward of 24 million Baileys. Adrian placed the wooden box in his hand, together with the reward order, gently on the table. Hwashaishan's smile narrowed, and he was slightly surprised. Kado was killed by Your Excellency. The navies stationed in the 4 major offshore seas are not weak, but because the jurisdiction is too wide, the average strength of the personnel is relatively not so powerful when divided among each naval base. Hwashaishan also led the base navy to go out to hunt for Cardo, but the physical strength and resilience of the animal devil fruit ability is too strong, especially the defensive power of the honey badger fruit is amazing. After encountering the battle, he was easily escaped by the beast Kaduo. Unexpectedly, within a few months, the beast Cardo would be killed by the White Ghost in front of him. It can only be said that there are no vanities under the prestigious name. Opening the wooden box, Huo Xiaoshan only glanced at it and confirmed that the head really belongs to the beast Cardo. I met him by chance while looting the town. Adrian explained casually. Hwashaishan nodded. In the boundless ocean, the seemingly nonsense reason of encountered by chance is indeed the most common occurrence. The Navy headquarters recently notified the Sahai branch to plan to expand the Navy in the coming year. Huo Xiaoshan suddenly asked, I wonder if Your Excellency Bai Yawling is willing to join the Navy. Join the Navy? Adrian waved his hand altogether. Forget it, I can't stand too many rules. Paused for a moment, Huo Xiaoshan said again, Your Excellency Bai Yawling. Call me Adrian thought of his previous experience in the Kingdom of Flowers, and changed his words, call me Momoa, Bai Yuling, it always sounds panicky. Well, when you see a beautiful lady in Jun in the future, you can still use Momoa's identity to get close. Momoya, Hwashaishan reconciles goodness, actually, I have recently joined the Navy, and I can get a chance. Hey! Adrian raised his eyebrows, could it be that Major Huo Xiaoshan is preparing? What Adrian has ignored is self-evident, it is nothing more than abuse of power and fraud for personal gain. No, 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 I can't give that kind of chance. Huo Xiaoshan shook his head repeatedly and smiled bitterly. Then he explained seriously, it's the Navy headquarters. The New Year's elite training camp is about to start. With your qualifications, if you join the Navy at this time, you will definitely get the opportunity to go to the Navy headquarters for further training. It sounds like a really great opportunity. Adrian stroked his chin. In 1490 of the Haiwan calendar, the Navy formally established an elite training camp, with the current Admiral Black Wrist Zifa as the top instructor, responsible for training outstanding Marines selected from the Great Route and even the branches of the Four Seas, and constantly replenishing fresh blood for the Navy. The elite training camp is dedicated to cultivating high-quality officers. Among the first students, there were Sakaski and Porisalano, and the third students were Kuzan. It was a complete monster concentration. Land. Hey? What prohibited words seemed to be said? Ahem. If Adrian remembers correctly, the three generals of the future Navy Red Dog, Yellow Ape, Green Pheasant, two general candidates Peach Rabbit, Tea Dolphin, and even more than a dozen young and powerful almost all of the elite lieutenant generals were nurtured by this elite training camp. The success rate is terribly high. There is a saying, the educational talent of the Black Wrist Zifa is really amazing. This 18-year-old participated in the actual combat for the first time. He did not become a corporal and learned the 6 types until the age of 28. Then he became an admiral in only 10 years. He is indeed an out-and-out monster. Especially the title of Zifa. Black Wrist Zifa, just to describe his superb armed and domineering accomplishments. Don't kill the general, only can Zifa's true strength and that breathtaking fighting skills be explained. Being able to accept the meticulous training of not killing generals is something that not many people in this sea dream of. Hua Shaishan showed expectation in his eyes. There is no doubt that the conscientious Zihai Major hopes to win the Zihai legend White Ghost into the Navy. After all, judging from the previous behavior of the White Ghost, this legend of the West Sea hates the pirates and other evil forces very much. Anyone who stands in front of him, whether it is a pirate wandering at sea or a domineering gang, can't be killed. But I refuse. Adrian, Araki's wonderful discoloration. Hua Shaishan asked puzzledly, why? Adrian was silent for a moment, and replied powerfully, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice. The future Lieutenant Admiral is instantly in awe. Zhao, Kavinka until now, almost on the recommended day to change, today the Dragon Boat Festival, so prepare for 3 shifts, by the way, make up for the fact that there was no update in the morning but no advance notice. But it will be updated later, divided into afternoon and evening, please explain in advance. New week, ask for tickets, various tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Another Little Loli with Pink Hair. Chapter 44 Another Little Lolita with Pink Hair. When I left the naval base, it was already evening. When Adrian remembered that before leaving, Huo Xiaoshan's expression of wishing to raise a glass and have a long conversation with him for 3 or 5 days, his expression stiffened. It seems that it is better to say less in the future. Moderate chatting can attract the opposite sex. Too much pretense, but it will only attract the same sex. And what is his Adrian? My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Is clearly my heart and my walking city is like ITO, okay. Walking out of the naval base carrying a suitcase full of Bailey, watching the red sunset in the western sky, Adrian cancelled his plan to leave the island, and was ready to take a stroll nearby and find a hotel by the way. This island is a relatively common medium-sized island in the West China Sea. There are 4 or 5 towns on the island. There is no state rule, so the Navy can be stationed here. In the evening, the streets of the town are full of people moving around, there are elderly people who go out for a walk after dinner, and there are girls who have officially started nightlife, and the most are the night market vendors hawking on the street. Carrying a suitcase, Adrian strolls leisurely and comfortably on the street, thinking about short-term future plans in his mind. In the past 3 months, he hasn't just wandered aimlessly at sea. In addition to experience, there are many other gains. You get a new job navigator, the vigor value is slightly increased, intelligence +2, charm +2, 3 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Yes, just a few days ago, Adrian just completed the navigator's career upgrade task. The map of the West Sea waters was also recognized by the system panel, and the corresponding upgraded professional navigator was officially unlocked. By the way, he also unlocked basic navigation skills to upgrade the skill's advanced navigation skills. Besides, there is another surprise. A total of 5 pirates with a bounty of more than 1 million Baileys have been captured, and you will get a new job, bounty hunter. You get a new job, bounty hunter, your vigor will be increased, strength +1, endurance +1, 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Since bounty hunter is the 6th secondary occupation, the voyager occupation covers the voyager occupation, so it is not counted. The cost of upgrading experience has increased a lot. Expend accumulated experience to upgrade the 2 newly acquired sub-professionals to the full level LV10, and Adrian's personal attributes have once again been strengthened. At this time, his 6-dimensional attributes are Strength 110, Agility 90, Endurance 84, Intelligence 458, Charisma 45, Lucky 1. By the way, the previous data was wrong, but no one found out. Strength officially broke through the 100 mark, and agility and endurance are no longer shortcomings. The most conspicuous thing is the intelligence attribute that reaches 458 points under the Phantom Fruit Intelligence X2 specialty. Of course, the most important thing is that Adrian's accumulated skill points have reached 74 points again, which can instantly raise a certain skill to its full level. But after hesitating for several days, Adrian finally gave up and immediately upgraded the skills of ghost manufacturing. In addition to the current skills are basically sufficient, the main reason is that the ghost body is full. Level buff is in. I said before that the ghost body that has reached the full level is like an auto experience buff for the other 2 skills of the ghost fruit. At this time, under the constant addition of buff day and night, at this time, ghost manufacturing has reached LV2, and spirit out of aperture is not far away from upgrading. Adrian is going to continue the white prostitution buff for a period of time, and then upgrade. In that case, it can save a few more skill points. After all, there is no shortage of skill points. Especially, I will learn domineering afterwards. Adrian does not expect overlordness. Although he is a traverser, he is also a traverser who speaks the basic law. People who don't have enough ambition and magnitude in their hearts are absolutely impossible to awaken the overlord. This is also the reason why only one person in the warring states has the color of an overlord among the great navy. Because of the justice of the Battle of Buddha, the justice that is truly implemented in the heart of the country has always been the justice of the Navy King over the world. As for other navies, most of them are just puppets following orders from their superiors. Said back to Adrian himself. Overlord's color is completely a castle in the air, it is estimated that there is no way to use it for skill points. But armed color and seeing and hearing color are definitely the bulk of the skill point consumption in the future. When I think of the dazzling experience bar in the ghost fruit skill upgrade, Adrian can't help his scalp numb, and he doesn't know how domineering the upgrade experience will be. Forget it, I still don't think about the sad things. Adrian shook his head, threw the unpleasant things out of his mind, and turned his attention back to the lively bazaar. Hey! Adrian bent down and picked up a small rattan bag from a nearby stall. It's a delicate small satchel. When I return to O'Hara later, Robin will like it. The owner of the stall is a little girl with pink hair around 10 years old. Most of the woven bags on her stall are very beautiful, all made of tough rattan. Rattan is one of the most common materials in weaving crafts, but its texture is very easy to scratch your hands. Adrian has seen scars on the little girl's fingers, a pair of slender and petite palms wrapped in a yellowish bandage. It is obvious that even these cheap bandages are expensive materials that must be reused for the little girl. Looking at Adrian picking up the small bag in his hand, the little girl showed expectant eyes, and a kind of light called expectation flashed in her clear eyes. "Sir, do you like this?" The little girl mustered up her courage. It was the first time she met someone stopped to see her merchandise. "It's cheap. These are all made by Tina. It only costs 50 baileys." 50 bailey. Adrian was a little surprised. "If you think it's expensive, 40, 30 baileys are fine." The little girl quickly reduced the price. It was obvious that she was doing business with someone for the first time. "Tina only needs 30 baileys. No, I don't think the price of 50 baileys is worthy of this beautiful little bag," Adrian said, "and the cheapest thing I have is 5,000 baileys. The price of this bag is too cheap." 5,000 baileys. The little girl was dazzled. When she was young, she could not imagine how much money 5,000 baileys were. "Your name is Tina." Adrian picked up 2 rattan bags from the booth. "I want these 3 small bags. How much money do you need in total?" 150 bailey. Little Tina whispered. 15,000 bailey. This time her voice was significantly smaller, almost inaudible. 15,000 bailey, it's a lot of money," Adelie said with emotion, and then lied at will. "I don't have so much cash on me. So I can only provide you with a job. I don't know Xiao Tina, are you willing?" "What job?" "Well, the nearby naval base seems to be hiring people. I happen to have something to do with the commander, Major Huo Shaoshan." Adrian saw little Tina's eyes instantly become extremely bright, and he paused on purpose. "Can Tina also become a navy?" Adrian smiled and said, "Of course, I believe Tina will become an outstanding and beautiful admiral in the future. There is no doubt that this little pink hair with mouth addiction is one of the 4 beauties of the Navy in the future, Black Threshold Tina. Also known as Karina." Adrian personally sent the pink-haired lorry to the naval branch base. Although I don't know why Dignified Ghost sent a little girl inexplicably, Major Hua Shaoshan accepted Tina and appointed her as a naval base on the spot. Kitchen helper. No way, Tina's age is too young to do nothing. Huo Shaoshan is unwilling to brush the face of the white ghost, so she can only rack her brains to come up with a less important position for the cook. Before saying goodbye, Adrian touched the tearful Tina Lorry's head, and an inexplicable thought came up in his heart. "By the way, what is my meeting pink hair physique?" These are the first female pink-haired female characters to appear. The second is more: ask for a recommendation ticket, ask for a monthly pass. There should be a third update, but it will be later. We'll continue to update normally tomorrow at 9 AM and 3 PM. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Moonlight Pirates, Dragon Boat Festival plus more. Chapter 45 Moonlight Pirates, Dragon Boat Festival plus more. Early the next morning. Under the cloudless clear sky, there is an endless blue sea. The white seagulls hover freely in the sky, occasionally casting curious eyes downward. A simple white single-person boat drifted on the sea. Adrian, who quietly left from the town, put his hands behind his head, lying on the boat deck, looking at the clear sky, humming, "I don't know. Where did you hear the music, minor? I don't know if little Tina will cry because of my leaving without saying goodbye, but there is no way, little Lolita is completely insensible, or the beautiful big sister is more fun, all kinds of meanings fun on the. Speaking of which, I finally understand why most pirate groups will be equipped with a role similar to a musician. The life of being alone on the sea is too monotonous. Should I look for a similar life category? I'm a vice professional? Musician, painter, or something, but I still don't have a clue as to how to start it. I can't really have to study for 3 or 2 years. What? At this moment, Adrian sat up abruptly and looked at the distant sea. Vaguely a small black spot appeared on the sea level at the end of the line of sight. Many Ghost Swift Scout. Adrian set off a small Ghost Scout, using it as an eye to detect the situation in the distance. Not long after, the distant picture was passed back to my mind by the mini-ghost. It was a giant three-masted sailing ship, the size of which is not known, how many times the size of Adrian's small boat. The sail and the most conspicuous flag depict an abstract moon-like skull with scattered blood scattered around the skull. VAT. The faintly familiar banner seems to have been seen when I first came to Zihai. I remember, this is the banner of the Moonlight Pirates group. Adrian's eyes changed, and he became slightly excited. Let me see how much Moria's bounty is at this stage. Well, the reward is 57 million Baileys. I remember when I first arrived in Zihai, Moria only had a reward of more than 10 million. It has nearly quadrupled in 3 or 4 months, which is a terrible rate of increase. Moonlight Moria seems to be a good opponent. On the deck, a brawny man with red hair raised a brass telescope and looked at the single-man boat on the distant sea. He said something in his mouth. Tisk, it's really a simple boat, and our cruel moonlight it can't be compared at all. There is no sign of the ship. Is it a lost fisherman's boat? Why is there no one on board? Is it because it was blown to death by the wind and waves? Ha ha ha. What are you mumbling about here alone, Jax with red hair? A sturdy and powerful pale arm rested on the shoulders of red-haired Jax. The owner of the arm was an extremely tall man, who was at least 6 meters above, even close to 7 meters. The man has dark purple hair rising into the sky, 2 small protrusions like demon horns grow on both sides of his forehead, and there are cross sutures similar to stitched wounds between the forehead and eyebrows, which looks very vicious. More unusual is that he wears a leather collar between his neck, and I don't know if it's purely a personal hobby. This person is the most popular new star pirate in the West Sea recently, Moonlight Moria. Moria, it's just a small boat. Give me. Moria snatched the telescope from Jack's hand, and after a random observation, threw the telescope at the latter boredly, and said disappointedly, "That's it? Can such a boat attract your interest? Wouldn't it be enough to just notify the gunner to blast it off?" Speaking very well. Oh, I think that is unreasonable and impossible. After all, that boat is a rare piece of my own work. Morla instantly raised her head to look at the top of the mast of her own ship, and at the same time stretched out her hand to hold the long knife at her waist. The other pirates also reacted, looking up, and saw a handsome black-haired man standing lightly on the top of the mast, with a tall and thin body and a faint smile on his white cheeks, wearing a black windbreaker and white. The shirt and black trousers are full of unique and free and easy temperament. Boy! Get off the mast quickly! Red Hair Jax, holding a knife in his left hand, shouted at Adrian on the mast, "This is Moonlight. I heard your name is Red Hair Jax." Adrian's eyes flickered, and he found that he had always encountered some pirates with strange names recently. First there is Beast Cardo. Now it's Red Hair Jax again. It sounds like the 4 emperors are crying. At this moment, Adrian exerted his left foot and moved a position to the right, avoiding a cluster of shadows coming from below. "Hey, Moonlight Moria, don't you have the pride of being a pirate? Sneak attack is not a good habit." He 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 he. Moria let out a unique and gloomy laugh. He narrowed his eyes and pointed his knife at Adrian on the mast. "Your name?" Looking at the slender and muscular Moglia, Adrian always feels very unaccustomed to it. From beginning to end, he felt that the fat house version of Moglia without a chin was more cute. Adrian said condescendingly, "My name? When I was a bounty hunter, I was called Momoya, but many people like to call me White Ghost. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree." White Ghost's name was revealed, causing a commotion in an instant. After 3 months of spreading and spreading, the name of the White Ghost has been known to everyone in the West Sea. At least no one of the members of the Moonlight Pirates who have lived on the sea all day does not know of Red Hair Jax clenched his hands and his face instantly became gloomy. He stared at Adrian on the mast and said solemnly, "Moria, this is not an easy opponent to solve. Don't be careless." "NS." Moria smiled indifferently, "What white ghost, black ghost, I will turn him into a dead ghost. It just so happens that my zombie army is still a leader. Don't look down on people too much, Moonlight Moria." Adrian put his arms around his chest and said word by word, "It just so happens that I am also going to use you as my step-up pedal. You have triggered a random B-level mission, Moonlight Pirates. Mission Introduction. In the vast open sea of the West China Sea, in addition to the famous traditional gangs, the wandering cruel Moonlight is also one of the inviolable taboos. Now, there is another newcomer to challenge the taboo. Is the legendary king of zombies going to continue his fame, or is the white ghost able to continue to write the legend? Task reminder, leave no room for it. Task requirements, defeat/kill Moonlight Moria, defeat/destroy the Moonlight Pirates. Task reward, randomly draw 2 skills or specialties of the enemy. Thank you very much for the reward of 1,500 starting currency from the reader. I am Shabai. The accumulated rewards exceeded 3,000, one more owed. By the way, can this change today even be rewarded? I knew it a long time ago, and I didn't say that today's 3 shifts were so early. At present, I owe 1 shift, so make up as soon as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Ghost vs Shadow. Chapter 46, Ghost vs Shadow. As soon as the voice fell, Adrian's figure instantly disappeared from the top of the mast. What a fast speed! Mariah had not had time to react, but reflexively raised his right hand. Clang! The next moment, Moria felt a strong force coming from the hilt, and the huge impact made his arm tremble slightly. But it is only to this extent. Is that level of power, kid? The tall Moglia swung a long knife like a baseball, and blasted Adrian into the air. His ferocious tone was on the deck of Cruel Moonlight. It kept echoing, "You, hit me, itchy. Based on your level and attributes, you have obtained the following information. Moonlight Moria, red name. Level, LV58. Attributes, Strength 163, Agility 149, Endurance 187, Intelligence 9, Charisma 34, Lucky. Ability, Shadow Fruit, Dangerous degree, high." Flying in the air, Adrian narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he went to sea, he has faced almost no exception, all of which are higher than his own. Moonlight Moria in front of him, not only that, but also the one with the highest level and attribute among all enemies. The level of LV58 means that Moria's level of strength has surpassed most of the Paradise Stage pirates. Is only 2 steps away from the floor of the New World. It's no wonder that after witnessing Roger's execution in Haiwan in 1498, Moria was able to successfully lead his team to the country of Wano in the depths of the New World in just a few years, and confront Kaido's pirate group of beasts. Even if Kaido was forced to quit the Wang addiction, but being able to escape from Kaido's mace, it has already proved Moria's level of strength. Let me test Jin Liang, who is also the legend of the West Sea, White Ghost. Shadow Angle Gun. Mariah held a knife in his right hand, squatted slightly, and held down the deck with his left hand. He drew a huge and weird spear from the shadow in front of him, then hurled it into the sky and took Adrian straight. In Moria's estimation, the white ghost who was lifted into the air without any leverage point would undoubtedly be penetrated by this brutal shadow gun, and then it would logically end this boring battle. However, what Moglia never expected was that Adrian just turned and danced, like a honey-gathering bee frolicking in the flowers, and escaped with great ease. In his opinion, it was almost must be in the shadow horn gun. Flying ability. Moria's face changed slightly, and she reluctantly gave out her conjecture. The rarity of flight ability is beyond doubt. Above the boundless sea, if you have mastered the flying ability, you will have the air superiority, and even more deadly the offensive initiative. Don't think it's great to be able to fly. Moria looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Flying bats! Attack!" The shadow horn gun, which originally continued to gallop forward along the inertia, instantly disintegrated into hundreds of black fragments under the thought of the shadow manipulator. It was just a breath, and the black fragments that fell apart were transformed into shadow bats again. They opened their mouths, exposing sharp shadow fangs, and flew towards Adrian with an overwhelming aura. Many ghost rising star fire. Adrian thought about it, and dots of white fluorescence appeared beside him, and in a flash, he turned into hundreds of mini-ghosts. Densely dense mini-ghosts flew towards the shadow bat group. Almost every mini-ghost corresponds to a shadow bat. Boom 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 boom. The collision of black and white exploded brilliant sparks in the sky, and the deafening blasting sound seemed to penetrate the clouds. Adrian cast his eyes down, his eyes cold. Mini-ghost and fireworks show. The mini-ghosts that have not been consumed just now and the recreated mini-ghosts converge into a huge light cluster, as if fireworks are falling, and the storm is generally bombarding the cruel moonlight below. Damn, I hate flying people. Moria made a grumble, but he did not dare to underestimate the bomb power of the mini-ghost. Shadow summoning. The black shadow under Moria kept surging, and then spewed out from the deck like a spring burst. The black shadow condensed a huge shadow shield, bringing Moria together with the other pirates of cruel moonlight all over. The mini-ghost impacted on the shadow shield, only to hit its surface slightly ripples. 10 seconds later, when the mini-ghosts were exhausted, Moria slowly removed the shadow shield and shouted at the sky, "Hey! White ghost! There are no other moves. This thing is not enough for fun. If you lose, you don't lose." What's more, Moria never felt that he was weaker than the opponent, but nothing, his shadow ability is really not a threat to the pilot. In midair, Adrian frowned slightly. He faintly felt something special about Mariah's shadow ability, but he still needs to test it. Stretching out his finger, Adrian released his invincible must-kill trick in the past the mini-ghost, withered and pierced the heart. On the boat, Moria just yawned lazily. He arbitrarily called out a shadow screen, and successfully blocked the mini-ghost outside. The bombs that were so dense just now are not effective against me, what can this little one do? Moria chuckled, completely unaware of the difference between this mini-ghost and the previous mini-ghost. But at this time Adrian has confirmed his conjecture. Sure enough. Shadow fruit is different from other devil fruits. As a supernatural creation, the shadow can also follow the mind of the capable person and transform each other between the real and the virtual. Although Moglia himself did not notice this, Adrian did. And as a capable person, Moria can infuse his will into every corner of the shadow at will, shaping and transforming the shadow as he pleases. The Lord of the Shadow Stream, I am afraid that is the name that the shadow fruit ability really deserves. On the pirate ship below, seeing his captain face White Ghost without letting the wind fall, the pirates of the Moonlight Pirates could not help but be overjoyed, and they began to yell into the sky. Is this the sensational death messenger in the legend? It's really scary. Captain Moria is so powerful, how could he lose to a kid? The other party has only one person, let's go together. The frantic laughter stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at the pirate who shouted last, like a fool. Everyone's eyes revealed the meaning of "people can fly, you can go up," and the pirate's face is red and embarrassed. In the sky, Adrian shook his head slightly, let's leave the stage as soon as possible, what a mess. He spread his palms, facing the cruel moonlight below, and said coldly. White Ghost Maze of Disaster. Thank you very much for the 1,500 starting currency rewards from the Beat Up the Pretty Lady in the Alley. Thank you readers Lonely 15 for the 1,000 starting currency rewards. Then. Is going to O2 more soon? By the way, I forgot to explain one thing. There is also monthly Pass Plus update in the rules of adding and changing mentioned earlier. That monthly pass is the number of monthly passes that the writer receives as prompted by the background, not the number of monthly passes displayed on the starting app. Displayed in the background. The total number of monthly votes cast by everyone is only 16 votes, and the app shows that there are 90 votes, so I don't understand. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, The Week Retreat. Chapter 47 The Week Retreat. The white ghosts of Yuntun Wuji surging out from Adrian's palm. As the most basic of the many abilities of the ghost fruit, creating a white ghost is no effort for Adrian, it is as simple as breathing. Countless white ghosts descended from the sky, like a thick fog that surrounded the cruel moonlight below. Moria frowned, and waved his hand to release a lot of shadows. The rushing black shadow greeted the white ghost coming from the sky from bottom to top, but it did not make the same achievements as before. When the dense white ghosts suddenly hit the shadow stream, they spread out evenly, covering the latter like a cloth, neither directly bursting like before, nor meaning to penetrate the shadow stream. What is this doing? Moria wondered. White ghost has made so many things that can be seen and cannot be used, what exactly does it want to do? The rest of the pirates originally saw a group of ghosts of this size attacking, and they were so scared that they were so scared, but when they saw Moria easily resist the white ghosts again, they relaxed their minds and once again screamed towards the sky. As time goes by, the white ghosts gradually converged into a huge square maze. While completely wrapping the cruel moonlight, they also continued to divide the battlefield space inside the cruel moonlight. Looking from a distance, it was as if a huge white box had appeared out of thin air on the blue sea, like a magical scene, like a mirage. Morla frowned. He did not expect that the white ghost could create such a large ghost community. Out of the importance of the enemy, he released a large number of black shadows to protect everything nearby. Adrian descended from the sky, and with the help of the white ghost's vision, he sneaked into the ship quietly. Many ghosts astral parade. Once again released the many ghosts that can detect the environment, fusing them into the labyrinth of evil composed of white ghosts, and every corner of the cruel moonlight was fed back to Adrian's mind one by one. It's like opening the whole picture in the fog of war. Adrian constantly adjusts his position through the detection of many ghosts, and at the same time releases ghost bombs to stably remove the moonlight pirates from one cabin after another. The kill information on the panel is flashed out like flowing water. You hit the deadly point. A normal attack is transformed into a fatal attack. You killed the moonlight pirates XX, based on the level and attribute difference, you will get 200 experience points. Most of these guys are only a dozen or so. They may be an elite member in the gang, but they can only be cannon fodder in the vast sea. Once Adrian was able to easily destroy the entire Capone gang with just 1,000, now it's even easier to kill these pirates. If it weren't for concealment, the kill speed would only be faster. Not long after, the people inside the pirate ship were all killed, and Adrian had accumulated nearly 10,000 experience points. At this time, the members of the Moonlight Pirates are the only elites on the deck. Thinking of this, Adrian disappeared from his figure and began to continue to destroy the cruel moonlight, making noise and attracting the attention of the elite deck pirates. After all, his mission is not only to defeat Moonlight Maria, but also to defeat the Moonlight Pirates. Click, click, click. Earring noises kept coming from all directions of the pirate ship. Moria, who was standing in the center of the pirates' elite on the deck, was upset by the noise, and the anxiety in her heart gradually increased. If Bai Yaling is allowed to continue to destroy, then this battle will not be necessary at all. Moria knew very well in his heart that if Bai Yaling was allowed to continue to destroy, even if he could win the final battle, it would only be because the ship was badly damaged and sank into the sea. When I thought of this, Moglia couldn't sit still. Jax, the deck is up to you. Moria said solemnly towards his most trusted partner's deputy. I see. Red-haired Jax took a deep breath, and said firmly, no one can defeat our Moonlight Pirates. Morla nodded, hesitating for a moment, or summoned all the zombies at the bottom of the cabin to the deck to act as cannon fodder. After a pause, the disgusting rancid smell permeated the surroundings, but the surrounding pirate elites were mostly used to it. At this time, Moonlight Moria, who has not been forced to quit the king by Kaido at this time, is not the king of zombies who firmly believes that because I am alive, I will lose in the future. At this stage, although Moria has also developed the zombie puppet ability, it does not pay attention to it and only regards it as an auxiliary ability to fill cannon fodder. After finishing everything that should be done, Moria left the deck and headed straight towards the cabin. At the same time, Adrian also noticed the movements of everyone on the deck. Just to my liking. White Ghost Scourge Heart Labyrinth. Apart from the basic sight shielding effect, the most important thing is to divide the battlefield, divide the complete enemy into individuals one after another, and then continue to harvest life. At this time, Moria left the large forces of the Moonlight Pirates, and it happened to be Adrian's plan. It's time to wipe out the elite group of pirates. Adrian went into a ghostly state and flew spookily onto the cabin deck, facing the elite members of the Moonlight Pirates led by Red Hair Jax and a large number of rotten cannon fodder zombies. It's you, White Ghost. Jax with red hair clenched the long knife in his hand with a grim expression. As Moria's most important deputy, and has a nickname that is not much different from the 4 pirates in the future, the red-haired Jack's level strength is also very good, at least in the Zihai area, it can be regarded as outstanding. Adrian took a rough look at the attribute panel of red-haired Jax. The level of LV45, all the 3-dimensional main battle attributes of over 100, the strength is indeed quite not weak. The gunmen are free to fire. All fire. The zombie forces are all over. The rest are ready to fight. Shifa Jax quickly ordered that the well-known Moonlight Pirates in the West Sea naturally has a fully equipped pirate force. Like Roger Pirates, Redhead Pirates, Straw Hat Pirates, which advocating elite teams are different, most of the pirate groups on the sea are big boat groups that admire many people. But there are many people, but the power is not necessarily great, especially in this vast sea of capable people. Many Ghost Rising Star fire. Completely ignoring the oncoming muskets and scimitars, Adrian's simple mass-saturating ghost bombing exploded the elite of the Moonlight Pirates and turned them on their backs. Few people were able to maintain a standing posture. It's impossible. Red-haired Jax shouted in despair, why is there no effect? Because. Forget it, I don't have to explain to you. Adrian shook his head. Many Ghost, withered and pierced. Another pirate dragon suit who collided with the future Emperor of the Sea, exits directly. At the same time, Adrian cancelled the maze of evil hearts, and the scene above the cruel moonlight was immediately exposed to the sun. Morla, who was still looking for Adrian in the cabin, noticed the dispersal of the white labyrinth beside him, and suddenly shook his heart, rushing to the deck like a wind, and then saw the scene that made him desperate. Moonlight Pirates, except for the captain, all destroyed. The most trusted partner's deputy, a big hole exploded in his chest, and he has lost his breath. Morla's eyes are red, and he roars up to the sky, like a lone wolf howling moon. Unforgivable! 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 I want to break your corpse into 10,000 pieces. White Ghost. Thank you readers, hide me for the reward of 500 starting coins. Accumulated rewards exceeded 6,000 points, owed 2 more. Well, there are only 2 changes today. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Fierce Battle. Chapter 48, Fierce Battle. Night Demon strikes. The overwhelming group of black shadow bats appeared once again, rushing toward Adrian mightily. Compared with the previous time, their number has grown exponentially this time, and almost half of the sky has been dyed black. Many Ghost Rising Star fire. Adrian, who had been waiting for a long time, did the same, repeating the same trick. With his arms raised flat, the sky full of many ghosts flashed out of the void, shuttled back and forth in the air, intertwined into an airtight Bomb the network cable. Between the roar of artillery fire and the shimmering light, the mini-ghost intercepted all the black shadow bats. But, Shadow will never die. The black shadow bat that was blown to pieces by the mini-ghosts, turned into a cloud of pitch-black fluid, fell from the air, and quickly expanded and converged into a huge shadow rush. The surging black shadow river with the momentum of swallowing the sky, like a jungle python, sliding towards Adrian against the deck of the ship, it opened the snake kiss extremely fiercely, turned into a purgatory snake, and issued a fatal to the enemy bite. At the same time, while Adrian was entangled by the shadow river, Moonlight Maria, holding a huge machete, quickly rushed towards this side. The scarlet-colored blood-oozing pupils brought a sense of oppression. Shocking! Faced with such an attack, Adrian suddenly disappeared. Free ghosts, walking in the clouds. The ghost of freedom is the state that Adrian has taken the initiative to enter into a ghost. When he becomes a ghost, he has the 4 characteristics of flying, changing size, ignoring physical obstacles, and immunity to physical attacks at the same time. Just now, Adrian took advantage of the speed flying ability brought by the Ghost of Freedom, and took the initiative to fly to a higher air, avoiding the joint attack of Moonlight Moria and its shadow snake. Moria of Moonlight failed with a single shot, but was not disappointed. He looked up at the sky and raised his hand. The vicious shadow giant snake immediately ran towards him, transforming into several huge black spears. Multiple shadow angle guns. Morla of Moonlight threw it into the air, but was easily avoided by Adrian again. Standing in the sky, Adrian proudly said, "Morla Moonlight, the same trick is ineffective for me." "Really?" Moonlight Moria looked grimly, "What about this trick?" Shadow Warrior. Moonlight Moria and the huge shadow gun galloping in the sky instantly replaced a position, and the extremely tall body enveloped Adrian below. Under the sunlight, the huge shadow cast by Moonlight Maria even covered Cruel Moonlight. He grinned and swung a huge scimitar full of his half-length, and slammed Adrian's body fiercely. "What?" Moonlight Moria's pupil shrank, and he found that his almost inevitable blow actually seemed to pass through the air, only causing a violent breaking sound. Obviously, he has used a knife to cut through the body of the white ghost, but it has no effect, and it did not even cause any harm to the white ghost. However, in the next moment, Moonlight Moria recalled his previous use of the shadow screen to block the ghost bomb, and immediately changed his moves, and the huge body rotated in the air with inertia. A moment later, his next attack hit immediately. This time, Moonlight Maria's huge scimitar was already covered with a dark shadow. Shadow knife cut. Clang! The reaction Adrian immediately raised the long knife in his hand to meet the enemy, but only felt that he was directly hit by a ship moving at full speed. The right hand holding the knife instantly became numb, and then the surrounding scenery dropped rapidly. I saw that Adrian was blasted directly by Moonlight Moria's full force covered with shadows, like a falling meteor, about to slam into the cruel moonlight below. Absolutely not. Adrian clenched his teeth. If he continued to fall along with the strength at this time, although the impact could be resolved, but the passivity of ignoring physical obstacles by ghosting would also fall directly into the sea. While his thoughts turned, Adrian forcibly went into ghosting, controlled his body, completely violating the rules of physics, and stayed in the air. The blood continued to overflow along the corners of Adrian's mouth, and gradually dyed the white shirt on his body red. Forcibly control the body, also means to eat all the strength of Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria's crushing strength has already caused a lot of damage to Adrian. The panel also gives information prompts. You are attacked by Moonlight Moria, LV65 Furious State, you lose. Adrian only had time for a rough glance. The Moonlight Moria in the sky has been falling rapidly toward this place along with the free fall motion. White Ghost. I have found a way to kill you. He 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 he. Shadow can touch ghost, right? He 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 he. Moonlight Moria brandished a black shadow scimitar, and laughed ferociously, "Look at how terrible you are, and prepare to use your life to bury my partner." Shadow knife cut. Free ghost firefly. The black shadow scimitar failed again, but this time he lost the enemy's target directly. Boom! The attack failed again. Moonlight Maria slammed heavily on the cabin deck, and her huge body shook the cruel Moonlight, which was broken. Morla Moonlight was too late to take care of the others. He scanned everything around him back and forth, from the sky to the sea, from the deck to the mast, but there was no trace of the white ghost. He couldn't help but screamed, "White ghost! Get out of me! I've always been here, Moonlight Maria!" Adrian, who was still a little embarrassed, reappeared in the place where he had just disappeared. Free Ghost Firefighter is one of the skills developed with the help of the size of the ghost. It can instantly shrink and enlarge the size, and the ability is somewhat similar to the superhero Ant-Man in Marvel. In the face of an enemy like Moonlight Moria who has fallen into a raging state, head-on is not a good strategy, and a reasonable concession is the right approach. "Your gimmicks made me so irritable," Moonlight Moria said irritably. "I see, as long as you block all directions of your escape, you can't continue playing." Screen. Several dark shadow screens instantly rose from the cruel moonlight, blocking all directions, and the fighting space instantly changed from sky and sea to square-inch land. Looking at the dark shadows around him, the faint sunlight fell from the empty hole above his head, and Adrian's heart was inevitably depressed. For speed players like him, this kind of restrained environment is the most unpleasant battlefield. But there is no way, the host has already selected the venue, and the guest can only use it. Long spit out a slightly sweet breath, Adrian looked down at Moonlight Moria below. The third round is about to begin. There is no accident. Today is 3 shifts. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, The Loser is Speechless. Chapter 49 Losers are speechless. Moonlight Moria's strength far exceeded Adrian's expectations, especially after all the pirates on the same ship died. This funny guy who would become a zombie figure enthusiast in a fat mansion in the castle, unexpectedly will explode directly like the protagonist of a comic. Moreover, it is a cross-level explosion that has soared directly from more than 50 levels to 65 levels. As for Moonlight Maria's just said the shadow can touch the ghost, this sentence is indeed no problem from the previous battle. Whether it is a white ghost or a mini ghost, all of them will be blocked by the shadow manipulated by Moonlight Moria. Can the shadow break through the immune protection of Phantom Body? Adrian is not willing to gamble. Even if there is only 1/10 of a 10,000 possibility, the plasticity and entanglement revealed by the shadow ability, once touched by the shadow, Moonlight Moria can use the Shadow Warrior ability to exchange positions, instantly inflicting fatal damage on Adrian. Using the ghost to test the shadow is a desperate solution with a fault tolerance rate infinitely close to 0. Then, there is only one way. You are destined to die in my hands, White Ghost. The shadow at the feet of Moonlight Moria surging like running water, and gradually merged with him over time. Shadow will change with the change of the entity, this is common sense, and the shape of the entity will also be consistent with the shadow, this is the law. On the contrary, if the shadow changes, the entity will theoretically respond with consistent changes. Come and see my current strongest killer move. White Ghost. Shadow Revolution. The shadow at the feet of Moonlight Moria began to squirm and deform, and his body instantly expanded like a balloon. A pair of huge black shadow bat wings appeared out of thin air behind him, and his height was suddenly as high as 10 meters. At this time, the image of Moonlight Moria is almost indistinguishable from the demon in myths and legends. Even more vicious. Even if he is flying in the air, Adrian can feel the pressure of the huge momentum from below, which is really amazing. Morla Moonlight was a little jerky, manipulating the bat wings behind him and flew towards the sky. Adrian gave a light cough. He did not expect that Moonlight Moria would abandon the more familiar ground combat method and choose air combat. However, it doesn't matter anymore. The enemy plan prepared by Adrian, whether in midair or in the sea, cannot be avoided. The attributes are crushed, and the front is hard to beat. What else can I do? Of course the long-range artillery has washed the ground. Many ghost rising star fire. A small wave of mini ghost bombs flew quickly towards Moonlight Mariah, and was blocked by the group of black shadow bats he randomly recruited. White ghost, this kind of pediatric ghost bomb is completely useless to me. Don't waste your effort, wait for death. He 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 he. This is just an appetizer, Mr. Moonlight Moria. Adrian wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing a polite smile. I hope you can take the next attack so easily. As soon as the voice fell, a giant ghost as large as half a cruel moonlight was created, and it was blocked in the sky on the battlefield. Moonlight Moria sweated slightly on her forehead. This level of ghost bomb. Huge ghost and messenger of peace. Boom. There was a strong shock wave in the mid-air, and the towering shadow curtain shrouded in the surrounding sky was blown to pieces, and it was covered with light-transmitting white cracks. Moonlight Moria, who just flew into the air, was hit back to the pirate ship by the sudden peace messenger. If he hadn't reacted in time to protect himself with his ability, I'm afraid he would have been injured. I can make a lot of huge ghosts like this. Adrian whispered, Morla Moonlight, are you ready for it? 4 huge peace messengers appeared in the sky again. They looked like airships, seemingly slow, but in fact, they floated down quickly. Then, the death bombing began. Boom boom boom. The shadow screen that was already on the verge of shattering could no longer bear it, and it was completely shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the cruel moonlight, which received the 4 consecutive bombings of the peace envoy, was also completely disintegrated. Scattered wooden fragments floated on the surface of the sea, and the trunk of the ship had sunk into the sea. However, Moonlight Mariah has not been defeated yet. At the moment when the emissary of peace was about to explode, he cancelled the ability of the Shadow Revolution, and at the same time manipulated the shadow to connect the largest wooden boards under his feet. At the moment when the smoke cleared, Moonlight Moria looked like a fisherman in trouble, with a few barely formed wooden debris boats under her feet. Pale-faced Adrian once again produced 4 peace messengers, but he did not put them down for the first time, but prompted them to slowly merge. In the extremely desperate eyes of Moonlight Mariah, a white ghost bomb almost twice the size of cruel moonlight appeared. You will definitely not get a legal burial because you have no whole body, the king of zombies in the legend of the West Sea. Adrian waved his right hand and directed the huge ghost to attack the enemy on the sea. But you have such a capricious title, you wouldn't mind if the body fell into the sea, would you? Huge ghost elegy of destroying ghosts. Time seems to have stopped. The next moment, boom! On the smooth, mirror-like sea surface, a huge white wave soaring 100 meters high suddenly exploded. The tip of the wave was the body of Moonlight Moria. At this time, the king of zombies had pale eyes and lost consciousness. Hold your ideals and drown in this sea. Layers of huge waves rolled and extended to the distance, slowly smoothing out all traces of the existence of the Moonlight Pirates. B-level mission Moonlight Pirates, the mission is over, you will gain 200W experience. You get rewards, randomly draw 2 enemy skills or specialties. Randomizing, drawing completed. Please choose 2 of the following 5 abilities as rewards. 1. Shadow Warrior Skill, allow the shadow to exchange positions with its own body. 2. Intermediate Fighting Skills, advanced version of basic fighting skills. 3. Bowl/skills, swordsmanship, gravity swing, with the visual effect of dominantly exposed. 4. Strong body specialty, each level increases by 1 level, the strength and endurance attributes are extra +1. 5. Basic navigation skills, increase the familiarity with the sea and improve the mobility on the sea. Second more. The third one is at night. Thank you very much for the reward of 100 starting coins for communicating friends with literature. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Level 40, Advanced Mission, Reward plus more. Chapter 50, Level 40 Advanced Missions, Reward plus more. Among the 5 abilities randomly selected, 4 skills and 1 specialty are the same types of rewards as the last time you completed the freedom task. In general, luck is ordinary. Looking at the panel rewards, Adrian was lost in thought. First of all, there is no doubt that expertise must be selected. Even though the name of this feat of strong body sounds inexplicable and philosophical, and the ability effect is much inferior to the other 2 feats low-level tough life and phantom fruit. But expertise is expertise, and the effect is still much stronger than ordinary skills, especially since it also has the ability to grow, and it can keep increasing attributes as the level increases. Moreover, the endurance attribute has always been one of Adrian's relatively shortcomings. Normally, he rarely invests free attribute points in the endurance value, and the growth rate is extremely slow. Finally encountered a specialty that can increase stamina attributes, but you can't easily miss it. As for the remaining 4 skills, basic navigation skills are excluded first. For Navigator Adrian, it can no longer be called skill overlap, it is called skill outdated. Adrian looks to the 3rd reward. B.A. Jean. If the 4 characters of visual effects are not included in the description of the skill of BA/, Adrian is also willing to use this opportunity to make a bet for dominance. But this skill is clearly a harmless special effects skill. What can you do if you choose it? Pretend to be forced in front of a group of young guys? For Adrian, is it completely useless? The only remaining are intermediate fighting skill and shadow warrior. Thinking for a moment, Adrian still gave up intermediate fighting. As an advanced skill of basic fighting, intermediate fighting is fairly common in the sea. Don't say anything else. Adrian had seen similar skills in the instructor of Snuggle Hill before, but she had an advanced version of basic shooting, intermediate shooting. Adrian believes that among the enemies he will encounter in the future, those who master intermediate fighting will definitely not be a minority. After all, close hand-to-hand combat is the mainstream way of fighting in this world. In contrast, before the next shadow fruit appears on this sea, the ability of Shadow Warrior is the only one in the world, and Adrian is also willing to take a bet. You have gained expertise, strong body. You get the skill, Shadow Warrior. The swelling feeling burst into the body. Hiss! Adrian gasped and gritted his teeth. Severe pain came from all over the whole body, and the body was so painful that it was almost impossible to maintain a standing position. I only felt that every muscle was melting and shaping, and every tendon was torn and reorganized. The painful feeling was compared to the last time. Strong lifetime is not bad. I don't know how long it took before the pain dissipated like seawater ebbs. I knew that physical expertise like this would cause severe pain. Adrian's eyes were red, and he was panting heavily, and the swear words that wanted to greet the system lingered for a while. It was the same last time when I got low-level tough life. Wait. Strong body is not low-level strong life. This specialty name is an adjective. Adrian descended rapidly, came to a position 1 meter above the sea, and looked at himself in the reflection of the sea. The face hasn't changed, well, it's still a little more handsome. But, when did I develop such a set of muscle golden wheels? Adrian stretched out his right hand and touched his sturdy pectoralis major, sharp rectus abdominis muscles, and the mermaid line that is simple and easy to understand. He just wanted to cry without tears. Give me back my beautiful and well-proportioned ordinary figure. Adrian wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth. I just didn't have the energy to look at the panel. At this time, Adrian relaxed, returning his attention to the panel information again. The current level of Adrian is 39. With the help of the newly acquired feat, his strength and endurance attributes have been increased by 39 points. Endurance surpasses agility, becoming the 3rd 6-dimensional attribute over 100. At this moment, Adrian noticed the panel prompt that he had just ignored, not about strong body, but about the new skill. Detected that the type of edible devil fruit is Superman Ghost Fruit, the effect of Shadow Warrior skill has been modified. Modifying. Kage Musha skill disappears, you understand the new skill Kage Musha. Animusha LV1, 0/10W allows the created ghost to swap positions with the body. The goddess of luck is smiling, and she is right. Adrian is in a good mood. Before, he had guessed that as a ghost fruit capable person, Adrian has no way to freely manipulate his shadow. The so-called let the shadow and the body swap positions is naturally a castle in the sky, a flower, and a moon in the water. However, since the system panel puts Shadow Warrior among the reward options, it indicates that this skill may be useful. With the mentality of giving it a try, Adrian chose this skill, but he did not expect to bet right. Press the thought of immediately trying the effect of the skill, Adrian looked at the accumulated experience, and the corner of his mouth tickled slightly. Today is indeed my lucky day. Finally the second step up. Upgrade. Adrian puts in experience and fills the level 40 experience slot. Official Swordsman increased to LV20, Max, Vigor value increased slightly, Strength +2, Agility +2, 3 free attribute points 1 skill point. The total level of reach is level 40, and it has officially become the top combat power in the 4 Cs and on the bright side. At this time, it is already possible to start the adventure toward the Great Route. Detected Official Swordsman Profession upgrade to full level, please choose one of the following 2 routes, Swordsman/Swordsman. Adrian raised his brow and read the panel description carefully. Stepping into level 40, the Official Swordsman also has 2 development routes. Once a choice is made, it cannot be changed. The swordsman tends to fight alone, the sea is vast, the long road is long, and only the sword is accompanied. The sword master tends to combine mind, skill, and body, and pays more attention to the growth of mind and will than the enhancement of personal ability. Simply put, in addition to the increase in basic strength and agility attributes, the swordsman will increase the endurance value at the same time, and the sword master will increase the intelligence value. After thinking for a moment, Adrian makes a choice. The route you chose is Sword Master. Level 40 Swordsman's Advanced Task, Swordsmanship, carefully study at least 10 books of swordsmanship genres. According to the number of readings, you can get a corresponding amount of rewards. The current progress is 0/10. Adrian's head crooked. Small head, big question mark. System you come out. Are you sure this is an advanced task for swordsman professions? I was holding the biting sword in my hand, and I raised the knife and dropped it from one end of the West Sea to the other, killing people without blinking. You actually told me to go back to study now? Thank you reader Yelanya for the reward of 100 starting coins. Still owes one more update, it is expected to be updated on Friday. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Reading makes me happy, times, kicking in the library makes me happy. Chapter 51 Reading makes me happy, times, kicking in the gym makes me happy. The cold panel did not answer Adrian's doubts. After a short period of thought, Adrian did not intend to return to O'Hara immediately. Although O'Hara owns the Tree of All Knowledge Library, which is known as Store All the Knowledge of the World, it also contains many scrolls of books on swordsmanship knowledge, but the most abundant delicacy is often reserved for the last taste, so that it will be better. Show the taste. After a lot of effort, Adrian retrieved the self-made boat that had just been acquired by the aftermath of the battle and did not know where he had been. Following the map instructions, he drove slowly towards the nearest island. In this dangerous sea, the vast majority of people are eager to have the ability to protect themselves, even if there are only 3 tricks. Demand spawns the market. Swordsmanship Hall is a must-have building that almost every island will not lack, especially in the West Sea where gangs are flooded. In front of you is a small swordsmanship dojo, with an open facade, and an ordinary wooden plaque hung on it, neatly writing Shangchuan Dojo. This is the 3rd gym that Adrian has encountered along the way. Walking into the gym, oncoming is a small courtyard with an area of 100 square meters. There are more than a dozen and a half-year-old children wearing black practice gowns, sweating and practicing swordsmanship. There are several older children on the side of young people are pointing and correcting their movements. Adrian did not take 2 steps. One of the young people noticed him, greeted him quickly, and said enthusiastically, "Hello, are you signing up to learn swordsmanship?" "Sorry, I'm here." Adrian struggled for a moment, but finally said politely, "I'm here to kick the gym." The young man was stunned. It was not that he had never met someone who had come to kick the gym, but it was the first time he had encountered such a polite kicks. Adrian continued, "If it is convenient, please ask this little brother to help call your teacher out." Oh, okay." The young man nodded stupidly, turned around to leave, and suddenly realized what stupid he was doing. "Hey!" He turned around and yelled, "If you want to challenge Shang Chuan teacher, please pass me first. My name is..." The sharp blade was placed on the neck of the young man who had not had time to report his name, and his forehead was instantly sweaty. "This little brother, you shouldn't be my opponent." Adrian put the knife into the sheath, "Please make it easy. Call your teacher out." The sweaty young man waved to the rest of his companions to signal that he was okay, and then took Adrian through the yard to the front of a traditional Japanese house. He knocked gently on the wooden sliding door, and said respectfully, "Ms. Shang Chuan, someone is here to kick the gym." There was a calm middle-aged man's voice, "Hey? Bring the challenger in with you." Adrian followed the young man and entered the room. This is a very empty room similar to a training ground. In the deepest part sits a middle-aged long-haired man with closed eyes. He is wearing a simple grey kimono with his long hair tied into a single ponytail. Behind him, his face was calm, giving people a rather steady feeling. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, looked at Adrian in a suit, and said, "I'm Shang Chuan Zongjian, the master of this dojo. Is this gentleman a kicker? Rarely dressed up. In fact, my real plan is to borrow the swordsmanship scrolls from your library." Adrian said, "But considering that speaking like that would complicate the originally simple things, I simply chose to play in the museum. As a winner, you should be able to claim trophies from the loser, right?" Shang Chuanzong showed a gentle smile on his face, and he didn't mind, "It's a very peculiar reason." He pondered for a moment, and beckoned to the disciple, "Yu Sheng, take the guests to the library, let him read the materials inside." "Master." The young man named Lu Sheng suddenly became anxious. Shang Chuanzong Yan Zhao shook his head with a serious expression, "Yu Sheng, don't forget our Shang Chuan dojo's philosophy. Don't fight, don't kill." Adrian watched with interest the exchanges between the master and apprentice in front of him. In the 2 gyms he met before, most of the people in them were rigid-headed, and none of them agreed to let him borrow the books in the library. "I just know how to play." It was the first time to take him to read books like Shang Chuan Dao Kang. No need to do it, Adrian is also happy to relax. After some warnings, Lu Sheng still reluctantly obeyed the master's orders. He looked at Adrian quite angrily. If it were not because he could not beat him at all, he would definitely swing his knife up at this time. "Come with me," Lu Sheng said stiffly, leaving the house quickly, as if he wanted to get rid of Adrian. Adrian couldn't help but laughed. This little brother named Yu Sheng was really interesting. Curator Shang Chuan, before leaving the house, Adrian looked at Shang Chuan Zongjian, "I don't know if this sentence should be said. In this sea, the idea of not fighting or killing is certainly worth admiring, but it is strong. Luxury that only people can have." "I understand what the guest said," Shang Chuan Zongjian said with a serious expression, "however, not fighting or killing is the core idea of Shang Chuan Dojo. Without it, there would be no Shang Chuan Dojo." Slightly shook his head, Adrian didn't argue, only prepared to go to study at ease. As it was getting late, Adrian walked out of the library in the Shang Chuan Dojo. Under the extremely high intelligence attribute bonus, in just half a day, he finished reading the scrolls of swordsmanship information accumulated in Shangchuan Dojo for decades, and a large amount of swordsmanship basic knowledge passed through his mind, constantly making up for the deficiencies. The basics of swordsmanship training. Willingly declined the invitation for dinner from the curator of Shangchuan Zhangjian, Adrian bid farewell to the Shangchuan Dojo, feeling a little excited. For a long time, although Adrian's main profession is a swordsman, his kendo experience is all obtained through system skills. In addition to a few skills on the panel, his knowledge of swordsmanship is still quite shallow. It cannot be compared with those swordsmen who have been trained in swordsmanship since childhood. Adrian somewhat understands the true meaning of this upgrade task of Swordsman Bailu, so that he can fill in the lack of knowledge of swordsmanship in the past, and deepen the accumulation for the higher ladder in the future. Thinking of this, Adrian is more interested in completing the task. However, there are still a few dojos like Shangchuan Dojo that are willing to actively share their knowledge of swordsmanship. When most of the dojos hear that Adrian wants to kick the stadium, they immediately hit the spot with blood, and slashed like a chicken with a knife. In desperation, Adrian had no choice but to strike back with a sword. Did not use the representative ghost fruit ability, but with the attributes beyond ordinary people, Adrian easily defeated those who wanted to teach him the dojo. And incidentally added a lot of swordsmanship experience against the enemy. Just as Shangchuan Zhangjian explained before, as the winner of the kicking hall, he can naturally claim the trophies from the loser. Whether those halls voluntarily or not, they still contribute to Adrian the swordsmanship scroll that they have treasured for many years. Is just a good reading task, inexplicably turned into a kicking hall task. It is simply unpredictable. With the passage of time, Adrian challenged more and more dojos, and even unlocked a legend again. West Sea Legend, evil swordsman patience is a virtue, but it also has a limit. When a sharp blade overshadows polite lies, the spoils will always belong to the evil victor. When he notices you, you are in danger. The plunder is underway and no one can escape. Thank you very much for the reward of 100 starting coins from Reader's Day Dudu. Ask for a recommendation ticket. The number of favorites has doubled, and the number of recommended votes has decreased. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Unexpected Specialty Rewards. Chapter 52 Unexpected Specialty Reward. The moon is scarce, the morning sun drives out the last bit of night, and the solemn and rigorous O'Hara Island ushered in a peaceful morning. The morning light was shining, and on the turbulent sea, a white boat came with the waves and slowly sailed towards this world-famous island of scholars. After half a year, Adrian finally returned to the familiar land of O'Hara. The Tree of Omniscience, which had been gone for a long time, seemed to be quite strange at this time. In the past 1 or 2 months, in order to complete the kickoff. In order to complete the career upgrade task of swordsmanship Bailu, Adrian's footprints spread all over the large and small, dotted islands in the West Sea, and almost all the swordsmanship dojo on those islands. In addition to the unexpectedly gained a legendary bad name for evil swordsman, Adrian also accumulated a very deep knowledge of swordsmanship, as well as a wealth of unusual swordsmanship combat experience. Chose to return to O'Hara at this time, also for the rich collection of swordsmanship scrolls in the library of the Tree of All Knowledge. The Tree of All Knowing library is open all day, and whenever you go there, you will only be welcomed by scholars. Unsurprisingly, there is also a large collection of swordsmanship knowledge in the Tree of All Knowing library. Although there are many overlaps with the ones that Adrian has seen before, more of them are novel concepts of swordsmanship. Unconsciously, another month has passed. Compared with half a year ago, Adrian's image has undergone some changes. His black hair was scattered, he was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, as if there were no lenses, and his face showed a gentle expression of kindness, and he had a somewhat more polite and scholarly temperament. Take off the black suit that I usually wore, and put on the traditional swordsmanship training gown, the black kimono with lining, and the white cloak, giving people the illusion that they have seen the rebirth of the document dragon. Adrian, who has read through all the swordsmanship knowledge in the Tree of All-Knowing library, calmly submitted the advanced task. Detected that the advanced task of level 40 swordsman has been completed. You get the advanced profession swordsman of official swordsman, your vigor value is increased, strength +3, agility +3, intelligence +3, 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Successfully advanced to sword master, Adrian can obviously feel a little change in himself. Although there is no prompt message on the panel, Adrian noticed that his perception has become more acute, as if the world that was originally pasted with a layer of matte paper was suddenly wiped and brightened. Adrian can feel the breeze blowing slowly, and the air is mixed with the smell of ink and water vapor. This kind of spirit close to nature makes him a little addicted. At the same time, the panel again refreshed 3 pieces of information. You comprehend skills advanced swordsmanship training. You comprehend skills advanced swordsmanship affinity. You comprehend the skill sword chi. The first 2 skills are advanced versions of the official swordsman skills, but the last sword chi is a bit strange. Adrian was a little confused. In his impression, sword chi is an ability that can only be possessed by stepping into the realm of Jian Hao. People in the world are more accustomed to call it flying slash. But why can the skill of sword chi be unlocked at this time? Adrian clicked on the skill bar, carefully looked at the skill description of Jian Chi, and then realized it. The sword master's comprehension is not the flying slash he thought, but an air technique similar to land foot, which uses ultra-high speed and powerful swings to curl up the air to produce a slash. Whether it is true power or cohesion, it is much weaker than the true flying slash. But there is no doubt that the advanced skill of sword chi in the future should be flying slash. However, the prompt on the panel has not completely ended. Advanced quest swordsmanship, the progress is 3041/10. Task evaluation, incredible. You get an incredible evaluation reward, randomly select a swordsmanship specialty. Randomizing. You get specialties 3000 streams. 3000 streams specialty, reading thousands of books, traveling thousands of miles, through the vast sea of swordsmanship knowledge, you can easily understand the loopholes and flaws in other people's swordsmanship. When using swordsmanship to attack, the attack power bonus coefficient is 3. Sometimes surprises come so suddenly. How to understand this specialty? The attack power bonus factor is 3, which means that whenever Adrian slashes with a knife, he can get the frontal buff of attack power x3. Undoubtedly, this is a powerful feat comparable to phantom fruit. Especially this is Adrian's first offensive expertise. Besides the surprise, Adrian couldn't help but feel a little grateful. If I had read only 10 swordsmanship scrolls at that time, and submitted the advanced task directly, according to the proportion, would I only get a 0.01 attack power bonus. A 1% attack power bonus, even if it is a speciality, is a shame for specialization. Adrian is refreshed. Check the properties panel. Name, Adrian. Race, human. Template, NPC. Level, level 41. Main profession, swordsman apprentice LV20, max, official swordsman LV20, max, swordsman LV1, 0/1000W. Deputy occupation, navigator LV10, max, agent LV10, max, cook LV10, max, marineman LV10, max, doctor LV10, max, navigator LV10, max, bounty hunter LV10, max. Personal attributes, strength 156, agility 95, endurance 125, intelligence 510, charisma 45, lucky 1. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 78. HP, 100%. Physical strength value, 100%. Strength value, 100%. Specialty, low level and tough life, phantom fruit, curse of the sea, strong body, 3000 streams. Skills, ghost body, max, ghost manufacturing LV2, spirit body out of aperture LV2. Basic swordsmanship training LV10, max, elementary swordsmanship affinity LV10, max. Advanced swordsmanship training LV10, max, intermediate swordsmanship affinity LV10, max. Advanced swordsmanship training LV1, 0/100W, advanced swordsmanship affinity LV1, 0/200W, sword chi LV1, 0/100W. Basic navigation skills LV10, max, advanced navigation skills LV10, max. Basic shooting LV10, max, basic fighting LV10, max. Basic fire LV10, max, basic shipbuilding and maintenance LV10, max, simple disease treatment LV10, max. Shaved LV10, max, paper painting LV6, moon step LV2, iron block LV1, finger gun LV1, land foot LV1, life return LV3. Cut before stepping LV1, animusha LV1. Legend, Zihai White Ghost, Zihai Evil Swordsman. Equipment, refined long knife, flintlock rifle, ordinary pointer, nautical map, telephone bug, Jiancheng fruit. In the year 1498 of the Haiwan calendar, which is about to open, the completely new Adrian is ready to meet all challenges. The previous data still seems to be calculated incorrectly, and it took a long time to recalculate, and the update time was also half an hour late. Attributes are subject to the current chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, The Curtain Opened. Chapter 53 The Curtain Opens. At the turn of spring and summer, O'Hara Island is at a time of lush vegetation, and the whole island is a lush scene. At the highest apex of the Tree of All-Knowing, the misty green leaves gleamed in the sun, and the breeze made the air fresh and humid. Adrian in white robe and black clothes sits cross-legged on the canopy of the tree, his eyes closed, his consciousness is emptied, and his mind is immersed in swordsmanship meditation. In addition to basic physical training, the swordsman profession also pays great attention to the cultivation of mind and will. In the supporting advanced swordsmanship training, a lot of training knowledge about swordsmanship meditation is also recorded. OU. A noisy and unique seabird chirping awakens Adrian's mind from meditation. Hey! Did today's news bird come so early? Adrian came back to his senses and looked at a large group of newsbirds with newspaper parcels on their necks flying towards the canopy. As one of the most well-known islands in the West China Sea, O'Hara is not an uninhabited island. Newsbird will naturally not miss to come here to do business. But this is the first time Adrian has seen a flock of birds of this size. Before Adrian took Bailey out of his pocket, several newsbirds eagerly grabbed the newspaper from the postal packet and threw it down. More newsbirds are spreading all the newspaper news in the parcel to the whole area of O'Hara Island below. A sight like déjà vu. Adrian stood in place, grabbing a fallen newspaper at will and spreading it out. The front page headline of the newspaper is a line of thick black characters: "The Navy has captured the pirate king Golda Roger." There is no other text description. On the cover of the news, there is only a color picture of Roger, still smiling, sitting in shackles and sitting in a dark prison. Haiwan calendar in 1498, the World Economic News urgently added an issue, dispatched all newsbirds under its command, and once again spread the man's news to every corner of the sea for free. The One Piece King Golda Roger was arrested and jailed. As soon as the news came out, it was shocking. No one believes that the Pirate King, who has gone through all kinds of difficulties and defeated legendary enemies, will be arrested by the Navy. No one believes that One Piece, who completed his adventure and arrived at the final island of the Great Route last year, will be arrested by the Navy. No one believes that Golda Roger, the Pirate King, who has escaped from the joint pursuit of naval heroes and admirals for countless times, will indeed be arrested by the Navy one day. But the news of the world news has spread so widely, especially the photo of imprisonment that is as hard as a mountain, but it can't be faked. Suddenly, the great pirate era that just emerged because of One Piece's successful climb to the top, seemed to have been splashed with a large basin of ice water, and the momentum of development suddenly stagnated. The next day, Newsbird once again brought a notice from the Marine Headquarters, Marin Vondo, to pass on the handling of One Piece to the sea. 1 month later, the Navy and the world government will publicly execute them on the unforgivable charge in the town of Rog, East China Sea, the birthplace of the pirate king Goldar Roger. The curtain of the era is finally about to be opened. 1 week after One Piece was arrested, another piece of big news that was enough to make a sensation in the world took place in Marine Headquarters, Malin Vondo, and instantly spread to all corners of the world. Another legendary big pirate was defeated by the Navy. Unable to believe that Goldar Roger, who is considered to be his destined enemy, will be arrested by the Navy. The legendary big pirate Golden Lion Shiji abandoned the flying pirates under his command and broke into the Navy headquarters Malin Vondo single-handedly. After destroying nearly half of the town of Malin Vander, the Golden Lion Shiji was defeated by the naval hero Monk D. Carp and the Admiral Buddha Warring States, and was imprisoned in the world's largest prison Imperton, Advance City, the sixth layer. The morale of the Navy was greatly boosted, and the civilians rejoiced. Only the usual arrogant pirates began to panic. Great Route, Naval Headquarters, Malin Vander. Assemble everyone for this meeting. I believe you all know the purpose of this meeting. In the spacious and bright large conference room, the admiral with Moxican's spiked head held his hands on his chest, sitting at the top of the conference table, looking at the elite navy in the room with serious eyes. Rogue Town execution, who will go and who will stay? This seemingly ordinary thing, at this moment, cannot tolerate the Navy's contempt. Thought that the public execution of Roger would suppress the aura of the pirates and achieve the goal of stabilizing the sea situation. Unexpectedly, the goal was indeed achieved, but not fully achieved. If someone has carefully counted them, they will find that the frequency of pirates sailing out to sea in recent decades is the lowest in recent decades. The ordinary pirates were frightened by the soaring prestige of the Navy, but the big pirates were uncharacteristically. The Golden Lion rushing to Malin Vondo a week ago is an extremely heavy lesson. I thought that the Golden Lion Shiji, who is the dead enemy of the Roger pirates, would be happy with the news that his old opponent was executed by the Navy, but who would have thought that his brain suddenly broke and he wanted to destroy Malin Vondo? It's really Roger. I want to create a world with you. As a legendary pirate king, Roger's personality charm is naturally very strong. As a deadly enemy, the Golden Lion can brazenly attack the Navy headquarters because of this news. It is difficult to predict whether another legendary pirate will make the same choice. There is no need to mention the threat of Piao Piao fruit, but because of the previous years of 8 Vol's naval battle, Golden Lion Shiji has left indelible injuries on his body. Although the strength has not faded, the endurance is required. At a big discount, you should always be alert to the recurrence of old injuries when you are in a fierce battle. But Whitebeard and Shaking Fruit is completely different. At this time, there is no Whitebeard plagued by old wounds, and it can be called the heyday. In the nearly 1 year that the Roger pirates disappeared and the One Piece King Goldar Roger was missing, Baybeard led his sons to make a name for themselves in the New World, and they have faintly gained the world's strongest name. If during Roger's execution, Baybeard led his pirate group to attack Malin Vondo, how should the Navy headquarters respond? Even in the worst case. In case the Whitebeard will lose the leader of the flying pirates, and lead them to come together. In any case, the Navy headquarters must leave enough combat power to deal with it. Warring States. Zifa. You two will sit in the headquarters with me. Marshal Kong first commanded the 2 generals. Yes, Marshal Sora. Warring States and Zifa stood up at the same time and nodded in salute. Marshal Kong nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at another general. Kapu, take the kid Kapu. Hey! The snot bubble on the tip of Monk D. Carp's nose suddenly exploded. He raised his head and rubbed his sleepy eyes. I seem to hear someone calling me. Is the meeting finished? Someone is going to go. Do you eat senbei? Bastard Carp. Marshal Kong said with a sullen expression, you take Ahe to go to Rogtown on the mission. There must not be any mistakes. Even if there is a small problem, you should never want to lead from your headquarters in this life. To a penny salary. Oh. Kapu dug out his nostrils boredly, and a small group of black things popped out and fell into the water cup next to the Warring States period. Kapu, get out of here. Thank you reader AM137 for the 500 starting points rewarded. Thank you reader Yansun for the 233 starting points rewarded. Thank you readers 1342448750312529920 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Little by little, a big guy has built a reward building, everyone is eager to check in. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Rogue Town. Chapter 54 Rogue Town. The town of Rog, which will be known as the town of beginning and end in the future, is located in the East China Sea and is close to the entrance of the Great Sea Route. It is the only place for the East Sea pirates to enter the Great Sea Route. For people outside the East China Sea, if they don't have the strength to cross the windless zone, there is only one way to go to Rog Town, and that is to borrow the Red Earth continent. Climb the Red Earth continent across the planet to avoid the windless zone of the sea full of dangerous beasts. This is also the most commonly used and safest transoceanic plan in the pirate world. But for Adrian, he doesn't need to be so troublesome if he wants to go to Rogue Town. In just a few days, with the help of the flying ability of the Ghost Fruit, Adrian successfully arrived at this island town that is about to usher in the legendary Curtain Call. When the whole sea was attracted by the incident of One Piece's impending execution, as the location of Luo Ju's birth and execution, the town of Rog was undoubtedly the focus of attention. This little-known Donghai town in the past has welcomed a large number of torture spectators in recent times. It is foreseeable that as the execution day approaches, the number of people going to Rog Town will further increase. The World Government and Navy headquarters, which had prepared for a long time, set up a net in the waters around Rog Town in advance. The World Government and the Navy headquarters will never allow the town of Rog at this moment to become a pirate site. In addition to dispatching the naval hero Carp, the headquarters Lieutenant General and Staff Crane, and the number of monster rookies in the Navy, many arrangements have been made. Agent CP came to Rogue Town just in case. At this moment, in this congested East Sea Island town, in addition to watching the lively civilians, the number of Navy and agents is probably more than that of pirates. Along the way, Adrian saw dozens of huge warships from a distance on the sea. Those grey-white steel beasts patrolled the waters around Rog Town, using vigorous artillery fire to sweep everything that appeared in the sea. The pirate ship in their sight. The defense of the Navy and the world government is much stricter than imagined. Adrian said silently in his heart, I clearly remember that when Roger was executed in the original book, there was no powerful navy in Rog Town. Old thief Oda mistaken me. According to the current defensive strength of Rogue Town, I am afraid that not many pirates can successfully board the ground of the town, let alone watch the execution of One Piece. At this time, Adrian is wearing a black dress with a gun-collared collar of a restrained gentleman, with bright blood-colored corsages pinned to his chest. Compared with the clothes he wore in O'Hara, he is less casual and more casual. A bit solemn and solemn. This time, Adrian is just to quietly witness the end of the legendary king of pirates. As for secretly changing into the status of executed soldier, go to kill Roger, the pirate king. Adrian didn't even think about it that way. All right. In fact, secretly I still thought about it so many times. After all, no matter what game it is, almost every player has a similar fantasy. Kill the final boss at the level of guarding in the novice period is always an enduring topic in the game series. Adrian is no exception. But he finally gave up doing that. The execution of Rogue Town is the end of a generation of legends and the beginning of a new era. It has inspired and carried the dreams of generations of pirates and countless Haimai. It should be pure and clean, and it should be pure and clean. The most important is, the book is one piece. I loaded the game panel. Not from pirates behind the scenes. Not even pirate, signing in from Roger's execution. Those book friends who fantasize about picking up Roger's head can wash and sleep. Above the port of Rogue Town, there is a triangular archway with Logue Town written on it. There are various shops on the surrounding streets, and the front of the shops is a wide porch. The streets are crowded with crowds of people. Leaving the port and entering the interior of Rogue Town, the roadside regularly patrols naval base soldiers wearing neat clothes. Headed by is a somewhat familiar red-haired female officer, with a Mexican variant hairstyle that is quite rare among girls, and wearing a straight white navy uniform, giving people a wild and intrepid feel. She seems to be. Adrian recalled for a moment, looking uncertainly at the female navy who was yelling at her navy, Bermel? Nami's foster mother. Unexpectedly, Adrian had just entered Rogue Town and met the first original characters so soon. The impression that Bermel has made is not deep, most of the time it only exists in the memories, and in her, compared to the status of the retired navy, the name of Nami foster mother is even more important. Be famous. Did Bermel serve in Rogue Town? No impression. As for Nami, she hasn't been born yet. Adrian shook his head slightly, and did not go to discuss ideas with Bermel. The navy girl with irritable temperament is not his type at all, flirting will only be regarded as estrus, and there is no fun at all. Following the crowd, Adrian left the patrolling seamen behind, and slowly walked to the front of a large building similar to the city hall. This is the largest square in Rogue Town and the most crowded place in Rogue Town. Several middle-aged men dressed as craftsmen are busy building a somewhat rudimentary execution platform there. A few days later, the pirate king who has conquered the Great Route will be executed on this execution platform. After leaving the square, Adrian began to wander aimlessly in the town of Rogue. A chocolate and almond double ball ice cream. Bought an ice cream at a street ice cream shop, and Adrian planned to eat it while walking. Having only had 2 bites, he suddenly saw a weapon shop next to him. I forgot about this. Adrian walked into the weapon shop called Yiben Sword Shop with the crispy double ball ice cream in his hands. Ah! Guest! Welcome! Behind the counter of the weapon shop, the young shop manager, whose hairline shifted back quite obviously, greeted him quite enthusiastically. I'm Ippon Matsu, the manager of this weapon shop. Do you have any needs? Is another original character, looking at the weapon shop owner, Adrian said silently in his heart. But Yiben-song, what the is this name? Does he have a younger brother called Yiben-jin? Father called a righteous way? The owner of Yiben-song didn't know Adrian's defamation. He still introduced quite enthusiastically, with a lot of self-praising clichés in his words. I can guarantee that the quality of the weapons in our Yiben sword shop is definitely the best in Rogue Town. Excellent. No shop dared to pack tickets like this to us. No matter what type of weapon the customer wants, I will have it here. Adrian said a rather slurred weapon name. I want to buy, 1, Armstrong Cyclotron Jet Armstrong Gun. What? No. Adrian thought for a while and said, do you have lightsabers selling Jedi Knights here? What? Not again? Is there a ship sword? Clam. Nothing. What weapon shop do you open? Tell me some reliable weapons. You rude guest. Thank you very much for the 1,600 starting coin reward from the readers of Ken Tianxiang. The accumulated rewards exceeded 9,000. The original one owed was not finished, and another one was owed. Currently owes 2 more shifts. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Famous Sword and Beauty. Chapter 55 Famous Swords and Beauty. Seeing to continue molesting, this young owner, who is about to own a wide Mediterranean Sea, will probably drew his sword and cut people directly. Adrian couldn't help but coughed and pretended to be serious. Okay, actually I'm here to buy a knife, the supreme knife. The boss of Yiben Matsu opened his eyes wide, his nostrils enlarged, his teeth clenched, and he made a shishi gasp. I know there won't be any in a small shop like you. Big knife. As soon as the boss of Yiben Matsu relaxed his shoulders, he immediately sat up straight again and returned to an angry posture. I don't expect too much. Adrian deliberately panted and spoke. The owner of Yiben Song was almost crying. What kind of unlucky customer he met today? Is there a good knives and 50 labors? Adrian finally got back to the point. Must sell. Adrian's goal, of course, are those 2 good knives that are rare in the ocean. Demon Sword 3 Generations of Onitoru, and Ryokui Sword 50 Workers Yokaizu. As for taking the 2 good knives ahead of time, what should Soran do in the future? Just kidding, will the second in command of the dignified protagonist team lack that luck and resources? Hearing Adrian's words, the owner of Yiben Matsu couldn't help but turn his eyes, his nose was red, and he pretended to be pitiful. This guest, in a small Donghai shop like me, how can there be the legendary good knives 5? Shigong. Adrian put his arms around his chest, and said mercilessly, but I don't know where I heard about it. In addition to Demon Blade 3 Generations of Ghosts, your store still has a treasure of the town Snow Walk, 2 good knives. 3 Generations of Oni Toru. The owner of Yiben Matsu was taken aback, and was very surprised. Why don't I know? Adrian raised his brows. Hearing the boss's tone did not seem to be false. Could it be said that the 3 generations of ghosts came to Rogue Town afterwards? It doesn't matter, he is not a 3-sword style or a 2-sword style, a good knife can meet his needs. You mean, your store really does not have 3 generations of ghosts? Absolutely not. I know every knife in my family clearly, how can I ignore such legendary knives? Yiben Matsu's boss vowed, there is absolutely no 3 generations of ghosts in my shop. If there is, I will take it on the spot. Eat it. Adrian calmly said, since the 3 generations of ghosts don't have any, Suezu shouldn't be fake, right? The boss of Yiben Matsu looked bitter, and finally found a loophole in his words. Only emphasizes that there is no 3 generations of ghosts, doesn't it prove that he does snow go? Sighed, the owner of Yiben Matsu grumbled his expression, and solemnly said, this guest, Suezu is the treasure of our Yuban sword shop. 1 million Baileys. Seeing that the owner of a book is willing to communicate, Adrian is also very happy to quote the price. 1 million Baileys is the average price level of ordinary knives and 50 workers. Only in auction venues like auctions, their prices will be slightly higher than the market price. The market price of Dakui Deo 21 Gong was only 10 million Baileys. As for the 12 skills of the supreme big knives, either they have been lost for a long time, or they are basically in the hands of legendary powerhouses standing at the apex of the world. Want to? Let's wash and sleep quickly, you have everything in your dreams. Hearing the price of 1 million Bailey, the owner of Yiben Song was not moved at all. He said word by word, guest, you may not know it. When my father handed Snow Go to me, I have deliberately emphasized that this famous knife is passed down from generation to generation in our family. Adrian was amused. Does the owner of the weapons store still care about such a tradition? Guest, you have misunderstood, this knife has been regarded as a treasure by my family for generations, and it is even more meaningful to the villain. So, you have to add money. After some friendly negotiations, the owner of Yiben Matsu sold Liangque Deo 50 workers Suezu to Adrian for a price of 1.43 million Baileys. Why are there zeros and holes? Because Adrian sold the long knife originally hung around his waist to the boss of Yiben Matsu for 70,000 Baileys. After receiving a considerable amount of Bailey, the owner of a book whispered, "Are there any tips?" Ahem, the boss did not speak. He just turned around silently and returned to the room behind the shop. After a while, he walked out with a wooden box wrapped in black cloth. After opening it, there was a long knife lying quietly inside. Adrian stretched out and held the exquisite and gorgeous black scabbard of Swezu, pushed the knife away with slight pressure with his thumb, and pulled the knife out of the sheath with slight pressure with the other hand. This is a long knife with a simple shape. The blade held by the black lacquer is a straight blade, with only a slight curvature, and the blade is a small T-shaped blade. Good knife! Adrian exclaimed. This is nature, Swezu is, guest. It's never too late to leave after hearing the story of Swezu. You rude guy! On the streets of Rog Town. Adrian looked back and forth with satisfaction at the Swezu in his hand. This was the first good knife he had obtained. How could he be dissatisfied? Hey! Brother Momoa, why are you also in Rogue Town? Wearing pink high heels on the feet, the slender legs are wrapped with black silk that faintly reveals the color of white skin, and the same black denim hot pants emphasize the exciting arc, and then go up. Brother Momoa, your eyes are still as bold as ever. Jun's dignified and charming face showed a somewhat helpless look. Jun also blinked twice. Little brother Momoa, what are you talking about? Adrian condensed the exaggerated expression on his face, looked affectionately at Jun's eyes, and said sincerely, I'm just expressing the joy of seeing Ms. Momo again. How happy is it? Ioo moved. Ahem, I mean I want to show the short knife I hide in my waist. Jun's tone was inexplicably joyful, and in those eye-catching red eyes, there was a ray of inexplicable light. I haven't seen you for a long time, brother Momoa, your personality is still the same as before bad. The strangeness between the two was completely dissipated in just a few jokes. Adrian smiled slightly, I'm sorry, to this day, about Miss Taoji, my thoughts are still very mean. Jun turned around, Adrian accelerated a few steps at the same time, and walked side by side with her. Speaking of which, why did Miss Taoji appear in Rogue Town? Jun seemed to be surprised by this sentence. This seems to be what I asked you just now, Mr. Momoa. Sorry, I just lost my ears by accident because I saw an overly beautiful sight in my eyes. The third change, one more is still missing. There are actually 3 days and 3 shifts this week. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Straw Hat Boy. Chapter 56 Straw Hat Boy. What about now? I can't give an accurate answer with my brain full of OO. I don't care about the trivial things that men younger than me are the objects of delusions. Although Jun quickly responded with the charm of her big sister, if you observe carefully, you will find that the roots of her ears are gradually turning into a crystal pink. I thought that Dao Tu Jun is really the kind of mature, elegant and productive big sister, but I didn't expect that there is a sense of innocent girlishness in my heart. And once you accept this setting, Adrian was even more excited in an instant. Just as he was about to step up his efforts, Jun quickly turned away from the conversation and found a topic casually. Brother Momoa, I have heard your rumors in this period of time. Rumor? What you did on Outfit Island, destroyed the Capone gang that had dominated the underground society of the West Sea for many years, and uprooted its power. Jun's speech speed became more and more fluent, slowly regaining the true style of the Navy headquarters. Scarface Capone Bell, Bandit Capone Becky, and Hog, the pillar of the Second Treasure Army of the Flower Country, Momoya, you have already eliminated several large pirates. It's nothing great, right? Adrian said casually, the left and right are just a few local evil leaders who are playing in the West Sea. I really want to tell this sentence to the local navy of the West Sea. The look of appreciation in Jun's eyes became more intense. Navy? Miss Momo. Adrian was a little surprised. Don't you plan to continue playing this role-playing game? He hasn't had fun yet. Recognize, the famous white ghost, sir." The smiling Jun stretched out softly, his skin was like fat. "I am a colonel of the Navy headquarters, Jun." Adrian raised his right palm, looked at Jun again, and shook his head slightly. "What's wrong?" Jun was a little embarrassed. She secretly glanced at her palm, but didn't find anything dirty, and there was no accident of sweating palms. Adrian sighed, and said, "I feel a little sorry for some reason." "What is regret? The progress is so fast. I didn't expect that the first time I held hands with Ms. Momoko would be because of this inexplicable reason. But, please take away my first time, who has no experience of holding hands with girls." Adrian uttered the classic saying of Master Zishuan, and lightly grasped Jun's fingertips. "Meeting for the first time, Miss Jun, this is Adrian. I didn't allow you to hold it for such a long time. I want to hold." Jun raised her eyes shyly, but immediately suppressed the gesture of the little girl. "Adrian, can I call you that?" "Of course, Jun." Adrian pushed the boat along the water, and made better use of the situation to get closer to each other. "Do you have any plans to join the Navy?" Adrian did not expect that at such a tender moment, Jun, who has always shown high emotional intelligence, would actually say such horrible things. He released his hand, and at the same time reduced the gentle smile on his face. His expression was cold and said, "Sorry, Jun, I just seemed to see two familiar backs, please allow me to leave for a while." While talking, Adrian's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Jun. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. The young doubter who stayed in the same place lowered his head and looked at his right hand blankly, and then raised his eyes to look in front of the empty person, his eyes become blank but hollow. Is she, first taken advantage of by this dog man, and then left directly? Adrian really didn't leave Jun on purpose. Real. He can swear by the refined long knife that was just sold to the boss of Yiben Matsu. There is only one truth behind this. Adrian really saw two very familiar back figures, especially the short stature, thin physique, the straw hat boy on the right, who is wearing slippers and wearing an open shirt. The protagonist of Destiny in the next 10 years. Monkey D. Sorry, the number is wrong, try again. The protagonist of Destiny in the next 10 years, inherits the true will of the Pirate King Gore D. Roger, gathers elite partners from all over the world and great sea routes, aspires to become the freest pirate in the sea, and through challenges along the way the enemy, who successfully ascended to the top of the Sea Emperor. Redhead Shanks. The goods are genuine at a fair price. Second generation. Straw Hat Boy. To be honest, Adrian really believes that in the next 10 years, at least the next 16 years, Shanks will definitely be the undoubted protagonist of the world. Note: the crew of One Piece, a suspicious background, suspected, the second largest swordsman in the world, the fourth Sea Emperor, the defeated general of the King of Pirates, crossed out, the King of the Sea, and the ability to save face. Too many things happened to Shanks to make the whole world feel incredible. The most surprising thing is that he has become the fourth Sea King in the New World as an ordinary person. Look at what monsters the other four emperors are. Remnants of the old era, the world's strongest, the fruit-shaking ability Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Immortal monster, the strongest creature, the one with the ability of Blue Dragon Fruit Kaido of all beasts. Natural destroyer, Queen of Nations, Soul Fruit ability Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. But what's the most powerful thing about red hair? Overlord color domineering, and swordsmanship. Although the former is rare, it is not uncommon. In the mouth of a 12th generation pillar of the 8 treasures Marine Corps who did not want to be named, the overlord and domineering owner is like a carp who crosses the river in the New World. The latter is the ability of bad streets. As long as it is a pirate who goes out to sea, almost everyone has a few good swordsmanship, the difference is only in strength. Red Hair Shanks was surprised because of these two not special abilities, he became the fourth Sea Emperor, who was also the youngest, fruitless special, or one-armed Sea Emperor. What does this mean? Illustrate. It shows that he definitely has a lot of expertise in him. And most of them are definitely not weaker than the top expertise of San Kyun Liu. Talk to a beautiful woman who has no eyesight and just wants to pull him into the navy. How can you be a future legend and the happy dog licking of the New World Pirate Emperor? As the saying goes, the riches and the rich are licked. As for the one next to names reversed is taboo, overlord luck, swordsman nemesis, world-class anchor, strength depends on imagination, thousands of principles, the king of real economy, leader of common prosperity. Mother and maid, Bucky is actually more famous than Shanks. Caught off guard, Adrian lost the sight of Shanks and Bucky. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but feel regret. Would you like to go back to Jun and continue chatting? Forget it, maybe it will be hacked. Hey, wait, see who I found again. Thank you very much for the 3000 point accurate reminder from the readers of Golden Crispy Pie. Thank you very much readers Yansun for the 1000 starting currency character rewards. Saying that yesterday's accumulated rewards totaled 6100 points, which is really awesome. Currently still owes 2 more. No, I owe 2 more. Note content, this is an interpretation of the timeline. At the Navy high-level meeting 2 years after the end of the war, corresponding to Comic 957 and Animation 958 episodes. When the meeting announced the 4 emperors and Roger offered the bounty, he talked about the red-haired pirates. It was stated that Shanks became the 4 emperors 6 years ago, which means that Shanks was in 1516 in the Haiwan calendar. Just become the 4 emperors. This has a rather strange feeling. Especially the establishment of the 7 Wahei forces, although part of it is based on the idea of the world government to let the pirate dogs bite the dogs, but more importantly, it is to check and balance the forces of the 4 emperors in the New World. There are 2 clear points in time about Kai Wahei. 1. Hancock became Kai Wahei at the age of 18, which was 1509. 2. Jinping was 34 years old and succeeded Fisher Tiger as the new captain of the Pirates of the Sunday. In the same year, it became Kai Wahei, which was 1510. Looks particularly paradoxical from the timeline. As a force that was established to check and balance the 4 emperors, its appearance time would be earlier than the time determined by the 4 emperors. Therefore, this book moves forward the time when Shanks became the 4 emperors by 2 years, and became the 4 emperors in 1514, and in 1510, there was a faint 4 emperors power before going to the East China Sea. This writer said that it was exactly 500 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, The Big Men of the Future. Chapter 57 Future Big Men appeared in Adrian's line of sight, and it was a young man with a normal build and short black hair. He is only wearing a dark red windbreaker with a tulip pattern on his upper body, a golden cross necklace on his neck, black trousers underneath, and black short boots. Compared with the unique sideburn hair like a hook, the young man's bright yellow-brown eyes are more impressive. They are sharp eyes that look like eagle eyes. Jorakamai hawk. The regret in Adrian's heart disappeared instantly. Although the red-haired definitely possessed a lot of advanced expertise, the number of advanced expertise attached to the eagle eye is probably not a minority. Especially the specialty of swordsmanship. After all, this is the future world's largest swordsman. At this moment, Mihawk also noticed that someone was watching him, and his sight collided with Adrian. Hey! Good swordsman, good sword. Looking up and down, Mihawk's sharp eagle eyes flashed slightly, his sharp sword eyebrows were raised high, and he drew the long knife from his waist with a squeak, and pointed it at Adrian. Are you interested in trying it? A strange swordsman. Of course. Adrian raised his brows and said unavoidably. As a swordsman who has just obtained a good sword, it is impossible to refuse the request of testing the sword. As soon as Shue Shue left her sheath, she touched my hawk's sword a few times in the air, making a clanging metallic sound. "What are you doing? No disturbance is allowed within Rogue Town." A few Navy soldiers armed with muskets and long knives rushed forward and separated Adrian from Hawkeye with their bodies. The Navy headed by them was the one who had just caught a glimpse of Bermel on the dock. My hawk asked back, "Is there anything wrong with swordsmen comparing swordsmanship with each other? It's really not right." Bermel refuted my hawk's words with a rather tough attitude. She stared at my hawk and said, "Rogue Town has forbidden all disturbances during this period of time. If there is another time, I will send you two to prison and calm down for a while. In the name of justice of the Navy." My hawk smiled contemptuously. He looked at Adrian and asked, "Hey, are you still interested in finding a place to be?" But Adrian fell into an inexplicable low state at this time, whispering in a low voice that no one can understand. "Eyes, my eyes. I lost. Jealousy separated me." Mom asked to kneel. "Desperate, I am desperate for this world that only looks at high-level expertise. My nose is sour and it feels so painful. I feel sad now absolutely, having this kind of expertise is a prohibited matter among us traversers." The reason for Adrian to show this posture is naturally because he saw my hawk's attribute panel and his incredible expertise. LV 60 plus level of swordsman. After all, my hawk is 19 years old this year. In this world where per capita goes to sea at the age of 17, a 19-year-old swordsman can understand, not to mention the future world's largest swordsman. But who can tell him what is this specialty of natural swordsman? Born swordsman specialty, born by the sword, and die by the sword, the swordsman class upgrade experience consumption is reduced by 20%. Go to her Jun. Go to his red hair. I swear here, I will only be Hawkeye my hawk's licking dog in this life. Adrian, who has made up his mind, is about to communicate with my hawk, but when he looks up, he finds Hawkeye. No, it's a male god, it's gone. The male god Ba. Where did the man who fencing with me just now? People have already left. Bermel looked impatient. Could you please tell me where he left? Adrian was also very anxious. Don't talk about it without authorization. Did you guy hear what I just said? If you make trouble in public during this period of time, I will definitely put you in jail. Adrian, who didn't take Bermel's words to heart at all, left here, and he was still anxious to lick Hawkeye's expertise. Unfortunately, the male has long gone and disappeared in the sea of people. In the days after, Adrian never met Hawkeye my hawk again, and even Shanks and Bucky never met again. As for the rest of the future big shots, Adrian has seen a lot. For example, Don Quixote da Flamingo, with dark sunglasses on his eyes, goggles tied to his forehead, and a pink feather coat, walks very arrogantly. For example, Shaq Crocodile, who has a vintage oil head and a purple back, a black fur coat, a cigar in his mouth, and no cross-cut scars on his face. Even Adrian occasionally met a person whom he admired for a long time. Famous actor, part-time kindergarten director, guest singing and dancing singer. His books include Cow-Ynei, Waiting for Raleigh, Pattern and Footwork, Beckman on the Mast, etc. Yes, what Adrian was talking about was Monkey D, the yellow ape Polosolino. The two ran into each other in a shopping mall store in Rogue Town. Polosolillo, dressed in a white suit and disguised as an ordinary tourist, also enthusiastically gave Adrian Amway a translucent yellow sunglasses. In fact, as early as when Jun appeared in Rogue Town, Adrian should have realized that the Navy gathered in Rogue Town would definitely not be in the minority, but he did not expect that there would be so many big people coming. Roger Town Naval Base, the highest office. Ah hey, have you found any delicious snacks recently? I'm almost tired of seaweed-flavored senbei. Under everyone's eyes, the legendary Navy hero and East Sea Light Monkey D. Kapu bit the senbei in his hand to splatter, and said with some vagueness. Carp, in front of the branch Navy, can't you pay more attention to the image? The 52-year-old Lieutenant Admiral and Headquarters Staff Crane reluctantly helped his forehead. The world always has too much malice towards older women. The 54-year-old Carp is still a man with energetic and strong physique, but Crane, who is only 2 years younger, is already showing his age. His pale blue hair is gradually turning grey, and the corners of his eyes and forehead are deep wrinkles began to appear. Image, Kakeka, that thing can't be eaten, Kakeka, is there really no other delicious snacks? Kapu said in a generous gesture. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head helplessly. She was already used to Carp's appearance. Little Jun, are there any special solo figures in Roger Town recently? Yes. Sister Crane. Colonel Jun of the main department is very respectful, but somehow, Tsuru Zhong will hear some gritted teeth from the words of this good sister. There is a person who can develop the fruit to an incredible agenda. What fruit is it? Lieutenant General Crane asked. Ghost fruit. Jun quickly replied, this person is the white ghost of Zihai, somehow eliminated the weakness of the ghost fruit, and he is immune to all physical attacks, comparable to the natural system. White ghost without body weakness. How is this person's character? Very bad, very hypocritical, very bad, but, the nature should not be bad. Jun, have you seen him? Has a fate of several sides. Then you will be responsible for this by yawling when the torture is executed tomorrow. Keep an eye on him and don't let him cause trouble. Is there a problem? No problem. Lieutenant General Crane. Guarantee to complete the mission. Thank you readers Yansun for the reward of 100 starting coins. Everyone, the boss above has built a reward building in the book circle. Friends who like the book go to help sign a card, and it is only up to the 9th floor. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, The Legend Ends. Chapter 58 The Legend Ends. The day of execution, early in the morning. After leaving the area where the hotel was located, Adrian looked up and saw the boundless blue sky. The fresh and clean air in the morning and the fading light from the east created a gradual color from blue to white. What a rare good weather! He set off toward the destination with a solemn expression. The closer you are to the central square of Rogue Town, the more people around you become. Everyone is the same, heading in the same direction. When Adrian was about to enter the central square of Rogue Town, he spotted someone's figure. She stood awe-inspiringly in an artificially separated open space, wearing a white justice coat representing the rank of an admiral. Exudes a temperament that refuses to contact the surroundings. Is Jun with a rather cold expression. Good morning. Adrian approached and said hello. Did not get any response. But this is what it should be, after all, his performance yesterday did lose some points. Even if the culprit who made him make that reaction is the one standing in front of him at the moment. Can you tell the truth and reason with the angry woman? Ha! Adrian shrugged and retreated back into the crowd. From the corner of his eye, he observed that Adrian had not gone far, but was in the area near him, and Jun could not help but sigh in secret. To be honest, she is quite unwilling to accept the task of stalking the white ghost. In addition to the fact that Adrian really annoyed her yesterday, there is a deeper, unexplainable reason. Fortunately, this dog man who keeps talking does not leave without a wink, otherwise, Jun will really have to slap his claws. Time passed slowly, the weather gradually became sultry, and the air twisted slightly under the blazing sun. Suddenly, the crowds near the edge of the square were in a faint commotion. After a while, a news spread rapidly throughout the square. One Piece is here. Ding ding ding. There was a sound of metal shackles colliding with each other, and the entire square fell silent for a moment, and everyone in the square looked towards the place where the sound was sounding. At the end of the passage, deliberately separated by 2 rows of navy soldiers, a tall man with long black hair and a scarlet pirate captain's coat appeared. Although he was handcuffed with heavy handcuffs, he strode forward like a general returning triumphantly, and there were fine and noisy discussions around him, which did not affect his steps in the slightest. The Pirate King, Gordy Roger, calmly and relaxed like this, under the of a group of Navy soldiers armed with naginata, marched towards the end of his death. Step, step, step. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of onlookers in Roger Town, Roger stepped up the steps of the execution platform and sat cross-legged in the middle of the execution platform. The arrogant and unforgettable One Piece lowered his head, his bright eyes were covered by the shadow of the hair, no one could see his expression clearly at the moment. Just before the execution was about to begin, a hoarse roar suddenly came from the crowd. Hey! One Piece! Where did you hide all the treasures? The legendary big secret treasure! That one-of-a-kind big secret treasure! One Piece! Roger was slightly startled, and a smile slowly emerged from the corners of his mouth. At first, his laughter was low, but it gradually became maddening. Until later, the cheerful and domineering laughter almost shook the clouds in the sky. Ha 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 ha! Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you, go find it. I will put all the treasure there. Boom! The whole square was silent for a moment, and it was completely detonated in an instant, and everyone was boiling. Execution. 2 unremarkable naginata, 2 unknown handymen, ended the life of the legendary One Piece easily. However, the execution at this time did not suppress the atmosphere in the square, but further aroused the greed and fierceness hidden in people's hearts. Everyone cheered and howled like crazy. Inside the city hall building in front of the square, Carp stood in front of the window, staring at the old friend who had lost his life on the execution platform, with a solemn and rare solemn expression. It's really dead and it's not peaceable, Roger. Carp almost intuitively predicted that under the stimulus of the last words of the One Piece who has conquered the Great Channel, how many people will choose to brazenly in the future in order to compete for the legendary One Piece go to sea. Lieutenant General Crane said faintly, Kapu, it's not time to relax. Although Roger's execution went smoothly and was not affected by any interference, you just noticed it, right? Carp's expression changed in an instant, he scratched his head, and returned to his usual form of thick branches and big leaves. Ah ha ha ha, ah hey, what are you talking about? Hey? Indeed, I'll take a look. Lay. That guy Lee, dare to come to Rogue Town. The naval hero broke out the window in an instant, and ran in a certain direction in Rogue Town. I knew. Lieutenant General Crane shook her head slightly. She turned to look at the 3 monster little ghosts waiting on the side, expectation and relief flashed in her eyes. She first looked at the rest of the soldiers and said in a deep voice, everyone, according to the original plan, surround Rogue Town. At this moment, any tourist staying in Rogue Town must be inspected by the Navy. Verify your identity. Once the pirates are found, no matter how high or low the reward is, they will all be arrested. Yes. Lieutenant General Crane. The naval soldiers at the Rogue Town base saluted their military salutes. Lieutenant General Crane remained silent for a moment, and waited for the low-level Navy to leave the building before he said, Sakaski. Darag, I'll leave it to you. No problem. Sakaski's expression was firm, but the faintly red fist could see his heart, which was far from being so calm. To this day, Sakaski still does not know why the dragon left the Navy silently, but this does not prevent him from preparing to bring the dragon back to the Navy headquarters this time. Porisalino, Kuzan, you two are going to join forces against Spark Jabba. That is the third in command of the Roger Pirates. Even if you master the natural ability, you must be careful. Yes. Lieutenant General Crane. Kuzan, who was still a hot-blooded youth, immediately replied loudly, wishing to rush out and fight Spark Jabba for 300 rounds. Hee that's very dangerous monster. Porisalino was talking slowly, at this time he was beginning to show signs of an old Navy fritters. Under the unexpected forced inspection by the Navy, chaos broke out in an instant. In a panic, Adrian looked at the execution platform that carried the expectations of countless people from a distance, and became a little lost. This is the end of the legend and the beginning of a new era. No one can stop it. The beep of the panel is heard by the ear. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Open beta. Getting data finished. Players forum open. Public beta duration, 822 days. Welcome to One Piece version 1.0, the opening of the Great Sailing Era. Thank you very much for the reward of 100 starting coins from Old City Time. Thank you very much for the reward of 100 starting coins from Reader Atubaman. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Battle of Rog Town. Chapter 59, Battle of Rogatown. Boom. When the legend ended, the sky suddenly burst into thunder, and the dark clouds covered the sky and the sun like black ink, and in an instant torrential rain fell. The stunning lightning flashes back and forth in the air like a silver snake, illuminating the beginning and ending town in chaos, and at the same time illuminating the life in the town. Doflamingo walked arrogantly on the central street, with a wild expression on his face, Furfur with a low smile. This is the beginning, the new era has finally begun, ha ha ha. Not far away, Bucky with a red nose closed his eyes in pain, and wailed loudly. Beside him, Shanks wearing a straw hat hangs his head, one hand is placed on the straw hat, the other hand is holding the clothes on his chest tightly, his teeth are almost about to bite his lips. The sharp-eyed Mihawk frowned slightly, staring at the execution platform silently, without saying a word. Away from the dark place of the crowd, Durag wears a dark green windbreaker, with a firm expression on his clean face. The sea, want to. Durag, stand there and don't walk around, I'm your father, I'm your father. Accompanied by a harsh, loud yelling and yelling, Carp's figure is getting farther and farther away. Delager's mouth twitched violently, embarrassed to nowhere, and almost cut out a 3-bedroom and 2-room on the spot. The little devil Sakazuki will be here soon. Don't run away. The aggressive Sakazuki was also stunned by the words of the old predecessors. Unconsciously, Carp continued to yell in his throat, running farther and farther, Raleigh. I have seen you. I will go to teach my son after I have finished fighting with you. Hurry up. Durag. Sakazuki said with a heartbeat, I will take you back to the Navy headquarters. Let's give it a try, Sakazuki. Durag said very bluntly, and at the same time assumed a fighting posture. The next moment, the battle broke out. Cape vs Raleigh, Sakazuki vs Durag, Polo Salino and Kuzan vs Roger. Pirates third in command Jabba, Lieutenant General Crane is responsible for centering and dispatching naval forces. Suddenly, the town of Rog was divided into small battlefields. With the official start of the game's public beta, Adrian also triggered a new mission. Battle of Rog Town, you participated in the curtain call of One Piece. The Navy will intercept any pirate who is offering a reward in Lower Rog. The pirates will do everything possible to break through the Navy blockade. See if you can do something. Is just a sea-level task, but the system still plans 3 route options. One is to assist the Navy, try to intercept the pirates' large forces, and destroy their escape plan, and finally give rewards in the form of task evaluation. The second item is to assist the pirates. What needs to be done is completely opposite to the above item, but at the same time a new B-level task will be added: escape from Rog Town. The third one is a neutral observer. The mission reward of this route is also the least among the 3 routes, with only some trivial experience points. Let's take a look and see how the battle goes on. Adrian held up his umbrella, very leisurely, completely different from the mess of the people around him. Kapu in their heyday and Rayleigh, who is not yet aging, are really earth-shattering battles. This should be the situation where the two are trying their best to consolidate and play. If the two of them let go of their hands, it is estimated that Rog Town will instantly become ruins. The future yellow ape and green pheasant, who is this little sunglasses that they will deal with together? It looks like Spark Jabba. The legendary One Piece's left arm? This is too domineering, right? a pure physique master. Squeeze 2 natural ability players to fight. Akainu and Dragon are also about to hit real fire right now. Rockberry is playing against Hurricane Fruit, just a guess, 2 natural disasters, the scene cannot be controlled at all. Adrian, who was secretly observing the battlefield situation, suddenly noticed a line of sight toward him. By your 7 children, translation, hello, Jun, what are you doing here? Stalking. Jun said rather coldly. Oh, I didn't wear a condom, translation, congratulations, wait, the one you are stalking, isn't it me? Congratulations, the answer is correct. The Navy hero is in charge of Raleigh, the Golden Glitter and Frozen Boy, Jabba, and the Magma Man in charge of Hurricane Fruit. My turn is Jun, are you in charge? Yes. This is my only task today. Adrian pretended to be surprised, really? That's great. Will you really be responsible for me? How responsible can you be? Jun stared at Adrian silently. I still prefer you before, Jun. Adrian was a little disappointed. I like girls who respond to me, but now you don't have any at all, which is very bad. I might empathize. Don't fall in love. That's better. It's really unfeeling, Adrian shook his head. Well, I saw a back figure that was familiar, and he sullenly, because Jun's face in front of him has become obviously not looking good. Adrian's words obviously evoked some rather bad memories in Jun. Speaking of which, she was left directly by this dog man on the street in broad daylight because of this seemingly inconsequential reason. I swear, this time is the same as last time, it is true. Adrian raised 3 fingers, Morla Moonlight, the king of zombies in the Legend of the West Sea, have you heard of it? Have you had a conflict with him? Isn't even the Navy receiving the information? Adrian touched his chin. In an encounter on the sea before, I defeated the Moonlight Pirates. Except for Captain Moonlight Moria, there was no crew. Survive. I thought Moglia Moonlight would die directly in the sea that time, but he obviously didn't know how to escape it. I didn't notice him until just now. Adrian did not lie. He really saw the shadow of Moonlight Maria. Although it was only a flash, but the huge size and distinctive appearance could not be faked. And he has been ignoring one thing. When the mission of the Moonlight Pirates group was completed, the message "Kill Moonlight Moria" was not displayed on the panel. Originally, Adrian just thought that smashing Moria into the sea was not counted in the category of killing Moria personally, but now it seems that it is entirely because Moria did not die at all. Jun silently remembered the information of white ghosts destroy the Moonlight Pirates in her heart, and said at the same time, I'll take a look with you. Actually, I personally still don't recommend you to act with me. Moonlight Maria is called the king of zombies by the people of Zihai, so naturally there is his truth. Adrian said, those zombies. He noticed the firm expression on Jun's face, shrugged, and changed his words, if you insist. Casually accepted the mission of assisting the Navy in intercepting pirates. Moonlight Maria hit the gun. Originally, Adrian was planning to be a neutral spectator. Thank you very much for the reward of 1,500 starting currency from the readers of Kentian Xiang. Thank you readers 2019072403132950 for the reward of 1,000 starting coins. The cumulative total rewards exceeded 15,000, and there are still 3 more O's. The single chapter that linked people has been deleted. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Negative Ghost. Debut. Chapter 60 Negative Ghost. Debut. Rogtown Port Terminal. In the short span of 10 minutes after the execution, all the ships anchored here, as long as they were flying the Black Pirate flag, were either shattered into fragments of wreckage, or plunged into the raging flames. At this moment, apart from some innocent merchant ships and passenger ships, there are only a large number of naval ships in the entire port. The Navy headquarters, which had been prepared for a long time, came by ship from the sea, and while everyone in the town of Rog was attracted by the execution of one piece, it swept all the pirates near the port and completely cut off their escape road. Simply clean up the battlefield. A large number of well-trained naval elites are entering Rog Town in an orderly manner, preparing to unite with naval colleagues in the town, attack inside and outside, and end the battle as soon as possible. He, this is a problem. Do you want to grab a warship and escape? Morla, the moonlight hidden in the shadows, looked at the navy swarming on the dock, and laughed wildly. In that case, I'll definitely be a big show, but it's not enough now. The number of shadows I have collected is not enough. Not enough to completely defeat White Ghost. His voice suddenly became a little bit more spiteful. White Ghost. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. He. Morla of Moonlight was startled slightly, and then heard a cold voice coming from behind. It's so ugly, is this the Zombie King in the Legend of the West Sea? Moonlight Moria suddenly turned around, and saw a beautiful female navy wearing the uniform of a high school officer who did not know when she appeared not far away. Of course, it was the man next to the female navy that attracted Moonlight Moria's attention even more. White Ghost. Moonlight Moria shouted the man's name with hatred. It's really ugly. It seems that what happened at the time was a big blow to him. Adrian first responded to Jun with a smile, and then looked at Moonlight Moria. I heard you calling my name, Moonlight Moria, is this your last word? Don't be too arrogant. White Ghost. The madness and hatred in Moonlight Moria's eyes were gradually replaced by the darker and denser, and his size was also expanding infinitely step by step. Laozi, I crawled back from hell, just to avenge you. Shadow Revolution. The short white sharp horns on both sides of the forehead became huge and winding demon horns, and the long and narrow eyes released a rich and gloomy black light. The interlaced sharp teeth became more ferocious, and a pair of huge black bat wings appeared again behind them. The overall height directly increased to nearly 15 meters. In the face of enemies who wanted to kill and then hurry up, Moonlight Moria did not hesitate to release his strongest moves. It can be clearly seen that compared to a few months ago, his proficiency in the Shadow Revolution is not known how much he has improved. Almost just a breath or two, Moonlight Moria's height has nearly doubled. Adrian and Jun, who weren't tall, were in front of Moonlight Moria in the form of the Shadow Revolution, just like two little human races. Jun's eyes flashed with a strong look of jealousy, and his right hand held the handle of the knife tightly, ready to fight at any time. She can very clearly feel the terrifying deterrence from the enemy in front of her. A character like this, even in Zihai, can't only have a bounty of tens of millions of Pele. How did the Navy of the West Sea Branch collect information on pirates? However, in the face of Moonlight Moria, whose strength has become even more terrifying, Adrian is as relaxed as ever. In the past few months, the strength has improved, not only Moonlight Moria. What's more, before heading to Rog Town, Adrian's Ghost Maker skill has successfully reached LV3 under the full level buff bonus of Ghost Body. Ghost Manufacturing LV3, 0/400 million produce and manipulate spirit bodies without subjective consciousness at will, with the ability to touch the deepest soul and the source of consciousness in the creature. Only LV3's Ghost Manufacturing can already create the ability that everyone has long been waiting for. However, Adrian still continued to invest a lot of skill points, raising the skill of Ghost Manufacturing to the full level. When arriving at LV6, the name of the Ghost Maker skill quietly changed. Ghost Domination LV6, 0/3.2 billion. In addition to self-manufacturing, it can also awaken spirits with simple consciousness that exist in the range, and have their control and control rights. Ghost Domination LV9, 0/25.6 billion. Manipulate non-subjective spirits at will, which can spread the ability development to the rest of the mind/spirit/ideal system. Ghost Domination LV10, max dominate the spirit body at will, and the ability can be developed to a broader conceptual dimension. Although in terms of skill description, Ghost Domination looks more complicated than Ghost Body, but the strength is not weak. The body of the ghost is just an ability attached to the fruit of the ghost. Ghost Dominance is the real core skill of Ghost Fruit. This is a skill that needs fruit abilities to continuously deepen the follow-up development after reaching the full level. The name change of Ghost Manufacturing also vaguely verified a certain conjecture of Adrian. Since he advanced the phantom body to the full level, he has always had similar thoughts. LV6, it should be the awakening threshold of Devil Fruit. When the ghost body advanced to LV6, it was already able to incarnate a ghost in a short time. At this time, the Ghost Manufacturing Advanced LV6 is not only a change in the name of the skill, but the focus is on the effect of the skill. The original ghost has changed from can only be generated by the capable person himself, to within the awakening range. LV9, the corresponding is the true awakening of Devil Fruit. LV9's ghost body has been able to enter the ghost state for a long time. The same LV9 Ghost Domination can even develop the Ghost Fruit ability to other derived abilities. Although the ability needs to be developed by themselves, there is no doubt that LV9's Ghost Domination is already an undoubted awakening level ability. Moonlight Moria, who entered the form of the Shadow Revolution, roared up to the sky, sprinted at a speed, waved his fists, and tried his best to attack the two enemies in front of him. Now, let's long-awaited ability, Moonlight Moria. Adrian gave a chuckle. The enemy with such a large size happened to be the best skill experimenter. A semi-illusory ghost that is no different from an ordinary white ghost came out of his palm and met the huge fist of Moonlight Moria. Negative ghost, you can't get up again. The negative ghost penetrated into Moonlight Moria's arm without a trace of firework. He, I just want to be a salty fish and fat house without dreams in my next life. Moonlight Moria staggered under his feet, and his whole body suddenly lost support. He knelt on his knees and supported the ground with his hands. His short dark purple hair that was meant to rise to the sky was like a handful of flaming green onions. One sword-style Momiji cut. The huge Moonlight Moria was cleanly cut to the head. This time, the panel finally sent a kill prompt. I reminded you, Moonlight Moria, your last words are too rash. Adrian flicked his wrist, shook off the blood on the Swezu knife, and returned the knife to its sheath. This is over. Jun was stunned. She looked at Moonlight Moria's body, turned her head and looked at Adrian incredulously. What did you just release? Want to try it? Jun? I'll pay attention a little bit. Positive Phantom, the secret medicine of all souls. Huma. The third update, also the fourth third update this week, and this week has updated 40,000 characters. On the book detail page of app, the word stable appears at the end of the catalog. I can be as stable as it is. I didn't expect it, I only owe 2 more. Hey? Why should I say it again? End of this chapter.